a holy angel descended to the mortal world. Everyone was overwhelmed by her beauty, but this man pushed through the crowd and coldly gave her a hard slap. Then he cruelly broke the angel's wings, because only he knew that. The angel before them was nothing but a sick killer. In fact, the man had gone through 98 cycles of reincarnation. On the 99th reincarnation, with just a scythe he became the strongest, in the last survivor. But as Ryu Min prepared to enter the final challenge that would end everything, the system announced that the boss room required at least 5 players to open. Because he didn't meet the requirement, he could only watch his body gradually dissolve. Yet there wasn't a hint of regret in his eyes, because Ryu Min knew full well that after he died that familiar sound would ring out again. Congratulations, you have successfully activated the return badge. But what he couldn't have guessed was that this system notification was different from the others. The number of his resets had now reached the usage limit, which meant if this 100th attempt failed, he would truly die. Do you think Ryu Min will complete the mission to escape this world? Or will he lose his life here? Let's follow the protagonist's journey. The opening shows a temple lit with sparkling lights. Countless townspeople were gathered along the street. At last it's time, everyone, when there are 5 seconds left, please count down with us. Among the bustling crowd, a young man with his hood pulled low emanated a strong, mysterious aura as the surrounding voices counted. 5. Ryu Min looked up with no expectation for what would happen next. Beside him, the crowd kept counting. 4. Seeing this, he couldn't help but mutter anxiously, damn it. He looked at his hands and realized one thing, he had returned. They were shaking from his fearful excitement. I'd returned just before being sucked back into that damn game. He clenched his fists. Even though he'd reached the final round, the counting didn't stop. 3. Only Ryu Min wasn't joyful among those celebrating the new year. If he could, he wished time would freeze right now, too. His system interface appeared and notified him that the number of ancient time reversal uses was 100. The moment had come when he had to make a decision. 1. After all, this is the final attempt. There's no need to hide anymore, so he pulled down his hood. I'll finish this game once and for all. Ryu Min scanned the crowd to find companions. To do this, he needed 4 others to reach the final round with him. Who would be the best to team up with? A few minutes earlier, Yongmin listened bored as his friends cheered. At last, we're adults now. The 2 in front of him chatted happily. No need to pretend anymore, right? Of course. They remained rowdy like kids while the young man sighed. After graduation, what should I do? Should I try food delivery? Hey, that girl looks so much like Seo Aaron. Actor Seo Aaron? No way. The 2 in front kept bickering loudly, saying, how could that be Aaron? Are you blind? The kid who liked to taunt turned to his friend and asked, Yongmin, what are you going to do? He suddenly said me. He answered that question very casually. Haven't I mentioned I'm going to join the mob? His friends reacted like officials. Are you crazy? If you do that, one mistake and you could die, so you're serious. Yongmin shrugged. Hey, I said just let it be. You only live once, right? I just want to live the way I want. On the surface, they only smiled secretly, but inwardly they shared the same thought. Crazy, that sick bastard. Honestly, once we graduate, I'm cutting him off. Then Yongmin's friend asked again, so after graduation, what are you going to do about that Aaron boy? He blanked for a moment before remembering him. You mean that poor bastard who's always gloomy? Then he laughed and said, I can't forgive him just because I graduated. The friends pointed at him and hissed. Damn, poor guy, probably thinks everything will be over once he graduates. That bastard is cruel. Yongmin gleefully added, he has no right to decide when this ends. I have to mess with him as much as possible. While they were talking, suddenly his friend spotted someone. Wait, isn't that your errand boy? Ryu Min's figure slipped through the crowd along with the voice from the loudspeaker. It's finally time, everyone, when there are 5 seconds left, please count down with us. He curled his lip as the countdown began. That's my errand boy, 5. But when he suddenly noticed the aura around Ryu Min, 4, 3. His eyes narrowed because the sight was getting stranger. 2, that dog of a kid, 1. And at that very moment, Ryu Min took off his hood. He simultaneously turned and locked eyes with Yongmin. That made him start to feel uneasy. He's acting different today, huh? Youngmin's hot temper flared up. Happy New Year, is he crazy? Why's he staring at me like that? The friends had to step in to stop him. It's New Year's Eve, let him go. You still have plenty of time to pick on him later. Because it was crowded, he didn't dare cause a scene and muttered, bastard, I'll let it slide today. The fat guy in the group covered his face and whined. Finally, I'm an adult. Those around them exchanged New Year greetings. Happy New Year, may everything go well. But suddenly a strange voice rang out. Humans are funny, they celebrate the new year without realizing how dire their situation is. Yongmin was provoked by that remark. What did you just say? The young man hurriedly denied it. I didn't say anything. and the guy in the middle looked up at the sky and said, "What did I just hear something?" High above, an angel was flapping her wings and flying very slowly, looking at them as if unaware and utterly shocked. Though her face was beautiful, she spoke with cutting remarks, sounding like watching monkeys in a cage. The townspeople looked up at that radiance in confusion. Damn, is that an angel? Is the TV station holding a New Year's event? If they say it's real, I'd believe it. She's so beautiful. Ryu Min also looked up but wasn't surprised. She's appeared. Even after 99 cycles, it's still annoying. The woman gently hid a faint smile, then she uttered words full of contempt. "You filthy humans, you all seem to have fallen before my beauty, haven't you? But don't get any strange ideas. I have no intention of socializing with you vermin." The angel delightedly admired them, looking at your reactions, so you must have heard my voice. Suddenly an uncle pointed up and shouted, "Hey, what's wrong with you? Are you dressing up as an angel or what? And what's with calling us vermin?" Ryu Min heard those shouts. "What do you mean by that, you bastard?" And he thought to himself, how humiliating. The angel's smile immediately died. Instead, her eyes flared red with anger, truly enraged. The bold man then exploded right there in front of countless people. The young man standing nearby trembled as blood sprayed all over him. He screamed in terror, and the crowd reacted in panic. Youngman was also stunned. Jesus, what the hell was that? The angel pointed at them and berated the one who'd been dealt with. How dare a lowly human speak to a superior being like me with that attitude? Now everyone's faces were filled with fear. You humans have no right to question me. Don't pretend you're on my level. What was that sound, unless you want your brains blown out like that man's? She stopped joking and got to the point. Surely you're all confused about the situation. How could you lowly humans possibly know what's happening? The game has begun with the first rule. I'll explain it simply and clearly, so listen carefully. Ryu Min sighed, having to hear the explanation once again. The angel's body glittered as her voice echoed. Now we will begin a game. We will play 20 rounds. On the first day of each month, human souls are brought into a new dimension to play a game. The smile on the angel's lips was warm as she returned to a composed state. Humans only need to do one thing. The citizens must listen to her words and not make a sound to complete the task. If you complete the tasks, you may return to reality with a reward. The fat guy whispered, "What's she saying?" His friend answered, "It seems she'll let us live if we complete certain tasks." Anticipating their thoughts, the angel added a reminder. "You may think she'll spare us if we finish some tasks, but not everyone survives just by completing them." That was the crucial point she would state next. Only half of the participants will be spared. The tiny hope the people had just kindled was instantly snuffed out. No way, how could that be? Her smile hadn't faded, which meant there was more to say. But don't worry too much, I won't take everyone away. The crowd's chaos and disorder made Ryu Min sigh in exasperation. What does she mean? Quiet over there. He looked at her and sank into thought. Only those aged 15 to 29 must participate. When I was pulled into this game on New Year's, I never imagined I'd face it 100 times like this. A middle-aged man beside him clenched his hands in joy. So I'm alive, I'll live. The young man next to him clicked his tongue, damn. He excitedly grabbed the older man's shirt. You're so happy to be alive, why are you mocking us? The man panicked and couldn't explain in time. What? Youngman, clearer-headed behind them, loudly warned his friend. Stay put. Haven't you realized the situation? Didn't you see the guy whose head was blown apart earlier? After stating the rules, the angel moved on to count numbers. It seems the total number of participants is 1,801,029,290. She reached out and emitted a blinding light. Now that I've finished explaining, let's begin the game. Ryu Min was transported into a space of pure white. His face remained expressionless as the angel's words rang in his head. You are now in a space where you cannot see one another. A mirror appeared before him in that space. Before souls are transferred, you must create a body. Ryu Min slowly touched the glass. Customize yourselves, you only have one chance, so choose carefully. He didn't want to waste time either, so he finished quickly, just doing it like he always does. The figure reflected in the mirror gradually changed. His nickname would be. His hair subtly fluttered as he chose that familiar nickname again. Blacktail. The space for the first game's arena was created. A vast, empty grassland appeared. Ryu Min's new body slowly stepped into that space. With a more mature face, he bore the name Blacktail above his head and thought to himself, this will be the 100th reset. He even flexed his arm muscles to test his abilities. I've used the same appearance. Since this is the 12th trial, it feels like this is actually my body. Shortly after, players were released onto the empty land one by one. What is this place? A plane? Huh. My body really changed. I tried using a celebrity's face. Well damn, it actually works. Ryu Min watched a few people who deliberately crafted flashy appearances. Everyone's trying to look their best this time, but if you have any sense, you shouldn't do that. The girl was delighted with her dazzling face despite how dangerous it was. This world belongs to those with the strongest survival skills. The more attractive you are, the more you become a target. If you die here, you die in the real world too. Ryu Min stopped worrying about others and searched for a name instead. It's almost time. The one called Yangmin stepped out with overwhelming presence. Here he is, Huang Yangmin. He wasn't surprised by that choice. This time he picked a muscular body. The angel didn't take long to return. Seeing you like this, you must love your new looks. I enjoy watching your frightened expressions. Let's see, there are 1,802,910 people total. That's the number in Seoul. The group looked around and wondered. 1.8 million doesn't seem that many. The woman clutched her head in mockery, truly lowly humans. She suddenly grew angry and barked, you think this is the only space? Humans will be split across different planes with other angels and hold rounds there. Focus on yourselves. Before we really begin, I'll explain briefly. While she continued instructing, Ryu Min quickly figured out how it operated. First, think of the status window in your head. The status window immediately appeared with information. Status window name Ryu Min. Nickname Har Novice level 1 occupation 0 title 0 strength +3 intelligence +3 agility +3 luck +3 stat points none normal skills none special skills none archaic script none additional mysterious skill unlocks at level 10. Mystery unlocks at level 20, mystery unlocks at level 40, mystery unlocks at level 60, mystery unlocks at level 99. He thought wearily, just makes you want to sigh. The angel called down from above, have you all looked at your status windows? You'll know how worthless you are if you've played this game before. Yangmin was watching her as she offered some encouragement. Become stronger if you can survive until the end and conquer round 20. The angel's face darkened behind her blindfold. Not only will you gain freedom, but you'll also be granted a wish. And that hint moved countless people. A wish? No way. The angel continued, however you must be the first to obtain it. She curled a lip in a smile. Finally, open your inventory and look inside. I've prepared a gift. Yangmin tried thinking the keyword she indicated and was startled as the system panel changed accordingly. Inventory. He touched the screen and read the information line on it. A random archaic stone shard. A red ruby sits in the inventory as a starter gift. You see, any random archaic stone can only be used once. You can only use it at level 1, and that's the only item you're given at the start. You can use it by holding it in your hand and thinking use. Yangmin held out his palm and followed the instruction. Use. True power manifested, making his eyes widen in surprise. Having completed her part, the angel quickly finished speaking. From that expression, you're not happy. Regardless of the outcome, you must accept it because that's your luck. She raised her hand. The archaic mark is set, so now shall we begin. The snap of her fingers sounded, and the nightmare began. The first quest was immediately distributed to the players. Round 1 quest, each person defeat 100 goblins in the safe zone. Participants 1,801,029,290. Eliminated 0900514645. Area asks 45-5 participants 10,286. Eliminated 05143. Goblins respond as well, each equipped with some crude weapons. Only one goblin had appeared so far, so the crowd stayed complacent and asked each other, is that a goblin? It really feels like playing a game. Are we really in a virtual world game, kidnapped for experiments without knowing it? The angel gently produced countless more lights. It's far too early to get excited. I haven't finished spawning the goblins yet. At that, the new players grimaced in apprehension. Wait, why are there so many of them? She announced an utterly lopsided number. 10,000 people versus 50,000 goblins fight to the death. No sooner had she finished than the low-level goblins opened their mouths and rushed forward. The rookies panicked and shouted, it's running toward us. Stay back. Amid the chaos, someone stepped forward with calm, measured footsteps. Ryu Min pushed past the scared people and moved toward the monster. They shouted warnings at him. What's wrong with that guy? He's walking straight toward the monster. Wait, it's dangerous to go near it. Ignoring the nonsense, his eyes flared red as he turned his body. Ryu Min swung his leg and landed a direct kick to the goblin's head. Ordinary players gaped in astonishment. First impressions matter whether you're solo or in a group. What he did actually had a purpose and was extremely important. I wanted to etch my impression into their minds. The goblin's face was crushed by the kick and it flew backward. It fell with a thud to the ground, dropping its small knife. Ryu Min picked up the knife and continued with the plan he'd set. To keep the annoying flies from bothering me, I have to show strength. He didn't attack immediately but paused a moment to look up. and most importantly, the angel woman let out an amused, "Oh, I need to draw her attention." As soon as the goblin lay sprawled on the ground, two more rushed in like moths to a flame. So it looks like I need to really perform for this show. Ryu Min slid past them and struck each one twice in the back. The onlookers watched in awe. "So cool, did you see that? Who is that guy? Is he special forces or something? Blacktail, nice nickname, sounds badass." And thanks to his display, they gradually regained their confidence. These goblins are usually the weakest monster type in these games, right? The guys dawdled, saying we could probably kill it, maybe not as easily as Blacktail, but if we fight seriously, it shouldn't be too hard. However, the goblins' speed wasn't to be underestimated as they leapt straight at the players, grinning a sly smile while driving his hand in to stab the young man. The man beside him went pale and groaned. They had been all talk a moment ago, but now they'd lost their nerve and fled elsewhere. Help me. Behind Ryu Min, things started to get chaotic. They're coming again. A slaughter unfolded, but the side winning the bet was the goblins. In this situation, no one would mistake this for just a game anymore. The woman watched in horror as a goblin plunged its blade into a restrained person. Now their minds could think of only one thing. Just as he expected, she panted and lost her reason under the primal urge to survive. Ryu Min was so accustomed he could predict the players' actions. Their survival instincts surged, took over their minds, and they all ran away half dead. He swung his arm and severed one. I'd chosen that method the first time too. His gaze remained on the girl as if recalling himself. Only after the second time did I realize that running away across this empty plain was impossible. She suddenly slammed into a yellow barrier boundary. When she came to, she realized she couldn't pass through. What is this? Nearby, someone was trembling as they raised a dagger. People from modern times have never harmed an animal before. He still hesitated to finish it off even though the monster lay sprawled. They'd likely find it very hard to kill a goblin. But to survive in this game, the goblin stared at him with its glowing red eyes. It suddenly sat up and swung its weapon, terrifying him. I have to overcome that fear. The angel stood watching the bloody scene as if it were a pleasure. Help me. How fascinating the battle between humans and goblins is. She fully understood the players' capabilities. Though the goblins were child-sized, if the players offered no resistance, the goblins could take them down with bare hands, let alone with daggers. Her smile grew sharper as her amber eyes swept over them. However, Ryu Min fought the goblins with ease, making her curious about what that human was. She opened his system panel to inspect. Blacktail, goblin defeat progress 7100. Blacktail. Though she was the administrator here, her authority was limited and it annoyed her. This damn system hid all player information except quest progress. But the angel was in a good mood, so she continued her amusement. Fine then, having to instruct these pathetic humans wounds my dignity. But there are still a few interesting ones, so I'll stay a bit longer to enjoy them. The goblin took Ryu Min's dagger squarely in the face. The system kept reporting his progress. You have defeated a goblin. Experience plus 4%, gold plus 10. You have leveled up. Goblin defeat quest progress 75-100. Activities remaining to complete goblin defeat quest 25-100. He tilted his body to dodge a thrown knife from the low-level goblins. 3 or 4 goblins ran up beside him, very skillful and graceful. His agility allowed Ryu Min to take down 5 at once with the same move. He twirled his dagger with hands stained blue with blood. The goblins sensed the approaching danger and tried to back away. But it couldn't avoid Ryu Min's killing blow when this time he drove both hands down into its head. His voice was about to carve itself into the goblin's fear. Any others? The whole pack let out a weak cry and dared not charge. He sat up and wiped the blue blood from his face. Looks like I get a short breather. Thanks to his diligence, his stats had leveled up many times. Status window. Name Ryu Min, nickname Hand, novice, level 4, occupation 0, title 0, strength plus 3, intelligence plus 3, agility plus 3, luck plus 3. Stat point 6, normal skills 0, special skills none, archaic language none, supplementary skills, mysteries unlock at level 10, level 20, level 40, level 60, level 99. In the blink of an eye, he had gained 4 levels. His hand holding the dagger touched the screen to allocate skill points. Each level grants 2 stat points. Put all points into agility. With his experience, Ryu Min was cautious when upgrading himself. Besides increasing dodge rate, agility also raises attack speed and movement speed. In the early game, agility is the most important stat. He satisfiedly flicked the dagger to shake off some blue blood. At this pace, I've probably drawn the angel's attention. Time to finish this. Suddenly, the dagger spun through the air and plunged into the head of a goblin in the rear. Its terrified scream rang out as Ryu Min's face tightened. Come here. The more he taunted, the further the monsters retreated. He let out a long breath. Aren't you going to? Then the strongest player burst out of the bushes, him. A sharp boost in agility let him move through them without leaving an opening. then let me handle you. The goblin whipped around in anger. Before they could attack, they were struck by Ryu Min's spinning blow and turned into wooden corpses. System experience 4% gold 10. You have leveled up. Goblin Hunt Quest 100-100. Round 1 quest complete. A halo appeared around Ryu Min's body to mark the player. He calmly waited inside it. Round 1 is done. After killing these goblins, I'm sure I've caught the angel's attention. Praise notifications announced his name in the system. Congratulations on completing the first round quest in this area. Congratulations on completing the first round quest across all areas. Ryu Min smiled with satisfaction. I got first place. The higher the rank, the better the rewards. The top 3 ranks get the best rewards. As he'd expected, the system offered him a choice. Congratulations on completing the first round quest in this area. You will receive an optional weapon, an area-specific reward, and an all-area reward. A small chest was added to his inventory, and the all-area reward read, "Congratulations on completing the first round quest across all areas. You will receive a treasure chest. My reward is probably the largest compared to everyone else." Ryu Min tapped the sword-shaped ticket first. Choose the weapon from the area reward first. The screen proposed 3 weapon types with 3 different names. You may choose one of the following weapons. He withdrew his hand in mild surprise. It wasn't a big deal, but lucky that I got this so early. Then the young man tapped the screen lightly to choose a weapon. The item updated immediately. Short sword received. Category short sword. Weapon rarity. Uncommon. Attack 15. Agility +1 effect. Durability 150-150. Equip restriction, novice level or above. Description, the best dagger a novice can use. He threw the goblin's small knife to the ground after getting the better gear. Toss this trash away. With blue blood still on his hand, he tapped the X icon. I'll hold on to the choice chest I got from the special reward for now. While Ryu Min leisurely prepared, those outside were still straining to fight. Glancing through his info once, one line caught his attention. Thinking back now. In his description, there was a line that read Final Time Traveler, which piqued his curiosity, the title he had obtained earlier. This was something he'd never seen in his 99 resets. He extended his hand again and whispered use. The stone shattered to activate the system function. You have used a random archaic shard. Congratulations, you have received the archaic script, time reversal. Ryu Min clenched his fist and continued listening. The acquired archaic script will automatically engrave onto the player's body. The subsequent notifications confirmed his thoughts. The trace of this script now resided in the player's soul. Due to the script's special property, additional engravings failed. The implication was clear: if he could engrave once more, he could reset countless times. However, this time he also received new information based on the script trace in his soul. You have been recorded as a time traveler with 100 travels. Ryu Min's face showed obvious surprise when he heard the next lines. Received title, Final Time Traveler. What? In this game, titles are even more powerful than archaic scripts. Title, Final Time Traveler. Unlock condition, obtain 100 time reversal archaic scripts. Effect, upon death, maintain the soul's state at that location for 1 minute. If desired, you may be resurrected and fully restore all vitality one-time use. The title disappears after resurrection. Titles are much stronger than archaic scripts and far harder to obtain. What troubled him now related to the skill he had gained. Moreover, resurrection is a skill exclusive to clerics, and even that skill only restores 30% of maximum vitality after resurrection. But rather than worry, it intrigued him. This title lets you resurrect with full vitality. Looks like I just got an incredible title. Ryu Min stroked his chin, his eyes flashing with interest, thinking he'd acquired something wonderful. Staring at the system panel before him, he thought for a moment and reached out to select. Holding this card is always beneficial. Final Time Traveler title, public or private display. He chose private mode. The title will not show under his ID when private, but the effect still applies. He selected private mode. Ryu Min narrowed one eye and stretched, thinking, the others have probably finished their quests too. I wonder how Yongmin is doing. Yongmin stood behind 2 people who were fighting, holding a knife in his hand. There he is. Ryu Min smiled, thinking it seemed Yongmin had survived. Rays of dazzling golden light streamed down from the sky. The angel Betrayal appeared. She curled her lip into a smile. No wonder, it's getting more and more boring. Her light shone directly on several people, her voice echoing to make the others halt. Pitiable humans, you will gradually be culled to match the remaining number of goblins. My apologies, it's my fault. Angel Betrayal clasped her hands, her wings spread wide, stir everything back to life. The blonde girl hugged her loved one, 2 streams of tears falling from the corners of her eyes. stir things up. She stood stunned as the boy she held gradually faded away. The others stared in confusion as each cold body on the ground gradually dissolved. They asked in bewilderment, "The corpses are disappearing, what's happening?" They looked up at the angel Betrayal hovering in the air. The ferocious monsters, drooling, lunged forward aggressively. They cursed in shock, "Son of a..." Her eyes flared as she looked down, a sly smile spreading across her lips as she quipped nonchalantly, "I've given you an extra 50,000 lives, you should have more than enough to slaughter now." The armed monsters charged in, killing. A young man plunged into its belly, and its blood spurted everywhere. The knife-wielding monster chased after that person. They grappled back and forth. The system panel popped up. Quest requirement completed 10-21-5143. Young Min looked at the monster in front of him, then pulled the other's shirt down his back. He tightened his grip around the monster's neck. The system announced, quest requirement completed 21-29-5143. Ryu Min sat down on the grass. Someone trapped inside the beam of light reached out to help but couldn't break free. He could only watch helplessly as his teammate was attacked by the monsters. The system appeared again. Quest requirement completed 35-32-5143. Angel Betrayal laughed with delight at the blood-soaked scene. Ryu Min glanced over at her. Beams of light shone down on each person. The system's machinery roared. Quest requirement completed 51-43-5143. The monsters immediately vanished, leaving the townspeople puzzled. The goblins are gone, where did they go? She glanced at the system board and said only half the task was completed. Quest requirement 51-43-5143 completed, now it's done. Angel Betrayal looked down at the people below. She said coldly, "The others will have to die. After all, these are the rules of the game." Everyone froze, faces full of helplessness. "We're going to die." "Wait, Angel, I only killed one more, please." No. Waves of light from the sky frightened many people. Betrayal clapped her hands lightly and mocked, "Why the long faces? Shouldn't you be happy to be alive? It's fine, you survived and can return now." She covered her mouth with her hand to hide a smirk, her voice dripping with contempt. "Congratulations on passing the first trial. Try harder next time. Now let's announce the rankings before you leave." The scoreboard appeared. Round 1 overall, 1H level 5 no title, 10 minutes 21 seconds. 2 The Fools level 5 no title, 16 minutes 15 seconds. 3 Thien Maver level 5 no title, 17 minutes 7 seconds. Current area ESC 45-5 1 Hako level 5 no title, 10 minutes 21 seconds. 2 Life is a Film level 5 no title, 23 minutes 55 seconds. 3 Black Dragon in Hand level 5 no title, 24 minutes 43 seconds. Another board appeared. Ryu Min studied each one. He ranked first both overall and in the current area. Ranking rewards: low tier rare weapon voucher, optional special reward chest, quest completion bonus 1000 gold. You will receive quest completion rewards shortly. You received 1000 gold for completing the quest. Congratulations. You can use the gold to buy items at the shop. Equipment purchase unlocks at level 10. Countless people looked at him in surprise. He gave a slight smile and thought to himself, everyone probably already knows I'm first. Angel Betrayal propped her chin on her hand. She was amused, her voice loud. "I can't believe the #1 spot in the region is in my territory. Unbelievable. Hako, isn't it? Answer me." He looked at her and said, "Please go ahead." She raised a hand and smiled, asking, "How are you so strong? Did you get some special archaic script or something?" She smiled outwardly, but turmoil roiled inside her. Damn it. Ryu Min didn't answer directly. "Just look at my status window and you'll see." Angel Betrayal stammered, well. She awkwardly spread her hands, "Of course. An angel like me can always see that information. I was just testing you." He suppressed a laugh, thinking to himself, "Don't make me laugh." Ryu Min suddenly called, "Hey, Angel." She wondered. Yes, she lifted her head at his request. "May I make a request?" The confident look on his face puzzled her. Angel Betrayal muttered, "A request." Ryu Min folded his arms seriously and said, "Right, the reward for first place seems a bit meager." Yongmin and the others stared at him in astonishment. Everyone looked at Ryu Min in disbelief. Angel Betrayal's face filled with anger. She snapped, "What did you just say?" He stood within the beam of light and arrogantly said, "I hope you can grant something more worthwhile." She growled threateningly, "Say that again if you dare." Ryu Min repeated without fear, "I don't like my reward, so I'd like you to grant something better." The space fell silent, all attention turned to him. Betrayal's eyes brightened and she gave a diabolical smile. "A mere human dares to demand from me? I noticed him because he was energetic at first, but after killing only a few goblins, he already disrespects me." She stretched out a hand. "I'll make your head explode." Then, remembering that power had already been used, she angrily withdrew her hand and clenched it. "Damn it, I've already killed someone with a one-time ability. Arrogant human, do you think I can't kill you? Angel Brielle saw something and paused. She spoke mysteriously, yes, I know what I should give him. Angel Brielle looked down at Ryu Min and asked back, you want a better reward? She replied, planting a foot on the grass. I usually refuse such requests immediately, but Angel Brielle stepped closer to Ryu Min on second thought. Let's talk privately. Everyone else wait a moment. People became noisy at her words. Is she really going to grant him that? I can't believe he haggled with an angel. Should I try too? I want a different reward. Maybe it's because he's first place. Whispers rose. Yangmin glanced at Ryu Min. Get out of the way. What kind of reward must it be to make this happen? I'm jealous. He shot him a cold look. The other man was puzzled by that glance. Ryu Min gave no explanation and walked away, leaving Yangmin stunned. He followed behind Angel Brielle. She turned her head to him and asked irritably, why don't you come closer? Are you going to keep making me turn around? Walk beside me, he replied, yes. Her eyes narrowed and her lips curled with hatred as she thought, foolish humans, only obedient when ordered, yet so greedy. Angel Brielle turned and walked on, and anyway, why should I exchange what the system gave him? Even if I could, he wouldn't be the only exception. She glanced at Ryu Min with malice, a scheming smile on her lips as she thought, he should accept what he's given. I'll show him the consequences of greed. Seeing a boulder ahead, Angel Brielle thought to herself, I'll kill him the moment we pass that rock. The two continued walking and her mind churned with countless thoughts. Trouble was likely. If I kill a player out of personal spite without using the one-time ability, what if players later complain of injustice and rise up? Then those in charge would hold me responsible because of my actions and the game would be broken. Brielle's foot drew nearer to the rock, so I need a place where no one is around. She grinned wickedly with no hint of goodwill, thinking, you stupid bastard. If you shut up, no one will ever know what happened. Angel Brielle turned around wearing an oddly cheerful expression as she looked at Ryu Min, her voice seductive. You want a better reward, right? Tell me, what do you want? A fist from him shot toward her face, leaving her stunned before she could finish speaking. Ryu Min's blow came down without mercy, straight to Angel Brielle's face. Her face swelled before she could even gather herself. Brielle's eyes filled with utter astonishment. She fell to the ground, rage boiling inside her. A yellow liquid ran down Brielle's face. She raised a hand to inspect it in shock. What is this? Did that damn human just hit me? She sprang to her feet, her face twisted terrifyingly as she stared at Ryu Min, you wretched human. He suddenly vanished without a trace. Angel Brielle was stunned, unaware that he had appeared behind her. He had disappeared. Ryu Min grabbed hold of her wings. Brielle looked back in panic. With his other hand, he rose up and squeezed her throat. She screamed in terror, wait, what are you doing? Stop, stop. His movement was decisive, and Brielle's piercing screams rang out. She collapsed to the ground, eyes vacant and mouth agape. Ryu Min must have felt some emotion. He tore off one of Angel Brielle's wings with his hands. He looked at her coldly and said, don't be such a crybaby. Ryu Min gripped the remaining wing, making her howl in pain. The broken wing leaked streams of yellow liquid. He said indifferently, now you can't run anymore. Brielle ground her teeth as she glared at him. Ryu Min asked casually, how's that? Does it hurt? She snapped, it hurts, of course it hurts. A smile crossed his lips as he said calmly, if I'd waited another 5 minutes you'd have been the one asking that obvious question and smiling that contemptuous smile of yours. Brielle shot upright and yelled at him, are you crazy human? What are you saying? Ryu Min lifted both wings, a hidden dagger glinting in one. He asked coldly, you planned to use that hidden blade in your wing to kill me, didn't you? Knowing he'd guessed correctly, he tossed the wings aside and replied casually, you bet. Brielle writhed in pain, one hand on her shoulder, shouting, what do you mean by kill? She was at a loss for words, insisting she never intended that. Ryu Min frowned, his blood-red eyes coldly fixed on her. Lying won't help, you don't need to speak for me to know everything from your face, Brielle. Her face grew fearful as she stammered, how could a human know my name? He drew a dagger from the system, his voice turning icy. Even if you know, it won't do you any good. Angel Brielle recoiled fearfully, what are you doing? Why did you suddenly draw a weapon? Ryu Min examined the knife and replied, still not understanding why. She pointed her index finger at his face and adopted a threatening tone. Do you want my head to blow up like you're completely insane? I only need to snap my fingers and you will. He, as if holding her by the throat, said, you no longer have the ability to kill anyone. Angel Brielle pressed her lips together and fell silent. She still shouted, you think you can escape punishment? My companions will definitely not sit idly by. Ryu Min was bored by her words. Companions my ass, angels are a selfish lot. They don't bother with other people's problems. Whether you live or die, they won't care. She stammered in disbelief, nonsense. He stepped close to her and raised the knife enough, I'll send you on your way. Angel Brielle scrambled to her feet and backed away, waving her hand, wait a moment, you gain nothing from this. He answered, "Oh yes you do, but you wouldn't know." She threatened, "If you kill me you'll regret it, you won't be able to return." Ryu Min, as if knowing everything, said calmly, "This system will automatically return me after I've taken care of things." She was shocked and helpless. How do you even know that? Angel Briel made a request. "All right, I'll give you any information you want, just give me a chance." He bluntly refused, "No need." Ryu Min continued, "If I wanted information, I'd have tortured you to extract everything I wanted. In this game environment, each species looks out for its own. Besides, the truth is you're just a pawn playing the guide." She widened her eyes in surprise. "A pawn?" Angel Briel raised her hand, astonished. "Since when?" Ryu Min lunged forward and stabbed decisively. Her piercing scream echoed through the forest. He looked at Angel Briel lying cold on the ground. She was completely gone. The system's mechanical voice rang out, "You have defeated an angel. It has been confirmed that you are the first player to defeat an angel. You have been awarded the title, First Angel Slayer." The system announced again, "You have been awarded Angel Blood and the First Angel Kill reward." A glass vial and a gem appeared in Ryu Min's hand. "Indeed, this time I am the first." The system notified, "You have been awarded the Slaughter Archaic Script for the First Angel Kill." The items in his hand glowed, a golden light enveloping him. The mechanical voice sounded again, "The archaic script obtained is automatically imprinted into the player's body." The system panel displayed the current rewards for the player who first killed an angel. Title: First Angel Slayer. Requirement: Become the first to kill an angel. Effect: When fighting divine creatures, all stats are doubled. I first learned of this reward when avenging an angel on the 13th run. It's probably limited to a single player. Slaughter Archaic Script Effect: Each time you kill a target, all stats increase by 1% up to 100%. Maintained until the related game round ends. Each reward is comparable to a unique item. Ryu Min smiled at the system panel, thinking to himself that the angels would be very surprised if they discovered he'd acquired an archaic script. His eyes gleamed red and also. He raised the glass vial in his hand, his mind full of calculation. The main reason I killed the angel. Its function was shown on the system panel. Angel Blood Type: Unique Consumable Item. Effect: Can change your class to Death God, usable from level 10 upward. Description: A reward item for the first player to kill an angel. Only the first player to slay an angel has the right to change their class into the angel's archenemy, the Death God. Badges appeared starting at level 10. Every player can have a class. There are 30 different classes total, and switching classes is very easy. The blue glowing shield lay on the ground, emitting a source of spiritual power. You must obtain a class change item. Usually you acquire this item through hunting or by completing some simple condition. The glass vial shone along with a red class icon above it, but there are exceptions when switching to a special class that is awarded only to players under special circumstances. The red class ranks above all other classes. And of course, those who hold this special class are on a completely different level compared to normal classes. Bonus stats, archaic scripts, level progression, skill systems, and much more. Everything is so good it's nearly perfect. Ryu Min opened his system inventory. He thought to himself that if he spoke it aloud, he would have returned before finishing the first round. He continued thinking that he would use the rewards earned from ranking first in every area. The system displayed the selectable rewards. You may choose one of the following rewards. Touch the reward you want. 1. Triple experience effect lasts for round 2. 2. 2,000 gold. 3. Information about round 2. Ryu Min set his goal and thought silently that the important thing now was to reach level 10 quickly and change class. He raised his hand to select a reward. The system immediately announced that he had chosen the triple experience effect. Round 2 has begun and the effect is automatically applied. Ryu Min glanced at where Angel Briel lay and fell into thought. This is the last time, so I have no other choice. At all costs, I must get stronger. He walked over to her. A notification panel appeared. Round 1 complete. All regions, survivors, 900,514,645. Current region asks 45-5, survivors, 5,143. Souls will be transferred to bodies in the current dimension. February 1, round 2 is starting. We will meet you in the next round. Congratulations on surviving. Yang Min shouted in anger. He looked at the high-rise buildings ahead and suddenly froze. Those were New Year celebration bells. Yang Min frowned in puzzlement, wondering what was going on. He wondered if everyone else had collapsed like he did. People began to wake up, murmurs spreading. Did I just faint? I just had the most realistic dream. My head feels like it's about to split. He was bewildered. His dream had been very strange. Yang Min grabbed his phone, suspicion rising. 5:20 Did time here pass exactly as it did in my dream? People across the city woke up one by one, each groaning, "Oh my head, my limbs are all sore." He looked at the brown-haired guy and asked if they were awake. The guy shot back, "Youngman, did I faint?" Youngman replied, "Yeah, not just you, everyone here did." The brown-haired guy was surprised. "Did we nap for a bit?" The instigator asked confusedly, "What's going on?" I was about to say, "I just had a really weird dream." The other said, "Yeah, me too." "Youngman, did you dream anything?" He answered, "Yes, but..." Youngman looked at everyone and said, "I don't think so." People clutched their aching heads, wondering if they'd returned back from that hell. "I'm alive, am I really alive? But surely a goblin was my head," he said quietly, "it's just a dream." People spoke in confusion, so all of that was real, the goblins and round one and everything. The brown-haired guy suddenly asked if they'd be transported back there at the start of next month. The instigator snapped angrily, "Hell no." Seeing the guy across him still unconscious, Youngman was puzzled. "Hey, why isn't this guy waking up?" The instigator asked. "I'm wondering too." The brown-haired guy called out, "Hey Kim Tisik, wake up." The guy reached out and touched the motionless man. "Hey, wake up, look." When Tisik was rolled over, his face had gone pale. The brown-haired guy panicked and put his hand to his nose. "No way." The man's hand began to tremble more and more. The brown-haired man was in a panic. "Damn, he's not breathing anymore. I can't find a pulse." Youngman was stunned. "Tisik is dead." The brown-haired guy turned ashen. No way did he die because he couldn't survive in the game. The instigator also looked pale, impossible. He looked at the others still lying motionless, wondering if all those who hadn't woken up here were gone. Youngman looked at the chaos before him, wondering if they were all nothing more than corpses. The instigator forced himself to stand and said incredulously, "This is absurd. Only half survived. Will the next round be like this too?" Youngman's face grew grim. His hands trembled as he thought, "This is insane." Watching this chain of events sent Youngman into a frenzy of thought. Doesn't this mean that even if they were all spawned at the starting line, everyone should still have an equal chance to live? His eyes went mad and he grinned with perverse joy. Now there was no need to cry about life's injustices. Then he put on a reassuring air for his buddies and said, "Calm down, you bastards. Now all we have to do is survive, so why freak out?" His two friends were so terrified their features collapsed and they couldn't take his words in. One guy sat on the ground clutching his head and shaking. "It's so unfair to die without even a chance to try." He spoke as if nothing had happened. "It's not just us, everyone else got pulled into this too, so what's there to complain about?" The two men were shocked and cursed him under their breaths, "That crazy bastard." The instigator sighed and frowned. "Damn it, you've lived your whole life like a thug, so of course you don't feel loss even if you die here." Youngman ignored him and looked around. "I'm different, I still have a lot to do." Seeing that, the instigator asked, "What are you looking for?" Youngman casually replied, "I don't see that son of a bitch anywhere." Hearing that, the instigator asked, "Who, your errand boy?" Youngman wondered why he couldn't see him. Where was that filthy little bastard? He was pretty sure he'd seen him that way before he passed out. Could it be he didn't make it through round one and died somewhere? Thinking that, he curled his lip in a knowing smile, convinced it was so. How could a weak little guy like him have survived? Suddenly something caught his attention. He looked over at a man wearing armor he had no idea where it came from. He wondered aloud, what's with that guy, and where did he get all that armor and gear from? Then he considered an impossibility. He tensed and hesitated for a moment, then called out in his mind, "Status window." Immediately a transparent system, window displaying status info, appeared before him. He was utterly stunned. A status window had really appeared. His brothers spoke up, "A status bar." The guy in the fur-collared coat scoffed that nothing like that could happen. Then the status window suddenly appeared and froze him in place. "It's real." Youngman, unable to see his buddy's status windows, asked suspiciously, "What the hell are you staring at?" The other replied, "Aren't you doing the same? Maybe it only shows up individually." Everyone's status window popped up at once and they were all shocked, exclaiming, "Isn't this something we can use in real life too? Holy crap, so we can use stat points and items now." Youngman picked up a stone from the ground. Without a word, he squeezed the stone and crushed it. He silently stared at the fine dust in his palm. Then he grinned with delight. "This is amazing." The news reported the incident. Early this morning, an unbelievable event occurred. A serious-haired, short-haired news editor narrated the story. At the square in front of the New Year Bell area, right before the New Year, more than 10,000 citizens suddenly lost consciousness. Now we'll take you to the scene. The footage shifted to the moment Angel Brull appeared. An unidentified woman in angelic attire stood before the New Year Bell. She then spoke to the people below. The scene on the screen suddenly descended into chaos. Not long after, a mysterious explosion occurred after a bystander pointed at the woman and said something. The person who spoke was immediately killed. The female anchor continued, then the woman spread her arms toward the crowd. People on the screen kept collapsing, causing more than 10,000 to suddenly lose consciousness. Switching to another report, according to police, most of those who fell were between 15 and 29 years old. The reporter solemnly said, "We have confirmed this phenomenon did not occur only in this country but has happened on a global scale." Netizens immediately erupted in comments. What the hell, are the reporters crazy or what? Why broadcast this nonsense at dawn? Many refused to believe it and pushed back. Is this April Fool's? Over 1.8 billion souls were kidnapped. It's unbelievable how large-scale the fake news problem has become. Some even criticized the reporters, saying they're way too cooperative. Yet others agreed in the replies, guessing the reporters must have had nothing to do on New Year's to make up such a fake story. The video looked totally CGI. People in the comments were brawling. Some didn't believe it, and while typing their responses, they dropped dead. Ryu Min calmly scrolled social media. It started, he thought. He thought to himself, this is only the beginning. The news kept reporting the incident around 5:20 a.m. Roughly half of the unconscious regained consciousness while the other half remained in a vegetative state at the scene. They were all diagnosed as clinically dead. Celebrity A was found dead at the square. This is the first time over 11% of the population have died in a single crisis. Deaths continued to be discovered and reports of fatalities kept rising. He remained utterly calm. The real problem lay elsewhere. He then looked at the news screen. The survivors were now being called players and investigators were still probing the cause. His thoughts mingled with the anchor's voice. The issue was that the abilities players gained had manifested in the real world. He continued thinking that no player yet had really high stat points, so the impact was limited for now. His expression was icy, but as players' levels rose, they would gradually become powerful entities. An image of a Dark Knight appeared in heavy iron armor with a surging, overwhelming aura. No matter what modern weapons were deployed or even if entire armies were sent, those players could not be suppressed. Weapons that were essentially people, uncontrollable, would be born. He lifted his foot to walk, but he had no intention of merely watching the world descend into chaos. The hooded coat over his head made him seem mysterious. If things were left as they were, the world might perish long before reaching round 20. There was only one solution. Then his gaze sharpened. I need to control all the players, he thought, certain that only a power above all could do it. As he thought, he recalled the times he'd reset. Of course, he'd have to use different methods than before. A system notice appeared. To open the door to the boss room, you need at least 5 players. His face darkened into gloom. I already have a few potential people in mind, and I have several ways to recruit them. He ended that line of thought and kept walking, but it wasn't time to act yet. There were more important things to do first. By then, he had returned from the square to the front of his home. He gently opened the door and slowly stepped inside. His eyes caught on something. It turned out to be a cup of instant noodles someone had eaten and left behind. That brat, he ate cup noodles for dinner again. He then slowly opened his bedroom door. Inside, he saw a young man who looked much like him but younger, sleeping soundly. Seeing him sleep so peacefully, he couldn't help but smile softly. He can still sleep soundly even though his big brother hasn't come home. It turned out the young man sleeping was Ryu Min, his younger brother. This is my brother. Next year he'll be a third-year high school student. He began to talk about his family. Our home was nothing special. On the wall hung a family photo of 4 people smiling happily, but our parents died in a car accident. In an instant, many things changed overnight. Under the table was a photo of the 2 brothers playing together. One of the most notable changes was that I became Ryu Min's sole guardian. My younger brother's body was covered with serious-looking wounds. He slowly reached out and reapplied the adhesive tape to his brother. He stared for a long time with a look full of mixed emotions. Suddenly, the whole room lit up, waking the sleeper and making him blink several times. After turning on the light, he sat on the edge of the mattress and said to his brother, "It's time to get up." Seeing his brother, Ryu Min spoke up, "Bro." He reminded him, "It's morning." Ryu Min looked at his phone and replied, "It's only 6 a.m., bro." Not letting his brother keep dazing, he flipped the blanket off him, giving him a start. While straightening the bedding, he said, "We don't have time to keep sleeping." His brother asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" He answered casually, "I'll explain later, so get dressed and then we'll go." Ryu Min, still sleepy from being woken early, yawned and asked, "Where are we going?" "If you're saying sunrise watching, I'd rather sleep in." At that he spoke seriously, "Listen to your brother." He said calmly, "Now is not the time to relax or sleep. Holding up clothes, he bluntly told his brother, the world has fallen into chaos. Ryu Min, surprised, asked, but didn't you say we were going to watch the New Year's ceremony? What happened? He didn't answer and instead left. Come with me, he'll tell you on the way. The two left the house and hurried down a street with not a soul in sight. Ryu Min glanced at his brother with tension and suspicion. He thought to himself that whatever happened must have been serious to make him this grave. Noticing his brother's look, he finally spoke. Ryu Min, you don't know what's going on globally, do you? Hearing that, Ryu Min panicked and asked why he said that. You're scaring me. Did something happen while I was asleep? He calmly told him to check the top search results. Full of curiosity, Ryu Min immediately grabbed his phone to look. He scrolled in disbelief and exclaimed, what does this mean? A sudden angel appeared and kidnapped people to another world? He gently clarified, more precisely, their souls were taken. Hearing this, Ryu Min panicked and asked, no way, even you? He calmly confirmed, yes. Then he continued, explaining that he could only survive after hunting down 100 monsters called goblins. Hearing that, Ryu Min worriedly asked, what is that real? Are you hurt anywhere? Ryu Min calmly reassured him, don't worry about me. Ryu Min's face filled with anxiety as he shouted, how could I not worry about you? The scene shifted to the memory of their parents' death, so this is the family. Only he and his brother attended their parents' funeral. The only family Ryu Min had left was his brother. Tears streaking his face, Ryu Min looked up at his brother. Of course I know. His brother's figure was lonely yet steadfast and reliable enough to fill the void their parents left. Just as now, his silhouette was both reliable and solitary, so he had to develop an exceptionally steady mindset. No matter how he thought about it, Ryu Min was deeply worried for his brother. But having mental fortitude and killing 100 monsters are two completely different things. Looking at his brother in pain, he must also have a weak side. Ryu Min now smiled with a touch of helplessness and said, I know what you're thinking. After saying that, he turned back to his brother and carefully explained, there's a system there called stats, like in a game, so my physical skill isn't actually that important. He added, so you don't need to worry. Ryu Min hesitated a bit and said, if that's the case. But he continued patiently, if you see me in the future, you probably won't think like this anymore. Hearing that, Ryu Min asked confusedly, what do you mean? He didn't answer directly but smiled and said, if you want to know, just come with me. At this, Ryu Min stubbornly refused out of curiosity, I'm not going. Until you tell me where we're going, I won't take another step. Hearing his brother, he stopped walking. Perhaps because he was too worried for his brother, Ryu Min's gaze hardened and he said, so please tell me. Looking at the wound on the back of Ryu Min's hand, he fell into thought. Finally, he spoke, Bang Tuja. Ryu Min was taken aback. He calmly and slowly told his brother, we're going to Bang Tiju's stronghold, the place where that thug who keeps bullying you hangs out. Then he pretended not to know and asked, Bang Tiju has been threatening you. Startled by his brother's question, Ryu Min stammered, bro, how could you? Ryu Min continued in a low voice, you already knew about all this. Hearing that, he replied nonchalantly, why would you think I didn't know? Surprised that his brother already knew everything, Ryu Min pressed his lips together, thinking he didn't want to show it. His expression was troubled, he'd been through a hard time. Seeing his brother uncomfortable made Ryu Min feel even heavier. Ryu Min, I'm sorry. He carried a lot of anguish inside, truthfully, he hadn't known. I only learned the truth a few hours after returning from round 1. When light streamed through the window of their small room, Ryu Min had already woken and said to his sleeping brother, bro, I'm just going out for a bit. He seemed haunted by that day, where his brother had gone on that day. At that moment, he was suddenly awakened by a phone call, thank goodness. Ryu Min, half awake, answered, hello. As soon as he picked up, the voice on the other end said, hello, is this the guardian number for student Ryu Min? The voice on the line sounded urgent. You need to come to the hospital immediately. After that one sentence, he hurriedly put on his coat and ran to the hospital. The outcome of that dark day was that his brother had been blinded after Bang Tiju beat him. Ryu Min was covered in wounds and sat against the wall in pain because he felt foolish and weak. He blamed himself and clenched his hands, I couldn't protect my brother. He regretted it deeply and kept apologizing inwardly, sorry, bro, sorry. When Ryu Min finished the painful memory, he stood before his brother and vowed that no one would bully him again, no one. The scene shifted to a different shabby-looking place. A foot suddenly appeared from nowhere and kicked a man in the chest, making him cry out in pain. The blonde guy, seemingly the boss here, shouted, you want to die? Pointing at 3 men writhing in pain across from him. didn't I tell each of you to bring 200,001 here? Not getting the answer he wanted, he continued to bark, no answer. You dare ignore me. With that, his face turned vicious and merciless as he kicked his subordinate hard and repeatedly. The three guys who had been watching from the side now cheered and chimed in, yeah, that's Bang Tujua, he's ruthless even to his own men. The mushroom-headed one said fearfully and wearily, even seniors from other schools don't want to get involved with him. Hearing that, the teaser added, no matter what happens, I don't want to go against him. After roughing up his subordinates, he grew irritated and kept cursing, damn it, I was going to buy a car today. These useless bastards are messing up my business. His eyes narrowed as he demanded of the three, hey, do you guys know any way to make some money? The mushroom-headed guy was caught off guard and hesitated. Any place to make money? Tiju snapped, yeah, think fast. Under his urging, his underlings started to think nervously, and finally the teaser came up with an idea. He tensed but tried to sound calm, forcing a smile. There's this kid who runs errands for you, Tiju carefully described, the tall, short-haired one. Why don't you call him? Hearing that, Tiju broke into a sinister grin. Ryu 1, huh? I was planning to call him today. His eyes turned menacing as he added, I'm going to beat him to celebrate the new year. The two henchmen looked at each other and followed Tiju's lead, so they could take money from him. Yeah, sounds good. Suddenly he spoke up, hey, that guy actually doesn't have a home. Tiju's unexpected comment made his men curious. What? He continued with contempt. He wouldn't be able to put up any money even if I killed him. What house does he even have? That statement made the three of them gape. Really? Tiju went on, and that guy doesn't have any family either. As he spoke, he looked at his comrades. He lives with his older brother. Suddenly he froze and fell silent, which puzzled the instigator. What's wrong? Tiju glanced where the others were looking and asked suspiciously, what's going on? At that moment, two familiar figures appeared from outside. Tiju recognized who had arrived and curled his lips in a sneer. Isn't that Ryu 1, suddenly acting tough? His face turned malicious as he stepped closer, invoking Cao Cao with bitter words to insult Ryu 1. No, you're no Cao Cao, you're just a bastard. Then he suddenly shouted Ryu 1's name and cursed, you bastard. Ryu 1 was terrified and could only tremble in response. Unconsciously, his hand clutched Ryu Min's shirt. What's wrong? Only then did he notice Ryu Min's off-putting presence. Who is that guy? His face really annoys me. He bluntly asked with a smug look, hey, whose dog is that beside you? You bringing a lackey because you're lonely? Ryu 1 hesitated when he heard the question. He didn't wait for his brother to introduce him. He sneered provocatively and said, I'm Ryu 1's brother. He asked again doubtfully. You then threatened Ryu 1 like he had nothing to lose. Look at this guy, didn't I tell you to keep your mouth shut? Now you're defying me. He gritted his teeth and confidently said, today you're dead and so is your brother. Then he glanced at his henchmen and signaled them. The henchman at the front rolled up his sleeves and, sounding like a thug, said smugly, the sun's risen in the west, who would a mere lackey be to stand up to Tiju now? He led the way and asked, hey Ryu 1, can your brother fight? He waved his hand in a mocking way to insult the brother's height and sneered, you bastard, you gonna run. Without hesitation, the brother threw a straight punch aimed at his face. He took the blow and tumbled to the ground, which stunned the henchman behind him. He learned nothing from the one before him and angrily swung a punch straight at him. You damn bastard. The punch was so fast, but the brother easily dodged it. Immediately after, he followed with a blow that knocked the second man out. That punch sent him flying far away. The remaining men all rushed him together. He unleashed two lightning-fast punches to their faces. You dogs, how dare you? Watching his henchmen get handled so easily made Tiju tremble with anger. He gritted his teeth in a cruel smile while cursing under his breath. He convinced himself, looks like he learned boxing somewhere and he's ridiculously confident in his fighting ability. But you think that weak skill is enough to take me on. He stayed calm, smiled, and called out to Ryu 1's brother as he put his hands in his pockets and sauntered over. So you think you're great just because you picked up some moves. He was a head taller and looked down maliciously. But you haven't learned the physical conditioning that's crucial in boxing, have you? The brother ignored his taunt and shot back a question. Haven't you been following the news? He frowned and looked at him puzzled. What news? Tiju asked. Knowing he hadn't checked the news, the brother sighed in disappointment. Enraged by the whole scene, he swung a punch. What news, you bastard? As always, he effortlessly ducked the punch. And several times the man unleashed his full strength in attacks, but he dodged them as easily as turning his hand. After throwing a flurry of blows into the air that left Tiju panting, he finally realized something was wrong. Something felt off. Why? His face twisted into a crazed look. Why can't I hit him? Only then did he slowly gather power into his fist and say calmly, "If you see the news." Then lightning fast, he surged forward. "You would never dare to stand up to a player like me." He punched him in the face. Ryu Min, his face dark, thrust a powerful blow at Bang Tiju. He took a heavy hit and went down, motionless. Only seconds later did he come to and react. "You." Bang Tiju angrily lunged a fist forward. "You bastard." But there was nobody in front of him, no figure anywhere. "Where did you go?" He spun around in panic. "Impossible." Bang Tiju took another punch to the face. He clutched his face and shouted angrily, "You, how dare you hit me?" He froze as one of his teeth fell out. Bang Tiju screamed in fury and hatred, "I'll kill you." He summoned all his strength and threw a punch at Ryu Min. "Die." He easily dodged and countered. Ryu Min unleashed a series of punches to the man's face. He staggered and could barely stand. Even those watching from a distance were breaking out in cold sweats. His face swelled into a grotesque lump. He kept aiming for his face as he fought. Bang Tiju panted, then turned and stared at Ryu Min. "This bastard, if I can land one blow." He lunged with single-minded determination, aiming for one punch. Before he could finish, Ryu Min raised a foot to block the clenched fist. "Please." As expected, the blonde guy got hit again. This time it wasn't gentle. He was sent flying and smashed hard into the wall. Bang Tiju struggled to sit up. Ryu Min looked at him coldly. Bang Tiju glared in pain. "You bastard." Ryu Min remembered himself covered in wounds and bruises, hiding in a dark room. No matter how many times he recovered, he'd never forget that feeling. He stepped closer slowly so that hell would never repeat. Bang Tiju struggled to his feet, pale with fear. Don't come near me." He clutched his neck and backed away, stopping. Ryu Min sat down in front of Bang Tiju, took his hand and smiled. He closed his eyes, full of suspicion. He glared at him ominously and stared. "That's why you shouldn't mess with my brother." Bang Tiju froze for a moment. A second later he howled in pain, clutching the hand that had grabbed him. Bang Tiju screamed miserably as Ryu Min kept his grip on that hand. He panicked in terror. "No, it hurts." Bang Tiju's screams grew louder and more pathetic. The henchmen who saw this were terrified and fled immediately. Ryu Min stood at a distance, hearing the shouting, and turned away. He couldn't bear to look. Ryu Min glared and warned menacingly, "Bang Tiju, if you ever lay a hand on my brother again, do you know what will happen?" "I know," Bang Tiju stammered, trembling and kneeling on the ground. I know, I won't do it again." He switched his expression back to a friendly smile. "All right, but..." Ryu Min's actions betrayed that angelic face. He snapped the other hand of the man. "I'll teach you a proper lesson so you don't repeat it." The man screamed and begged, "No, please." In the abandoned factory, the sound of bones breaking rang out along with painful cries. Ryu Min followed behind Ryu Min and called to him, "Hey, bro. You're kind and gentle. How could you do that? When did you learn martial arts?" Ryu Min smiled and told his brother, "Didn't you notice? Players can use skills in real life too." Ryu Min asked, puzzled. "How?" He used his power. A golden light radiated from Ryu Min's hand. With a pop, a small knife materialized. Ryu Min was astonished. Excited, he shouted. A knife appeared out of thin air. Ryu Min showed off to his brother. "Cool, right? I can summon weapons I've obtained like this." Ryu Min asked, "So the way you moved so fast earlier was the same thing? That guy didn't land a single hit on you?" Ryu Min replied, "That's right. My agility stat is 11. Ryu Min was still hazy. "Stat? You mean like in a game?" Ryu Min explained, "Yeah, normal people have 3 points. A gymnast can get up to 10 agility." Ryu Min had countless questions, wondering what would happen if he leveled up. Ryu Min threw up his hands. "How should I know? I'm not there yet." He thought darkly that he'd have to lie. Ryu Min recalled the past, the memory of his brother locked in a pitch-black room. He didn't intend to reveal he was a time looper, back when he did it on the 11th loop. Ryu Min was kidnapped by another player. He thought gloomily, although he had gotten revenge, he didn't want his brother humiliated like that because of him. Ryu Min turned to look at Ryu Min, resolutely thinking he had to prepare to protect him in upcoming fights. "I must." Suddenly, his brother's stomach growled. Ryu Min felt a little embarrassed. Ryu Min, reading the mood, suggested, "Wanna get something to eat? You're hungry, right?" "Yeah," he agreed at once. The scene shifted to the front of a convenience store. Inside, the two brothers decided to grab a bite. Ryu Min called to him, "Where are you going?" "Instant noodles are here." Ryu Min hinted as he went to the ATM, "Yeah, wait for me a sec." He inserted his card into the machine. Ryu Min looked at the screen. "This is the money I've saved so far." The ATM screen showed the account balance, 133,202 won. Ryu Min held up the withdrawn cash to show his brother. Ryu Min stared in amazement at the amount. "You withdrew that much?" Ryu Min said, "I need to buy a few things." He pointed to the instant noodle and sausage section. "From now on, this is what we'll eat." Ryu Min asked all this. He looked at the prices on the shelf and started to sweat a little. Bro, everything here is at least 5,001. Ryu Min didn't care. It's fine, get whatever you want. He smiled and glanced over. It's New Year, are you seriously planning to eat only ramen? Ryu Min hesitated, reluctant to spend the money. I know, but buying like that wastes money. Ryu Min urged his brother, it's okay, pick quickly. Ryu Min happily picked his dish. Then let's have this, the spicy beef hot pot, okay bro. His eyes sparkled excitedly as he looked longingly. I want this too, it looks so delicious. Ryu Min pointed and said, let's go to a restaurant once in a while, like Korean beef hot pot. Ryu Min felt it was already more than enough and didn't want to waste money. No need to go that far, this is already too much for me. Ryu Min looked at his brother gently and thought, just wait a few days, I'll feed you so much meat you'll get sick of it. Steam rose hotly from the box of meat. Ryu Min scooped a spoonful of rice with a piece of meat into his mouth. His eyes shone in amazement as he clasped his mouth, savoring it. This is so good. Ryu Min watched his brother happily and said, really? Eat up. Ryu Min looked at him puzzled. Bro, thanks a lot. Where are you going? Ryu Min stood up. Wait for me a sec. He left and Ryu Min watched him go. Suddenly Ryu Min came back carrying a black pen and slammed it down on the table. Ryu Min stared dumbfounded at the pile of lottery tickets on the table, unable to speak. Wait, you withdrew all that money just to, are you going to play the lottery with all of it? Ryu Min answered confidently, exactly. Ryu Min beside him rushed over in a panic. Wait, how many did you buy? Ryu Min calmly and cheerfully looked at his stack of tickets, 20 tickets. Ryu Min shouted in alarm, what, you spent 100,000 on lottery tickets? Do you even know what you'll get? Ryu Min put on a mysterious look, just wait and see. Ryu Min broke into a sweat with his brother. What are you doing? He stared at the pile of tickets, more and more panicked. Why do you keep choosing the same numbers over and over, Ryu Min? Why? He looked at his brother with confident certainty. These are winning numbers. The two went home and turned on their phones to listen to the winning numbers being read. Lottery draw number 1049. We will begin the drawing today. Ryu Min turned pale and sweat ran down his face. We're doomed. We wasted 100,000. The show started the drawing, the announcement sounded, and he grew even more upset about the money. We could have bought better food with that cash. Ryu Min didn't care and said, hey, can you stop biting your nails? The lottery numbers were called one after another. The first lucky number was 3, the second was 18. Ryu Min froze. He was surprised to hear the host call the third lucky number as 9, the fourth 38, the fifth 21. Finally, the sequence of winning numbers appeared on the phone screen and matched the numbers on their tickets. We will announce the numbers for lottery 1049 again. 3, 18, 9, 38, 21, supplementary number 5. Ryu Min yelled in astonishment. This is crazy, we won first prize. He was moved, his eyes shining as he looked at his brother. Hey, pinch my cheek, do it yourself. Ryu Min couldn't believe it and asked again to be sure. This isn't a dream, right, bro? Ryu Min teased with a smile. Do you prefer it to be a dream? Ryu Min shook his head. No, of course not. Ryu Min laughed happily and said, don't worry, it's not a dream. Ryu Min asked once more, this isn't a dream, right? Ryu Min confirmed firmly, I'm telling you it's not. Ryu Min held the tickets in his hands and cheered with joy. We won the lottery. Ryu Min signaled for silence and lowered his voice. The neighbors can hear. Ryu Min fell silent. He smiled at his brother. You like it that much? Ryu Min confirmed, of course, aren't you happy? Ryu Min nodded, of course, I remember thinking the same my first time, I even screamed. In Ryu Min's memory, the two brothers were both astonished and beaming. We won the lottery, this isn't a dream. But after repeating it so many times, it became routine. I have to make money quickly after each reset. But the good times didn't last long because over 900 million people had died and the economy collapsed. Times changed and hardships multiplied. Tradable items among players, things that would be valuable later, still had to be bought with money. Ryu Min looked at his brother's stack of lottery tickets. I can't believe we actually won. I wonder how much the prize is worth. Ryu Min rubbed his chin and said, who knows? He estimated that winning this much would be enough to shake the world. The scene shifted to a clear, sunny day in front of the Manhwa bank. Ryu Min walked in slowly. I stopped worrying after winning the lottery so many times. He approached the teller window and called to the staff, I'm here to redeem a winning ticket. The clerk smiled and congratulated him. Oh, congratulations, sir. He looked at Ryu Min and thought to himself, he won the lottery. He looks like a student. He got to work. Can you tell me where you bought the ticket? Ryu Min answered, the QS24 store, Yeonwi branch. The clerk flinched. What? He fell silent, recalling what colleagues had said. The Yeonwi QS24 branch, did you hear? There were 115 winning tickets this time. What, 115, that many? A coworker had added, it's crazy, but the craziest part is that those hundreds of winning tickets all came from the same place. The clerk marveled, don't tell me one person bought all those tickets. He remembered a colleague's instruction, never mind if anyone says they bought tickets from the Yunhui branch, call the president immediately. It's a VIP customer. Back in reality, he was a bit distracted. Ryu Min spoke up, sorry. The clerk said awkwardly, I'm sorry, but could you wait a moment? Ryu Min replied, sure. After a short while, an older gentleman appeared and thanked him for waiting. He welcomed and shook his hand, introducing himself. I'm Kwon Junho, president of Non-Hyop Bank. Ryu Min returned the handshake and introduced himself. I'm Ryu Min. Kwon Junho congratulated him, so you're the lottery winner, congratulations. Ryu Min smiled and replied, thank you. He smiled and gestured toward a more private spot. I'd like to talk. Why don't we go somewhere quieter? Please follow me. Kwon Junho led him to the lottery business office. In here. They entered and an employee stood to greet them. Welcome, sir. She looked up and asked, who is that beside the president? Is that his son? Kwon Junho pointed and introduced him. He's a VIP here to claim a prize. Make sure he's made as comfortable as possible. The blonde, ponytailed woman stared at Ryu Min in surprise. So he's the one who won with 100 tickets. He turned and said, feel free to look around. Ryu Min smiled and answered, yes, thank you, sir. She tried to steady herself, stay calm. She smiled and got to work. Welcome, sir, please have a seat here. The blonde ponytail leaned down to ask politely, would you like something to drink? We have coffee, tea, or juice. Ryu Min just wanted to get the prize and go. I'm fine, more importantly, I want to claim the prize. She sat down and asked, all right, first, I'd like to verify the winning tickets, sir. Ryu Min produced a stack of winning tickets and said, here. The blonde with the ponytail widened her eyes in shock at the stack of winning tickets, thinking she couldn't believe he bought them all with the same numbers. Did he foresee the future or something? She finished checking and looked up. I've completed the verification. These are all first prize tickets. Ryu Min got straight to the point. So how much will I receive? She broke into a cold sweat. He sat impassively as she read out the amount. Yes, sir. The prize is about 22.5 billion won. Ryu Min sat calculating. After taxes, I'll have around 15 billion. Everything moved fast once I claimed the prize. With the money in hand, he began to execute his plan. First, find a new place to live. After buying a house, he'd invest a portion into stocks, and that evening he opened a trading account. The plan: Bitcoin would rise about 500% next month. He'd use the Bitcoin gains to fund stock investments, and today, the two brothers moved into the new house. Ryu Min asked Ryu Won how he liked it. Do you like the new place? Ryu Won, delighted, said, of course, it's beautiful. I've never seen such a big, nice house. I have to take a picture. Ryu Min still felt it wasn't quite enough. He'd wanted it grander and more spacious. This is the best place we could move into right away. Security's good too. Ryu Won turned to ask, but why are you paying rent? With that money, we should buy it. Ryu Min dropped the bombshell. I don't have much money left. Ryu Won froze. Ryu Min said proudly, I've already invested over 14 billion won in Bitcoin. Ryu Won stared blankly, still processing. What? They reacted differently. Ryu Won went pale and frozen, while steady Ryu Min casually tried to reassure him. I know what you're going to say, but I'm not reckless, okay? Ryu Min put a hand on his brother's shoulder and said confidently, I can always make more money with the lottery. I already saw 4 more numbers in a dream. Hearing that, Ryu Won's eyes lit up. He'd only heard rumors before about people dreaming winning numbers. He grabbed his brother and shook him, reminding him, you remember them all, right? Don't forget, remember them. Ryu Min was shaken until his face spun. I'm dizzy. Ryu Min scoffed, thinking he'd never forget after doing it so many times. Ryu Won, a bit agitated, said, please, sorry. Ryu Min turned toward the door and said, let's go have dinner, get ready to head out. Ryu Won asked, where are we going to eat? Ryu Min smiled brightly at him. Haven't I told you, we're moving today. The scene changed. A fist slammed into a wall, sending bricks and stones flying. A man in a green coat looked furious as he vented his anger on the neighboring wall. Yongmin grinned slyly, thinking to himself that he'd been right to boost all his strength stats. He raised his fist and kept punching. Moreover, Yongmin repeatedly pounded the wall with relish. With the power relic, his strength could double. He'd been lucky to get that random relic. He laughed loudly as he looked at the dents, thinking even Tyson would be jealous of these punches. Yongmin's face darkened. He clenched his hands so hard the veins stood out and trembled. Testing's enough, why not try it in real combat? Yang Min slammed on the door and screamed crazily, Ryu Min. He grew furious at the lack of response. That bastard can't be dead, yet he won't pick up the phone. His face grew increasingly scowling, his eyes rimmed with bloodshot veins. Just imagining that face and those eyes made him want to explode as if there were an ancestral grudge. That arrogant bastard, do you think I'll let you off? He swore, after you look at me like that, I'll kill you. The thoughts in his head made him even angrier. The motion of his arm kept gaining speed. We're all players, but a loser is still a loser. I need to teach you a lesson. But no matter how much he raged, the only response was a terrifying silence. That bastard is obviously hiding inside the house. Why won't he come out? Realizing this wasn't the right approach, Yang Min changed tactics immediately. Then, a twisted smile spread across his face as he pressed his ear to the door to listen for any sounds inside. He figured that bastard must not be home. Well, no choice, let's go back. He seemed ready to act at the slightest noise from within. You try breathing and I'll smash this door, he snarled, and just then someone suddenly called out, hey, student. Turning, he saw an older man standing there as if he'd been there all along. The man's expression looked annoyed, already bothered by visitors so early in the morning. What are you doing in front of someone else's door? Yang Min snapped rudely at the older man. Why do you care? Are you the homeowner or something? Actually, I am the homeowner, the man replied. His straightforward answer startled Yang Min. Back to the point, so what are you doing here? Meeting a friend. The meaning of that word caught him off guard. Friend. A quick idea popped into his head. He would use that angle to pry information about Ryu Min. Yes, a friend. Could you open the door for me? I've lost contact with my friend. If you could open the door. The older man cut him off abruptly. Oh my. Then the man spoke more calmly. It seems your friend left you behind. He tried to explain that the room was empty now. The student who lived there had already moved out. Only at that point, Yang Min froze and hurriedly asked, what, since when? Where did he go? The older man shrugged helplessly. He just moved out today, I don't know where. Upon hearing this, his hand clenched into a fist without thinking as a fire burned inside him. That bastard, he ran off without a word. He looked at the building outside, its exterior entirely covered in glass. Ryu Min couldn't help but exclaim, so tall. It was his first time here, everything felt unfamiliar. Since arriving, he couldn't stop gawking. There's even a revolving door at the entrance. Seeing the receptionist hand Ryu Min a room key surprised him even more. They even had access cards. They were even vetted by security. His identity was verified and there were guards on duty. His eyes brimmed with delight at the building. This place is amazing. The elevator doors opened quickly. Ryu Min called to him, let's go. Yes, he answered. Entering the apartment Ryu Min had rented, he felt even more overwhelmed. How big is this place? Ryu Min, however, looked nonchalant and said softly, about 330 square meters. The number startled him. That's way too big. Isn't this a bit huge for just the two of us? Ryu Min asked. Ryu Min simply thought, we have money, at least it should be this big. So how much is the lease? Let me think. The deposit is 500 million and the monthly rent is 22 million. The more he heard, the more dizzy Ryu Min felt. 22 million a month in rent. A few days ago, he was worrying whether spending 5,000 at a convenience store was wasteful. Thinking that, he couldn't help blurting out, man, this place is too expensive. Wouldn't it be better to move into a cheaper house? What he didn't realize was that for Ryu Min, price wasn't the point. No, at minimum they had to spend this much. The pricier it is, the higher the security. The reason he had to rent a high-security apartment was that on the first day of each month, all players fall into a deep sleep. And that is the most vulnerable time for them, vulnerable to disasters like fires or earthquakes. And dangers constantly lurk nearby, assassins hired by other players. Therefore, players must prepare to enter the other world from the safest place possible. A fact Ryu Min understood better than anyone. No matter how skilled you are in that other world, everything ends if you die in the real world. Still, he respected Ryu Min's feelings and asked, you don't like this place? Of course I do, Ryu Min said, I love it, but why did you ask? He replied, it's nothing, I'm glad you like it. For some reason, hearing him say that made Ryu Min's expression suddenly fall. He suddenly offered some polite words, I'm sorry. He explained that he felt guilty for not being able to help. Next month he'd be dragged into another world to fight again, while Ryu Min would sit here enjoying everything as if nothing were wrong. I'm useless, I'm sorry. Don't overthink it like that, you deserve a beating for worrying so much. Ryu Min smiled to encourage him and tried to shake him out of it. Why are you so down? Don't you think you'll win the next round? To change the mood, he suggested they stop thinking about it and go eat. I've heard the Korean place on the second floor is great. okay. Just then his phone buzzed unexpectedly with an incoming call. At a glance, Ryu Min understood. The caller knew they'd moved. Ignore him, he thought. He had no intention of meeting that guy in real life. That said, he couldn't be certain. Maybe they'd run into each other in the other world. Time passed quickly. One day after moving, Ryu Min shuffled into the living room, still sleepy. He saw Ryu Won standing neatly dressed and asked curiously, "Where are you going?" Ryu Won looked up when he heard him and greeted, "You're awake." Then he smiled and said, "Yes, I ordered some rice cakes. I'm going to pick them up." Still groggy, Ryu Min mumbled, "Rice cakes." A moment later, he realized this didn't seem to have happened before. Time regression doesn't guarantee everything stays the same, but it looked like this was the first time Ryu Won had gone out to buy rice cakes, right? That thought made him curious. "Why are you buying rice cakes?" Ryu Won cheerfully explained, "We just moved in. I should bring some to the neighbors. Isn't that polite?" Ryu Min praised the idea. "Being a good neighbor isn't bad, good thinking, that's my brother." He waved Ryu Min off to rest while he went to greet the neighbors, but then suddenly suggested, "We should go together to say hello. Let me change first. Wait up." A doorbell was gently pressed to let the homeowner know someone was at the door. From inside the apartment, a voice called out immediately, "Yes. It's the Ryu brothers," Ryu Won said with a friendly smile. "Hello, we just moved into the next unit and came to introduce ourselves." The landlady replied politely, "Hello." At a glance, she remarked they looked so much alike. "Are you siblings?" "Yes." He carefully handed over the housewarming gift and tactfully added, "We brought some rice cakes for you, best eaten while warm." Their polite manners made her comfortable. She replied cheerfully, "Oh my, thank you, you too. I'll enjoy them, thank you, see you later." They then moved on to visit other apartments. "We just moved into Unit 4302 today." Smiles always on their faces. "Here are some rice cakes." He said modestly, "Please help us, ma'am." The atmosphere among strangers felt anything but distant. It was surprisingly warm. "Please enjoy it. Say thank you, dear. Thanks, bro." Before long, they reached the top floor. "Only one more door to go. Let's finish this. Don't get tired." We'll greet them and head home to rest. As they walked, Ryu Min told him, "Did you know this floor is a penthouse?" Hearing that, Ryu Won was even more stunned. Apparently, they purchased both the 44th and 45th floors. So they're insanely rich, right? Ryu Min shrugged. He didn't know for sure, but guessed it must be someone wealthy or a celebrity. He rang the bell but waited and got no answer. Maybe they're not home. Ryu Min pressed the bell again. Nothing changed. It really seemed like no one was home. Yeah. The moment he turned his head to the right, his eyes froze in surprise. Curious at his reaction, Ryu Won turned to look too. There was someone. Ryu Won quickly realized the beautiful woman before them was actress Seo Arin. Meeting her there felt like an unexpected honor. While Ryu Min still didn't recognize her, Ryu Won kept exclaiming, "She's so beautiful, like an angel." Suddenly, a large arm moved between them. Seo Arin's assistant stepped forward with a serious expression and asked, "Who are you fans?" His unfriendly tone surprised him, but he hurriedly explained, "We're the residents from the floor below." Seeing the assistant look puzzled, Ryu Won offered the plate of rice cakes toward him from the downstairs neighbors. Now the assistant understood. "Oh, who did I think it was?" Ryu Won said with a friendly smile. "Would you like to try a rice cake?" The assistant coldly declined. "No thanks, she doesn't eat that sort of thing." With that, he stepped forward and opened the door. "Please come in, Seo Arin." "Okay." Yet she seemed to linger on the plate in his hands. Her gaze couldn't take its leave. Once they'd gone inside, Ryu Min, annoyed, muttered, "Who does he think he is, being so rude?" "Anyway, don't mind that jerk," Ryu Won replied. "Of course not, since he was distracted by someone else. It's fine, what's more important is." A second later, he turned to Ryu Min with a radiant look and said, "Did you see? She's really gorgeous." Ryu Min showed no emotion, perplexed by his tone. He'd kind of ruined Ryu Won's moment. "What do you mean? You just saw her too," Ryu Won patiently explained. "She's Seo Arin." Ryu Min actually asked, "Who's Seo Arin?" The tabloids were flooded with negative news about the entertainment world. Actor Gong Jisuk had suffered cardiac paralysis. Fans cried at the shocking news. Gong Seojin, Sim Hwan, and others. These tragic deaths of major actors shocked the industry. Korean actor Cha Il-woo was gone forever. Surveys showed only 58% of stars remained alive. Filming for Urban Crimes was halted because actor Kwang Min-yu suffered panic disorder and anxiety. Seo Arin read those lines and couldn't help but sigh. Her expression grew increasingly worried as she wondered how the world was operating like this. Suddenly, a message arrived from Hong Seon. "Have you heard the news?" He messaged her to report, "Gong Seojin has died." They chatted back and forth about it. "Are you going to the wake tomorrow?" "Of course, he took good care of us. Let's go together." The more she scrolled through her phone, the heavier her mood became. She couldn't believe someone more successful than her had died in the first round. Thinking that, Seo Arin felt incredibly lucky. If she hadn't landed a good contract, her name would already be all over the papers. Everything up to now had unfolded too fast and too unexpectedly. She'd grown a lot and she even thought there might be an article about her. It's unreal. That said, without the company's backing, could she have risen this far? This penthouse was bought for her by the company. Arin was so preoccupied with those thoughts she hadn't noticed when her assistant arrived. "What are you thinking about?" he asked suddenly, making her jump. "No, it's nothing." From her expression, he could tell what she was thinking. He tried to reassure her. "It's okay. I told you, you can tell me anything." Arin exhaled and said, "I'm just wondering why the world has become like this. How am I supposed to survive the next round? That's what I'm thinking about." "But you have me," he said. "Don't worry about the next round. I'm here. What are you worried about?" Arin's assistant sensed her anxiety and urged, "Trust me and get some rest." Her lovely smile returned to her face. "Of course, who else can I trust?" Sitting there, the assistant reflected. When the company assigned him to be her aide and bodyguard, he was wary, feeling like they just wanted someone to watch over her. That thought changed completely after they fought together in the game. If not for him, she would have died in the first round. He kept repeating, "I'll protect you at all costs, so don't give up." That reassured her. "Thank you so much." To shift away from the gloomy mood, she changed the subject and mentioned the rice cakes they brought earlier. "They must have just moved in. They look tasty. He's always so cold. If you eat that, you'll gain weight." Arin, being friendly, felt sympathy that they had taken the trouble to greet them. They must be sad. Her assistant brushed it off. "Don't worry about it. It's just a greeting." He warned her, "Don't forget, they just want to take advantage of you. If you agree once, they'll keep bothering you." Even so, she still felt they didn't seem like bad people. Recalling how they looked, she guessed our neighbors seemed older than 15. Probably they had killed 100 goblins to survive, right? Probably. If that's true, it's fascinating. People who have gone through such danger can act like nothing happened. Her assistant wasn't dreamy like her. Bluntly, he added, "Do you think killing 100 goblins would be hard for them? Only idiots lose." Arin understood why he said it so calmly. His skills in the other world were outstanding. Still, when she heard outstanding, Arin couldn't help but think of Ryu Min. He wasn't as skilled as that guy. He even almost made her feel sorry for the goblins. Curiosity rose in her. He probably had some job in real life. What does he do? Could I survive round 2 if I teamed up with someone good? Then she worried again about her fate. Last time she survived by luck. Could she survive next time? The vacuum cleaner broke the silence in the house. It was Tuesday, January 31 at 11 a.m. Ryu Min was cleaning. When he heard the door open, he quickly turned. He immediately saw Ryu Min enter. "You're back, you're home." Seeing him, he nervously asked, "Did you make any money this time?" Ryu Min replied calmly, "Not as much this time, about 1.5 billion won. Last time was 1.7 billion won. And you still complain it's not enough? Are you kidding? The bank didn't say anything. This is the 4th time you've won about that. Remember at the bank you even made Kwon Junha exclaim in surprise. You're back again, lucky customer." He asked curiously, "What's your secret?" "I didn't mean to hide it. I told you before, I was given a prophetic dream." That answer made him envious. "Impressive. I wish I could get a prophetic dream too." Don't even say that. Ryu Min himself doesn't understand why it happens to him, let alone anyone else. "Anyway, I wanted to ask, so are you planning to put all the money into Bitcoin again this time?" "Of course, it's already gone up to 15 billion won. With such a huge sum, I'm worried. Shouldn't we pull it out now? I'm afraid we'll lose everything." But Ryu Min felt this wasn't the right moment yet. Definitely not. "This is all part of my plan, so don't worry too much, Ryu Min. I'll handle it. Let's grab something to eat." They quickly went to a nearby restaurant. Judging by his look of enjoyment, the food there was excellent. After eating, the brothers went shopping a bit. Life is really nice when you have money. When night fell, what had to happen would happen. Tuesday, January 31, 11:55 p.m. Ryu Min took Ryu Min's hand tightly and whispered his name. His eyes were full of worry as Ryu Min entered the game again. "You have to survive and come back okay." Contrary to his younger brother's worry, Ryu Min answered with confidence. "Don't worry, I saw you take down Bang Tiju, right?" Which was true. Ryu Min gently patted his brother's head and said, "Don't worry, go to sleep." After sending that, he fell asleep too. "When you open your eyes, I'll wake up with you. I'm off now." The moment he lost consciousness, he was immediately transported to another space. On arrival, he saw quite a few players already there. Looking around, everyone was stunned. "We're back already. Really? We're here again? Where are we? This place wasn't like round 1. Ryu Min's presence caused a stir. He was the #1 player from the previous match. He could feel many eyes on him. From the way people avoided approaching, most had recognized him. He's the one who massacred the goblins, right? #1. Yongman was in the crowd too, screaming and hunting for him. It seemed everyone had gathered. When will it appear? As the game began, Ryu Min's gaze shifted automatically. his emerald eyes turned a cold, sharp red. At that moment, an angel descended from above and spoke, "Is everyone present?" The players' faces immediately twisted when they realized it was a different angel. Right, what happened? The new angel gently explained that the angel in charge of round 1 had been in an accident and would not appear. Smiling at them, she continued, "Do not panic, humans." A second later, that holy smile vanished and was replaced by a series of grotesque expressions. "From now on, I will guide you thoroughly." Greetings are enough, the game officially begins now. Since you're all here, I'll announce the mission for round 2. A series of boards then appeared right before everyone's eyes. Suddenly, lines of text appeared on the board announcing to everyone, Round 2, Main Mission. Choose a regional representative within 3 hours for the entire region. Number of participants 900,514,645. Number completed not over 900,514,645. Current region ESK 4055, participants 5,143, completed 05143. Voices rang out, "Choose a regional rep." What the hell, I guess they'll ask us to kill a few more monsters. Wait, look at the completed count. Does that mean this time everyone can survive? The angel seemed to notice everyone's confusion and immediately explained, "You look puzzled. I'll explain." The angel pointed to the sky and quietly explained to them, "See, this stage has nothing to do with fighting. You only need to choose a representative. Now, before you is a magic circle and a person holding a sword," the angel added. "The regional representative can use their authority to command others, tell someone to drop out and they must, order someone to die and they will die." After the angel's explanation, people looked troubled and worried. Wouldn't that kind of power be terrible? The angel continued, "In 3 hours, everyone will receive their ballot. On it, just write the name of the person you want to elect as regional representative." A voice suddenly called out, "That's it, no other rules." The angel answered the question, "Yes, just voting completes your mission and lets you go home. Treat it like a break." Someone exclaimed excitedly, "Just vote and we're alive, no more fighting. That's way easier than the last round." The angel declared at once, "So for the next 3 hours, discuss who will become the regional representative. Discussion time remaining, 2 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. After hearing the angel, people grew noticeably enthusiastic. Really, that's all it takes to survive? Easy as pie, and if you become the representative, you get power. Ryu Min grit his teeth and shouted, "Damn it, after all the prepping and getting ready to fight." The other guy stopped Ryu Min, come on, surviving by ballot isn't the end of the world. I put all my stats into strength and never got to show it off. That pisses me off. Ryu Min thought he focused on strength so much. Will a strength relic appear this time too? He turned and replayed the details in his head. Both Ryu Min's relic and this situation played out exactly like his memory. While everyone argued, Ryu Min pondered. They'll debate to find the chosen one during the 3 hours, but that isn't important. When there's a main mission, there will be side missions. He held the long sword and thought for a moment about whether the side and hidden missions in round 2 would grant class upgrades. Ryu Min gripped the sword tightly to prepare for that. He told himself goblins were getting closer. He needed to reach level 10 as fast as possible. Goblins appeared before him. Ryu Min lured them over. In an instant, he lunged and unleashed a flurry of slashes at the goblins. After killing the goblins, the system displayed a notification. You have defeated a hobgoblin. Current kills 100. Use triple experience buff. Experience plus 9%, gold plus 15. All stats increased 1% due to the butcher relic effect. With the goblin dead, he continued considering his course. Going deep into the forest to hunt was the right decision. And again, his hand still gripped the sword as he decided to keep moving. Wherever one goblin appeared, there would be a whole pack. The goblins kept rushing out. Their eyes were full of bloodlust. In that moment, Ryu Min curled his lips into a smile. As the goblins came, he planted himself before them, ready to fight. The goblins appeared one after another, and Ryu Min swung his arm, cleaving at each one. After Ryu Min wiped out the goblins, the system popped up. You have defeated a hobgoblin. Current kills 5,100. Notifications followed. All stats increased 50% due to the butcher relic effect. You have leveled up. The system added discussion time remaining 2 hours 29 minutes 24 seconds. Only 30 minutes have passed. Status window. Suddenly the status panel appeared before Ryu Min. Name Ryu Min, nickname Ha, rookie rank level 9, class none, title last time traveler, hidden title first angel slayer, hidden stats. Strength 7, Intelligence 4, Agility 18, Luck 3, Unassigned Stat Points 8, I'm already level 9. He thought while touching the system panel. Early game you choose Agility first. If I want a mark like Yangmin's Strength Relic, boosting Strength helps, but dumping all points into Strength makes survival hard. Ryu Min figured that no matter how strong you are, if you can't avoid a critical hit you're as good as dead. The system continued explaining, players have 4 stats: Strength, Intelligence, Agility, and Fortune. Strength increases physical damage, stamina, and defense. Intelligence boosts magic damage, willpower, and perception. Agility raises attack and movement speed and evasion rate. Luck increases critical chance, item drops, and gold rewards. He looked away and thought that no stat could be neglected. He reasoned especially about the Reaper since it uses both physical and magical damage. Balancing stats would be ideal. He sensed something odd and grew suspicious. Look, someone's following me. I didn't notice because I was hunting, but it seems I'm being trailed. I haven't wronged anyone to deserve this. Ryu Min called out to threaten the strange figure. I don't know who you are, show yourself. If you don't state your purpose. He continued to intimidate, you'll die. Suddenly a girl raised her hand and said, it should be me. He saw Seo Arin and thought it was the actress Seo Arin following him. Please, sorry for tailing you. A voice rang out, forgive us. He continued, we mean no harm, please don't be angry. Ryu Min suddenly thought of An Sangcheol. He pondered further, if it's An Sangcheol, isn't he Ma Jeonrok's right-hand man? The system displayed information. Ma Jeonrok is the eldest son of the country's largest company, a player nicknamed Heavenly Devil, and one of my targets. Winning over Ma Jeonrok would help me a lot. But my true aim is to recruit a priest allied with him during round 20. Ryu Min was a bit surprised to meet Ma Jeonrok's right-hand man so soon. But why is An Sangcheol with Seo Arin? Wait, could he be her bodyguard? Seo Arin's face looked slightly flustered. Then he recalled rumors that Ma Jeonrok was sponsoring a celebrity for more important business reasons. Ryu Min asked them, since when have you been following me? The future keeps changing in unwanted ways. Seo Arin replied, from the start when you set out, I saw you enter the woods and trailed you, sorry if it bothered you. Seo Arin seemed a bit embarrassed by Ryu Min's question. Why follow me? It's not malicious, we just wanted to propose something. Ryu Min asked a proposal. Seo Arin continued, you ranked first in round 1, right? She pleaded, I was wondering if we could cooperate. Ryu Min gave a cold laugh and replied, cooperate? Isn't that a word used only when both sides need each other? He waved them off, that's true, but what do I need from you? I can fight on my own, don't waste my time, go back. Ryu Min turned and snapped, I have no intention of teaming up with you two. An Sangcheol was a little angered. What the hell's wrong with that bastard? How swollen is his ego? An Sangcheol asked Seo Arin. Seo Arin looked worried and explained to An Sangcheol that he wasn't just being stubborn for no reason, the pressure from him is intense. What pressure? He glares, points a sword, and it's natural she'd be afraid. Seo Arin, a bit frightened, said she wanted to team up with the top-ranked player, but things didn't go as she expected. An Sangcheol replied to Seo Arin, I told you someone like him is too arrogant to need allies, which is a shame. Before Seo Arin and An Sangcheol, the goblins cut down the bodyguards and said to Seo Arin, what a waste of time following someone like that. I didn't expect monsters in the woods though, let's spend the remaining time hunting, shall we? Seo Arin smiled at An Sangcheol and replied, not bad, let's go bodyguard. A white smoke suddenly rose in the forest. The goblins peered around, wary of the danger. From behind Ryu Min, someone struck. He slashed straight at a goblin, thinking how busy he already was, no way am I teaming up. He pondered a moment, top priority now is to level up. Going solo gets experience faster. The system displayed, you have defeated a hobgoblin, current kills 6100, all stats increased 60% due to the butcher relic effect. Suddenly a giant gnoll appeared before Ryu Min. He smirked, 5 gnolls at once, lucky break. The gnolls charged at Ryu Min one after another, howling. The gnolls leaped with weapons and lunged toward Ryu Min. He used a slashing attack that sent them flying. The gnolls fell to the ground. The system notified again, you have defeated a gnoll, current kills 65-100, all stats increased 60% due to the butcher relic effect. You have leveled up, you have reached level 10. He decisively looked at the notification. You have met the requirements to advance. You can now use the shop function, there are hidden quests. Finally leveled up. He read the rules on the bulletin, round 2 side mission, level up before voting time, obtain a promotion item and receive a class. If successful, get a 50% discount coupon for daily items. Who's ever seen a side mission like this? Some people shouted in confusion, a promotion item, leveling up isn't enough, where's mine, it doesn't tell me my class. Announcements continued popping up rapidly. Everyone knows getting a class is good, but no one knows how to get the promotion item. Promotion items usually require completing special conditions. Information displayed the game rules. To qualify, warriors must raise their strength stat to at least level 10 and kill 30 monsters within the time limit. A notification appeared, newly received promotion items. The game's rule reminder: berserkers also have to go out and hunt for blood within the allotted time. Additional gameplay notes appeared. Assassins must successfully assassinate monsters multiple times, meaning each player must complete activities related to their class to receive a promotion item. Ryu Min stared at the tree, thinking that at first he constantly hunted monsters and hid in the forest, which is how he got the hunter class. He gripped the strange, glowing object in his hand and affirmed that after learning about the Reaper class, he chose it immediately. The mysterious glowing object in his hand, the system displayed, "You have used a promotion item." A further notice appeared: "Your class cannot be changed, so choose carefully. Do you want to promote to the Reaper class? Yes or no?" After hesitating for a moment, he decided to press yes. "I don't even need to think." The strange object glowed even brighter in his hand. Another message displayed: "You have been promoted to the Reaper class." Round notices appeared: "Your promotion reward is the Reaper relic." Reaper relic effects: when used during the day, weapon attack power doubles. When used at night, attack speed increases by 50%. When resting at night, detection chance by enemies is greatly reduced. The relic automatically imprinted itself on the player's body. The diamond in his hand turned into a blazing red light enveloping the area. The system displayed on the notice board: Ryu Min thought, "Your promotion reward is the Reaper's scythe. I got both the relic and the weapon." Notifications continued. You received a 50% coupon for daily items for completing the side quest. Your rank is advanced from novice to apprentice. Rank increased accordingly. Status window: name Ryu Min, nickname How, rank apprentice, level 10, class Reaper, title last time traveler, hidden title first angel slayer, hidden stats: Strength 4, Intelligence 4, Agility 31, Luck 4, unassigned point 6, bonus relic skill. Players are divided into 6 ranks: Grandmaster level 99, Master level 60, Expert level 40, Normal level 20, Apprentice level 10, Novice level 1. As in other games, rank increases raise rewards and unlock new skills. You learn the Reaper class skill, Death Mark. Class skill Death Mark: the effect creates a mark visible only to the caster and the target. The target's remaining stamina is displayed. The target takes an additional 100% damage each time the caster attacks. The effect can apply to only one target at a time. You can also equip a higher tier item: Reaper's Scythe, rare weapon type, attack 25, effect +1 attack per swing up to +5, durability 225/225, usable by apprentice and above. Description: the giant scythe is said to be used by the Reaper. Novices cannot wield it. Ryu Min considered the rules again. If he didn't promote, he'd remain a novice forever, so it's better to level up fast. You have been recognized as the first player to promote. Your reward is a random gold pouch, and first promoter, you have learned the neutral skill track. He reasoned further that he'd learn this. They receive a neutral skill track. The effect detects the location of the desired target, but face and nickname must match to be a valid target. Cost 20,000 gold. Ryu Min smiled at the system panel and decided, a 20,000 gold skill is worth trying. Track. Suddenly, an image of a person appeared on the system panel. The name and face matched, tracking the target's position. A guiding notification appeared: the location of player Yongmin has been identified, 190 m from the target. Follow the arrow in front of you to track the target. Light rays circled Ryu Min as he looked ahead. 190 m, so he also entered the forest. He propped his hand and mulled it over. From being 2 km away to now only 190 m, should I secretly follow him? Meanwhile, Seorin and Ansangchiel were fleeing out of the forest. Seorin couldn't stay on her feet. She suddenly collapsed to the ground. She panted to Ansangchiel, "I can't run anymore, my legs won't, we have to keep moving or they'll catch us." Ansangchiel anxiously supported Seorin and reassured her, "Even if your leg hurts, you have to endure it. I'm sorry, the arrow wound aches too much." Ansangchiel, a bit angry, still explained to Seorin that it was only a theory. "But they say even if you get injured in this world, your real-life body will be fine. If you somehow survive and get out of here, you can return home." Seorin said firmly, "I understand. I'll try to bear the pain. Where could I possibly run with this wound, huh?" Suddenly Yongmin appeared and spoke. "Not painful enough yet, right?" Ansangchiel cursed, "Damn it." He gritted his teeth, thinking that the girl moved too slowly, and now the whole group would be captured. "So the only option left is to fight, huh?" Yongmin sneered provocatively. "You want to fight us, big brother?" Yongmin's cronies behind him continued taunting, "Point and look. Do you see how many of us are here to fight you? An Sangcheol yelled, why are you doing this? What did we ever do to you? Min laughed, of course I didn't do anything to you, so why did you suddenly attack us, huh? Min replied, we just want something, what is it? He said with a taunting look that surprised Seoarin, the girl with the older brother. We're all men here, I don't owe your brother anything, we want Seoarin. One of them wondered, is that really Seoarin? Can't you tell by looking? Her face clearly shows she's Seoarin. Maybe someone imitated her appearance to look like her. Seoarin's face darkened, the other continued, so what? If she looks like her, that's good enough, right? Min bargained, if you let Seoarin stay, I'll let you go. What do you say? An Sangcheol angrily thought that if their target was Seoarin, they should have said so from the start. If they'd known, he would have left her behind without hesitation. He turned to look at Seoarin and continued thinking, I don't intend to die for that girl, but there's a problem. If he can't protect Seoarin, then Ma Jeonrak will be disappointed in him. And suddenly An Sangcheol assumed a stance ready to attack Min. Min, a bit surprised, sneered, what's with that stance? Big brother wanna fight? An Sangcheol angrily shouted, do you know what you're doing right now is a crime, a crime. Laughter suddenly echoed. Min replied, you're funny, there's no law here to talk about legality. Are you planning to call the police when you get back to the real world? He taunted, go ahead and try, but what proof do you have? This face might not even be my real face in real life. An Sangcheol cursed under his breath in anger. He's right, this is infuriating. He thought of a way to defuse the situation. Just talking won't be enough to make them back down. He'll have to drag his battered body into a fight with them. Suddenly, by the tree, Ryu Min stood with his arms crossed watching everything. An Sangcheol suddenly snapped and turned to ask, are you Hequan? Min wondered when this guy had shown up. Ryu Min stepped forward and asked Seoarin and An Sangcheol, what are you two doing here? Min, not knowing what's going on, warned Ryu Min, buddy, mind your own business. I'll answer who I want to. What's happening? An Sangcheol shouted bluntly, their target is Seoarin, they ambushed us. If you help us, I'll never forget this, Hequan. Ryu Min asked coldly, is what he said true? Min replied, so what if it is or isn't? Min added, this isn't your business. Suddenly, a red glow appeared around Ryu Min. What do I know these people? Min, a bit alarmed, asked, what do you want to do? The red rays still surrounded Ryu Min as he said coldly, I won't let them get hurt. Min grit his teeth and glared at him in fury. Seoarin cried out joyfully, Hequan, and An Sangcheol quickly blurted, thank you. Ryu Min stepped up to protect them, thinking it would also benefit him. He turned to An Sangcheol, thinking that helping would leave a good impression on Ma Jeonrak. He calculated that if such a group owed him a favor, the rewards would grow and he'd be handsomely repaid. Then Ryu Min glanced at Min's crew. Besides, he didn't like those bastards anyway. Seeing him, one of them warned warily, what are you doing? I'll kill you if you come any closer. Ryu Min just stared coldly without saying a word. Then he gave a faint smile and asked, what? Don't feel like fighting me anymore. At that moment, Min felt a bit scared and muttered, damn it, what are you saying? He recalled what Ryu Min had done. You tore those goblins apart in an instant. Last time you even ranked top. Would you really want to fight a monster like that if you were me? Suddenly, a sound startled him out of his thought. It was Ryu Min swinging his scythe to the ground and saying, if you don't want to fight, then just say so. Min asked him, if I tell the truth, will you let me go? He crossed his arms and answered bluntly, I'll consider it if you kneel and beg to live. In his head, he understood Ryu Min's meaning. So you're asking me to humiliate myself. He hesitated amid the bewilderment of the onlookers as my friends stood watching, and right in front of Seoarin. Then he looked at Ryu Min and sighed inwardly, if I could I wouldn't want to fight him either, but you've pissed me off, you dog. Suddenly Min remembered something, wait. He recalled that he was strong enough to punch through a wall with his bare hands, and thought that if lucky, he might even be able to take him down with one punch. Then he curled his lip in a smile. Min warmed up his limbs and said, you've gone too far, you bastard, while his men just stood there looking dumbfounded. He rolled his shoulders and started walking toward Ryu Min. What do you want me to do? Kneel and beg, you want to die. But in his head he was calculating, right, I'll get in close like this and punch him straight in the face, and figured even he wouldn't survive that hit. He wondered uncertainly how an ordinary person could survive a punch that could break a wall, right? Ryu Min at that moment didn't stand still either. He deliberately sheathed his weapon. Seeing him do that, Min froze and stammered, what are you doing? Are you throwing your weapon aside? He held out his hand and replied confidently, if you fight me barehanded while I have a weapon, that's unfair. winning that easily would be boring. By now Yang Min was provoked. He sneered at Ryu Min, you're a pathetic bastard. As he spoke, Ryu Min moved quickly, which surprised him greatly. He darted swiftly toward Yang Min. Yang Min raised his fist with a triumphant face, inwardly scornful. Ryu Min, you stupid dog, you threw your weapon away and exposed your head like that. He swung his fist straight at Ryu Min's head, die. But Ryu Min's speed and reflexes were much faster, so he dodged the punch. Not only did he miss, Yang Min was punched back in the face by him, and in the blink of an eye was also kicked in the stomach by him. That kick sent him flying backward, while Ryu Min casually withdrew his leg, as if he hadn't expended any effort. Yang Min collapsed to the ground on trembling hands, cursing the bastard. He looked up and Ryu Min's voice was right in front of him, don't curse like that again. As he spoke, he stepped forward and kicked him so he flew backward. The blow sounded filthy and made him cry out in pain. Seeing Yang Min struggle to sit up holding his face, he stopped and stood still. A moment later, he grabbed the collar of his shirt. He punched repeatedly at several places on his face. Yang Min couldn't do anything, just endured the beating in pain and felt like these weren't punches, but as if a hammer was smashing into his face. Looking up at Ryu Min violently attacking in a terrifying way, he wondered, is this bastard as strong as me? He doesn't have my level of strength. Watching that fist still being thrown, Yang Min remained lost in thought. How is he this strong? What he saw was Ryu Min's expressionless face and blazing red eyes. At this point, his teammates could no longer stand by. They grabbed weapons and a bow and called to Yang Min. Someone said, shoot that bastard, which drew Ryu Min's attention and made him stop. The arrow flew toward him. Zio-Arin shouted in alarm, hey, dodge it. He quickly dodged the arrow. The archer panicked and fired arrow after arrow, shouting for Ryu Min to die. But he kept dodging the arrows the man shot at him. He moved with quick, fluid motions to evade the attack and closed in on him. In an instant, he appeared beside him and asked, you only got that bow and killed that monster by luck, right? Which terrified him. Ryu Min raised his hand and manifested his scythe with a smile, unlucky for you. At that moment, he swung his scythe. Now you ran into me. The hand holding the bow was slashed open. It happened so fast he couldn't react. Pain hit him and he fell screaming, my hand. Even so, he still cursed Ryu Min a bastard. Two others in the back, though scared, kept their weapons and loudly said, you think you can pick a fight with us and just walk away. Then one of them lunged forward with a dagger. Die, you dog. Ryu Min asked calmly, is that what you think? Then he used Death Mark. A black skull symbol emitting red light appeared above the dagger wielder's head. Ryu Min swung his scythe behind him. Then he swung it straight forward. The scythe's blade sliced across the man's leg. Immediately it was severed, making him scream and collapse. The other guy panicked, trembling at his leg. While he was still looking at the previous man, Ryu Min quickly lunged over. Before he could react, Ryu Min was right beside him and said, you dare attack me with a weapon? You must have some skill then. The scythe swung, and despite his armor, his arm was severed. He looked at his bloodied arm, crying in pain. The skull symbol from before appeared above his head. Ryu Min turned and thought, Death Mark is different, it doubles damage, so one cut can slice through armor. Seeing the group, none of them were intact. They all lay on the ground moaning in pain. He thought this was far too easy. He fell silent in thought, but I can't end things like this. The hand holding the scythe moved, prompting the boy sitting on the ground to cry out in shock. Ryu Min decided he had to deepen this fear so they wouldn't dare come near him again. The archer's both thighs were deeply cut. He lay shaking, unable to get up. The dagger wielder weakly begged as he attacked, please stop. The other man, pale-faced, pleaded, I'm about to die, please spare me. Ryu Min swung his bloodied scythe with an indifferent tone and said, quiet, a little blood spat won't kill you yet. He breathed a sigh of relief. That's the end of them, next is. Then he glanced away. Looking toward the tree where Yang Min was hiding, he called out, hiding is useless. The scythe was swung, no exceptions. The scythe aimed at Yang Min's arm. His fate matched the other three with a piercing scream. Ryu Min said coldly, stop crying like a child. He knew this was nothing yet. Recalling the time he and his friends had brutally bullied him in the past, he knew that wasn't as terrible as what he'd endured compared to the pain you caused me. Ryu Min swung the scythe and ruthlessly severed Yang Min's remaining arm. Zio-Arin and An-Sanctual silently watched the horrific scene and Yang Min's screams. An-Sanctual winced in panic. He cut off the opponent's two arms mercilessly, even though they had lost all will to fight. He watched Ryu Min chopping one limb after another off Yang Min, thinking some might see it as cruel, but he liked a person who could stay cold-headed like that. Sweating, An-Sanctual thought, that's the guild leader, you dare oppose him. He stood up and called out, are you two all right? Looking at the man before him, An-Sanctual replied, yes, thanks to you. Ryu Min pointed at Yang Min's group and declared, you don't need to worry about them anymore. As you can see, they're crippled, so it's best we start voting them off. Seo Arin and An Sangcheol immediately bowed their heads. Thank you so much for helping us. Thank you very much. Seo Arin looked up hesitantly and asked, still, won't they die soon? He turned to look at them with contempt. So what, they're less than animals. When he turned back, he saw her bowing her head in hesitation. She's too weak. Ryu Min wondered why she would care about the lives of these bastards, as if she's some kind of saint, probably keeping up appearances because she's famous. Suddenly An Sangcheol spoke up. Hey, he politely raised his hand and asked, may I ask something? Hope you don't mind. He put his hand in his pocket. What's up? Looking at Yangmin's gasping form, he asked curiously, why spare them? In this world, it wouldn't be a big deal if you killed them. Yangmin, in his pitiful state, flinched at those words. He smiled. The reason, he privately rated him highly. Indeed, Ma Jeonrok's right-hand man. Looking at these pathetic people, he replied simply, killing them gains nothing. An Sangcheol asked, gains nothing. He gave his reason, leaving them alive could cause trouble in the future. Ryu Min looked at the group now immobilized and asked, trouble. He sneered, could they do that? He turned to explain, moreover, reducing the population isn't good because the number of successful participants would drop. Hearing that, An Sangcheol understood. He bowed in agreement. Exactly. As he said, if the number of successful participants falls, the housing for those who clear the stage will also decrease. He looked at Ryu Min admiringly. He even considered these aspects. His game knowledge is on another level. He's truly impressive. An Sangcheol exhaled. I get it. We'll stop worrying about this trash. Ryu Min immediately turned to leave. All right, I'm going. But An Sangcheol called him back. Wait, you. He wanted to repay the life-saving favor. If you give me your account number, I'll send a reward in the real world later. He didn't stop walking and replied curtly, no need. Watching his retreating back, An Sangcheol wondered. He helps others without asking for anything in return. He thought to himself, he'll report this to the guild leader immediately. Yangmin's groans caught his attention. Although he wanted to kill them, he held back, because as the guild leader said, killing them gains nothing. He spat on Yangmin's head, insulting the bastards, then called out, let's go. Seo Arin replied, understood. Where people had gathered to vote, it was noisy with arguing. Please give me all your votes. Please vote for me. If you elect me as regional representative, I'll do the job well. No, compared to him, I'm confident I can do better. Two men were arguing and shoving each other. You fat pig, the other angrily replied. What did you say? How dare you call me that? Seeing their conflict, people turned to calm them both down. Don't fight, even combined we're too weak. What good comes from brawling? Exactly. Seizing the chance to mediate, he put a hand on his chest and said, hot-headed people aren't fit to be a representative. Let me do it. One arm rose. Wait. That man confidently pointed to himself. My father is a member of parliament. Wouldn't I be more suitable to be the representative? After that remark, others questioned him. Your father a member of parliament? How can we believe that? Meanwhile, a voice rang out. Everyone. Everyone fell silent and turned to look. He was the one nicknamed Min Chok Man and said, there's only 2 hours left to vote. We shouldn't waste time like this. We need to vote quickly. Those around him asked, so how do we decide who to vote for? Do you have any suggestions? He said yes. Very good, even better. Upon hearing this, people began to stir. Really? Who is it? He smiled and said, everyone, quiet down. He curled his lip, thinking these people will follow every word I say. Then he turned his back and grinned slyly at the others, predicting they'd fall for his persuasive rune again. When he first got the persuasive rune from a random rune shard, he was disappointed. Back when he picked up the stone, he thought, what is this? The system image popped up. Persuasive rune effect. Increases persuasive ability toward the person you're speaking with. The effect doesn't apply to targets of a higher level than the caster. He was still disappointed. Persuasive rune, how is it supposed to work on monsters that can't speak? Not long after, he quickly figured out a proper way to use it. When the men were killing goblins, what a tasty one, pin them down so they can't move. He shouted just as the persuasive rune activated. Everyone, that woman over there is in danger. Forget those goblins and go help her. Everyone seemed to lose their will and surged off. Okay, coming right away, help her first. He thought to himself he'd repeat this trick to steal the near-dead goblins and easily kill 100 of them. Back in the present, he grinned wickedly. If lucky, he'd easily become the regional representative. Min Chok Man used the persuasive rune to speak up. Everyone, we should pick candidates first. Let's narrow the choices down to about 5 to make voting easier. People seemed hypnotized and responded without protest. Not a bad idea, makes sense. We won't get anywhere if everyone keeps just asking for votes for themselves. He raised his hand and continued to steer the crowd. Then let's reduce the options first. If you want to nominate someone, raise your hand and point to that person. A fat guy heard this and quickly raised his hand to nominate himself. Min-Chok Man stopped him at once. Of course you can't nominate yourself, otherwise everything will go back to how it was. The fat man heard that, lost his enthusiasm, and snorted. Everyone affected by the persuasive rune was debating. They're right, there's no other way, he thought to himself. It's so easy to sway these lowlifes. People were all brooding, but who to nominate now? I don't know anyone, and I don't want anyone else to become representative. He smirked inwardly, just as expected. It's quiet. At this point, only the prominent ones will get nominated. Suddenly, a man spoke up. I nominate Min-Chok Man as representative. He felt pleased at being nominated. Bingo. The man continued, after all, the representative should be rational and capable of leadership. He feigned surprise and asked me. The man went on, rallying those around him. Yes, he's handling things well right now, right? You agree too, don't you? Min-Chok Man noticed the effect and chuckled inwardly. One more fool. He kept smiling and used the persuasive rune to speak. Thanks for the praise, anyone else? Before he finished, someone cut in. I want to nominate the guild leader. He watched others get nominated and exclaimed, that's reasonable. Of course someone who ranked first last round should be nominated. With others nominated, people shouted out their choices. Then I nominate the one who ranked second last round. Life is a documentary. I nominate third place, Black Dragon right hand. Min-Chok Man continued to steer the crowd. So we have 4 candidates, one more, anyone else? No one answered. Seeing that, he clapped to redirect attention and said, let's finalize these 4. Before we vote, can each candidate give a speech? He again used the persuasive rune to speak. I'll go first. Min-Chok Man seemed very pleased with his power. Convincing these pathetic people was a breeze. He continued using the rune to control people. If chosen as regional representative, I will. Suddenly a voice rang out. Stop the nonsense. Min-Chok Man turned around in surprise. He was the one who ranked second last round. Life is a documentary. Jusuk scratched his ear, walked forward and spoke. I don't want to hear your bullshit anymore. Min-Chok Man tried to use the rune to persuade Jusuk. What are you doing? But Jusuk seemed immune. Instead he asked, hey Min-Chok Man. He grinned and exposed him. Do you think this world is that simple? Will people blindly obey a few words you spit out? Min-Chok Man was startled and thought, what, he discovered my skill? Impossible, he must be bluffing. Jusuk snarled, who do you think you are to decide who becomes the regional representative? You cheap instigator. Min-Chok Man tried to stay calm and said, you're crossing the line. There's a saying that words reflect one's face and character. Do you have to speak such insults? He thought to himself, right, that should do it. Jusuk yelled, you son of a bitch. Jusuk grimaced and shouted, who do you think you are lecturing me? I'm sick of it. The chocolate kid was stunned. Your skill has no effect on him. No way. Then Jusuk pointed at the crowd and barked, hey you idiots, forget that candidate and vote for me, or I'll kill every one of you, got it? Min-Chok Man remained composed, sighed, and said, you're beyond saving. He stepped forward and spoke as he walked. Do you really think people will obey if you talk like that? Stop humiliating yourself and step back. Jusuk fell silent when he heard that. Suddenly he drew a knife, spun around, and slashed Min-Chok Man's face. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere. Everyone panicked. Min-Chok Man clutched his throat to staunch the bleeding and tried to speak. Jusuk, pleased, said, I told you, if you mess with me you deserve to die. Min-Chok Man seemed to be in excruciating pain. His eyes rolled back as he groaned and tried to speak. He collapsed to the ground, apparently lifeless. Jusuk pointed the knife at Min-Chok Man, the blood still splattering, and threatened everyone, if you don't vote for me, dig your own graves and lie down. The crowd screamed like headless snakes. Oh my god, he's dead. That guy killed Min-Chok Man. He's gone mad, murderer. Jusuk raised the knife and pointed at the crowd with a cold face. So, any opinions, speak up. The man who had nominated Min-Chok Man shouted, you lunatic, are you out of your mind? Jusuk sneered arrogantly and said, if you don't speak up then I'll come meet you at your doorstep. He charged with the blade, killing those who opposed him. People screamed for help. He raved like a madman, marveling that there were no cops, no informants, no cameras. He slaughtered everyone present like a butcher, convinced he could kill without restraint. Jusuk brandished the knife threateningly. If you don't vote for me, next time it'll be your turn, understand? People recoiled in fear. With his face covered in blood he thought, they'll vote for me out of fear. If possible, I'll become the regional representative that way. He thought of Ryu Min, the guild leader. I'll kill that annoying bastard first. If I kill him, I'll become number 1. The system sound rang out. Null defeated. Kill count 265-100. The system displayed all stats increased by 100% thanks to Slayer rune. Triple experience buff applied. You have leveled up. You are now level 16. Did I just hit level 16? Ryu Min stared at the status panel. He looked at the slain beasts and thought, the higher the level, the slower leveling gets. Even after killing over 200 monsters in 2 hours, I've only leveled 6 times. He closed the system panel and continued thinking. On the bright side, monster hunting has become easier. Ryu Min thought of the 2 glowing red stones. Clearly it's because I possess both the death rune and the slayer rune. He sheathed his sword and silently made a plan. It's probably time. With that, he stored his weapons in his space. Time to leave. The system continued to display. At the same time, a teleportation circle appeared. Voting time left 000000. It's time to vote, summoning players in the area to the starting point. The injured players were also forced to call out to the open field. Some who were currently hunting were also surprised to be summoned back. On Sangchial and those who had just returned were startled by the scene here. What is this? Around that slaughterer were countless bodies still reeking of blood, the corpses of players. What the hell happened here? Sa-Arun quickly covered her mouth in shock. Don't tell me that person killed them all, while Ryu Min quietly looked over there. It seemed Jusuk was leading this again. That madman turned to look at him with a bloodied face. Jusuk is the leader of the Jusuk gang and the second strongest warrior in his district. Actually, his personality is terribly trashy. Then he curled the corner of his mouth up, flashing a perverted grin that made him think even harder it's best to defuse that bomb before it explodes. Ryu Min coldly glanced back as if to respond, but now was not the time. Hey Black Scythe, where have you been? I've been waiting for you a long time. Ryu Min, still leisurely with hands in pockets, asked, what do you want? He responded with a friendly look, nothing much, just want to ask one thing. Jusuk seemed very confident, proposing to him, I'll get straight to the point, come under my command. His words made him raise an eyebrow and repeat, come under my command. The other brandished his dagger with a smile, I will spare your life if you do. But the sudden burst of laughter from Black Scythe startled him. Ryu Min spoke without hesitation, directly asking, do you want to start fighting right now? He even combined it with his provocative smile to goad him more. Kneel down and beg me, then I will spare you. Jusuk grimaced and then picked up the dagger. Damn it, look at this crazy bastard. It seems you still don't grasp the situation, but he continued to assert, if I become the regional representative, but Ryu Min didn't care and interrupted. Is it that hard to understand what I'm saying? Deadly power coiled around his hand. The scythe appeared along with the powerful magic from Ryu Min. Or do you prefer to die here? Jusuk's heart trembled in panic. What is that? Where did he get that weapon? Damn it, I picked the wrong person to mess with. The man opposite him still asked coldly, what's wrong? Did the cat take your tongue? He clenched his teeth in bitterness, sweat dripping down the dried blood on his face. Though scared, this guy stubbornly insisted, hey, I'm Jusuk, the leader of the Jusuk gang. Do you think I would kneel before someone like you? Jusuk lowered himself and flicked his small knife, shouting, grab that weapon and come up here, you bastard. Ryu Min silently smiled with satisfaction. He was still as stubborn as always, enough joking around. Facing a cowardly guy like him, you have to think carefully. If I show my strength and get voted, things will get pretty complicated. He slightly curled the corner of his lips into a sly smile. I have to turn Jusuk into the representative to be able to exploit him in round 3, moreover. In Ryu Min's red eyes glancing upwards, it's also time for the angel to appear. As he finished speaking, a pair of white wings fluttered down where they were standing. You humans have gathered all together, haven't you? Everyone looked toward her, while Ryu Min silently warned Jusuk as he fumbled in confusion, you're lucky. He also gently put away the scythes. Next time before challenging anyone, remember to check who they are if you don't want to die early. Jusuk, his whole body dripping blood, was stunned and speechless. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, damn it, almost had a heart attack. This time I'll let it go, just wait and see. If I become the representative, I will make him pay for this insult 100 times over. Have you all chosen your representative yet? Then she noticed the corpses on the ground and realized something. I understand now. It seems that in the past 3 hours you weren't just talking nonsense. Of course, if you trash all die, I don't care. With interest, she raised her finger to command, shall we start the voting session? The system screen appeared before the players, making them confused. The voting session for the representative will officially begin. You only have one vote, and the player with the most votes will become the representative. Look at the person you want to vote for and think before voting. Ryu Min was also thoughtfully looking at the announcement line there. Players who do not vote within 5 minutes will be eliminated from the round and disappear. And now the clock had started, with 4 minutes and 59 seconds remaining. The weaker players were all looking in one direction, looking at the person they wanted to vote for, right? So then, Josik was very pleased to see countless eyes fearfully turning toward him, just as he expected. Everyone was looking at him. He glanced around and was surprised to notice something unusual. That rude guy pointed directly at a girl and shouted, "Hey, you chubby steamed bun girl." She panicked and replied, Me. They had a very loud argument. Do you want to die? Why don't you look at me? No, I already voted for you. Ryu Min sighed on his side, bored and frustrated. He looked around the crowd and then warned them in a stern tone, "If you don't look at me, consider your life over." Seconds passed along with the shouting of that guy, who just turned around. Finally, it stopped at 0, no minutes remaining. That angel was eagerly waiting and then turned to say, "Time's up. Luckily, you foolish humans all managed to vote in time." She clapped her hands twice to execute a system command. "Let's tally the votes, shall we?" The information board in their area instantly appeared very large in midair. Choosing the regional representative, voting results: 1. Life is a documentary film with 2,412 votes. 2. Black Scythe with 2,077 votes. 3. Black Dragon in My Right Hand with 249 votes. 4. Chubby Steamed Bun with 6 votes. 5. Adorable Little Bird with 5 votes. Josik was stunned looking up. He stood at number 1, but only with 2,412 votes. Black Scythe even ranked second. He was furious and turned to glare at the young men around him, who hurriedly stepped aside. Those bastards, I told them to vote only for me, yet they voted for Black Scythe too. The angelic person glanced over and then began to announce, "The results are in. Life is a documentary film is the regional representative." She giggled joyfully. "We will grant you command authority so you can issue orders to everyone." An announcement immediately appeared: "You have become the regional representative. As a representative, you will be granted command authority." Josik immediately thought of settling the score with Ryu Min. "After receiving these rights, I will make you regret not killing me, Black Scythe, if I command everyone to kill him." But he suddenly paused when he saw something else. In front of him was an information board. "What's this? Temporary skill, command authority effects. You can issue orders to players and control them. Players cannot disobey your orders under any circumstances. Usage limit, 10 uses in total, 10 out of 10. You can only command 1 player at a time. This skill does not apply to level players and can only be used 10 times. His face shifted from joy to astonishment in an instant, and it doesn't work on level players. So that means all level players can ignore his commands. The sharp eyes of that angel briefly appeared behind the curtain. "Now the lover is hiding. Surely you all thought the voting part ended there, right?" She then informed them of something else. "Not quite. This round has another hidden mission." Those below immediately buzzed with questions. What does that mean, a hidden mission? Suddenly, another board appeared, surprising on Sanctual. Round 2, side mission to level up before voting. Level up to a level and find a leveling item. You will receive a 50% discount coupon for today's item if you succeed. What is this? A leveling item? Corin nervously read the line, level up to a level. The angel asked them with some disdain. The mission window was set up to appear like this at level 10, but you all didn't realize it, right? Someone scratched his head anxiously, wondering how we could level up without monsters. That remark unintentionally triggered her unhappy emotions. What do you mean? The forest is full of monsters. She immediately set up something in their world. Don't be too gloomy about it. In total, only 80,000 people can level up to it in this round. And she also smoothly mentioned something. By the way, someone in this area has already leveled up to A. This information puzzled the players a bit. Someone has already leveled up. Who is it? The angel snapped her fingers once very tamely. Let's check the results of the side quests and then find out who that person is. At that moment, the board immediately opened. Side quest results in round 2 for all areas. A Black Scythe, level 16 Reaper, 39 minutes 42 seconds. 2 Devil Dark Knights of the Night, level 10, 2 hours 36 minutes 15 seconds. 3 Foolish Mages, level 10, 2 hours 37 minutes 17 seconds. Area Esks 45-5, 1 level 16 Reaper, 39 minutes 42 seconds. And the earlier questions were also answered. The first to level up was the Black Scythe. Those people then began to focus their attention on the one standing calmly behind them. He is the first in this area to level up. Ryu Min was surrounded by countless exclamations of astonishment from the players. Furthermore, he was a Reaper. Now everyone just hesitates but surrounds Ryu Min to gossip. Death God, what kind of profession is that? It seems pretty domineering, right? Is that why he carries such a huge scythe everywhere? Josik was also frustrated, thinking, damn it, I was about to use my command right to make the black scythe fight back at him, but who would have thought the black scythe would change professions right at this moment? The angel approached the ranking board to continue. In round 2, rankings were awarded based on the order of completing side quests. She pondered as she looked at the information there and murmured, so the one who changed professions in our area is the black scythe player. The only thing that surprised her was Ryu Min. You're not only ranked first in the current area, but also top of the entire global rankings. The angel turned to him with an admiring attitude, impressed. Black Scythe, your death god profession is very unique and your nickname even fits it. Answer me, how did you come up with that nickname? Her question was somewhat cryptic. Did you know in advance you would receive the death god profession? Ryu Min looked up and replied calmly, I also didn't know I would get a profession that matches my nickname. The angel exclaimed as if discovering something delightful, so perhaps becoming a death god is fate. He still answered very briefly, that's right. But in fact, in his mind, he already knew everything clearly. Even the angels did not know how to obtain the death profession, they only knew it was a special profession. She laughed happily as she repeated her own words, is this fate? It's truly fascinating. Her interest in the Black Scythe player grew even more. Yet in this area, there was someone who changed their profession, so are you the only one who won't be affected by the command right? The others immediately focused on her words, he won't be affected by the command right. What does that mean, angel sir? The angel, being in a good mood, took the opportunity to explain to them. Since we're on this topic, I'll just explain. The command right does not apply to humans with professions, so the area's representative cannot order the Black Scythe to act according to their will. That's how it is. She exposed all the representative's weaknesses. Moreover, the command right can only be used 10 times. So just because someone is the area's representative doesn't mean they have unlimited power. The players had another chance to be amazed, only 10 uses, so that's how it is. Josik gritted his teeth in frustration but couldn't do anything. Damn it, that wretched angel, there's no way to tell them that. Having gossiped enough, she continued with her mission. So we should reward the Black Scythe since you got the profession earliest, right? That powerful snap of the fingers rang out once again. Congratulations, you have completed the mission ranked first in the current area. Congratulations on completing the mission ranked first in all areas. Ryu Min touched the screen to make a selection. You receive the reward for achieving first place in the current area, choosing a low-level rare armor. You receive the reward for achieving first place in all areas, choosing a special reward. The very familiar items appeared before his eyes once again. Please choose one of the following rare armors. Reward, select the reward you desire. Medieval Warrior's Metal Armor, Professional Hunter's Leather Armor, Breathable Mage's Cloak. He quickly tapped on the middle equipment without hesitation. The first choice was too heavy, and the third choice barely offered any defense. The second Golden Yang was also unlocked. Please choose one of the following special rewards. Reward, select the reward you desire. Triple experience effect, applied to Stage 3, 3,000 gold. Information about Stage 3. He paused to think for a moment. Since Stage 3 had many monsters, of course he needed triple experience. Then he directed his choice according to his own decision. Everything was completed, so a radiant aura enveloped Ryu Min's body. Alright, the rewards have now been distributed. An Sangchial and Seo Arin both looked at the angel with worried eyes. Everyone can return now, the next round, round 3. Yangmin, whose face was bruised and battered, was also being forced to return. It's going to be very interesting. That angel couldn't hide her delighted smile, I guarantee. Summary of round 2 results. All regions survivors 873,500,205. Current region asks 45-5 survivors 4,988. Souls will soon be transferred to bodies in the existing dimensional space on May 1, 2023. The next round will begin. We will see you again in the next round. Congratulations on surviving. Souls will soon be transferred to bodies in the existing dimensional space. Yangmin sat up abruptly with extreme fear. First, he hurriedly moved his fingers. He was also relieved when he checked his body. His hands were still intact. Just as he guessed, as long as he didn't die, his body would remain intact when he returned. But then Yangmin's face darkened and he told himself he would never pick a fight with Black Scythe again. Never. Damn it, I don't want to get involved with such a cold bastard anymore. An Sangchial was in Seo Arin's room comforting her. You worked hard, Arin. The girl sat on the cushioned chair and replied, what did I do? You were the one who bore it all. Still innocent, she turned and said, "Thank you for protecting me." He hurriedly adjusted his tie and looked away. "I'm your manager and bodyguard after all, so it's only natural." Arin suddenly mentioned the person who saved them, and I also want to thank the Black Scythe once again. Is there any way to do that? An Sangchial explained to her that we don't know his real appearance, so there's really no way to find him. It seems the Black Scythe also doesn't want his identity to be revealed. The girl still didn't understand his meaning. He didn't want to do that, right? Her manager clarified, "Did I ask him for his account number to compensate him?" However, judging by how quickly he refused. He hesitated a little before speaking plainly. The Black Scythe knows that using his account number could reveal his real identity. Arin immediately lowered her face, saddened. To ease her worries, he proposed another way. If she wants to thank him, why not look for him in the next round and then give him an item as a gift? Arin quite agreed with that idea. That's a good idea. I have to think of a way to repay him properly. They paused their conversation as the room grew dark all around. Rest for today, we'll meet again tomorrow. Yes, goodbye. Afterward, An Sangchial used the elevator to return. He suddenly noticed his phone vibrating in his jacket pocket. He raised the phone to his ear and carefully greeted Chairman Ma Jionrak. A cold voice came from the other end of the line, Director An Sangchial. He asked with concern, "You're not asleep yet?" The other person responded cheerfully, "I just got back and was drinking some whiskey." The elevator had already reached the 4th floor while they were still talking. "I have already seen the summary of the results. Mr. Chairman, congratulations on having changed your profession to Dark Knight." The chairman responded modestly and then began to probe, saying, "There's nothing worth congratulating. Is something wrong on your side?" An Sangchial carefully gave a brief report of everything. Arin and I only managed to reach level 8, and meanwhile we were injured and could no longer go hunting. The person on the other end of the line was curious. Injured? He went down to the parking basement and started looking for his car. "Actually, I was intending to report this matter to you, sir. Is now a good time?" The other person remained on the line but fell silent when he understood what An Sangchial wanted to say. It was related to the Black Scythe. He stood looking at the city through the window and then ordered him, "Go to the hotel. I will listen directly." An Sangchial responded very professionally, "Yes, I will be there within 20 minutes. Then he opened the car door to get inside, unaware of a shadowy figure hiding by the wall. The figure wore a hood covering their head and watched as the tail end of the car slowly left the basement. Ryu Min watched after them, thinking, as predicted, he was headed to Ma Jionrak's place. Rewinding 10 minutes earlier, while the younger brother was still dozing beside the bed, he had already woken up to check on some things. The system asked him, "Please think of the target you want to track and say their name." He immediately voiced the name in his mind, An Sangchial. The system matched the name and the face and started tracking the target's location. The system function helped Ryu Min immediately locate An Sangchial. The target An Sangchial's position had been found. The position was 9 meters away. "He's quite close, isn't he? Is he still on the upper floor of the penthouse?" Suddenly, the number below started to increase. It rose higher and higher, drawing his attention. Is the position changing? When it nearly reached 87, his curiosity grew even more. With the position changing so quickly, he must be using the elevator. Where is he going so early in the morning? A thought flashed through Ryu Min's mind. Could it be that he's heading to Ma Jionrak's place? He quickly put on his jacket to leave the room immediately, wanting to confirm first. And now back to the present, Ryu Min was standing inside the parking garage. Luckily, as soon as he returned, he could investigate him right away. Tonight, the moon was almost entirely covered by dark clouds. The darkness was obscuring the moonlight. A mysterious figure calmly stood admiring the view from inside the building. Tonight was a perfect night to tail someone. He turned and silently thought to himself, "For now, I will endure and review the report first." Ma Jionrak sat down in his expensive chair, faced with countless questions. Black Scythe, which player wouldn't know him? He ranked first in both the first and second rounds after all. His fingers tapped repeatedly on the chair's surface. Something related to the first rank was troubling him, and this didn't give him a good feeling. Then he stopped tapping as another suspicion arose. Could it be that he had a conflict with his subordinates? His flawless yet very firm hand was raised. If that was the case, I couldn't just sit idly and accept it. Causing trouble for my right-hand man was no different from challenging me. Ma Jeonrok's face darkened at his own thoughts. He would not let stand anyone blocking his path, no matter who they were, even if they were top tier. After waiting for a while, the person he had been waiting for finally arrived and knocked on the door. A familiar voice came from outside the door. "Sir, are you in there? This is On Sangcheol." He replied, "Yes, please come in." Ma Jeonrok stood up to welcome his right-hand man. "Unit Leader On, it's a pleasure to see you again." He stepped inside and politely said, "Likewise, Mr. Chairman." On Sangcheol was very pleased with him. "All thanks to you, Mr. Chairman," and he was as familiar with him as a colleague. "I haven't done anything. We aren't even in the same area anymore." Nevertheless, On Sangcheol bowed to express his sincerity. "Just having you here fills me with enthusiasm." "Thank you." Ma Jeonrok gestured to him. "You're good at flattering words, Unit Leader On Sangcheol. Please have a seat." He looked up with a smile. "It's not flattery, it's the truth. Although it's a bit late, congratulations on surviving." The two sat down and began to talk. Survived what? The second round was like a child's candy-grabbing game. On Sangcheol kept praising, "And I also wanted to congratulate you on your upgrade." He took a sip of wine and replied, "Not at all, I was just lucky." Before his esteemed chairman, he did not hesitate to offer kind words to him. They say luck is also a kind of skill, and ranking second and third across all regions isn't easy. Ma Jeonrok smiled at him as he continued speaking. "It is my greatest honor to serve someone like you, Mr. Chairman." Then he gently put down his half-finished glass of wine and asked directly, "Hearing you praise me to the skis like that, I guess you're looking to gain something from me." Ma Jeonrok lifted his face and slightly curled his lips, saying, "Let's hear it. You have a question for me, don't you?" On Sangcheol then got straight to the point with some hesitation. "If so, could you tell me where to find the upgrade items?" He leaned back in his chair and answered, "It's nothing special. They just dropped while I was hunting monsters." Though he said that, he actually had a secret hidden behind it. In truth, it was all thanks to the random Dark Knight's rune fragment he had obtained. Turning back a bit to when he was still inside that world and heard the angel's declaration. "One last thing, look at the item chest inside. I have a gift for you all." Ma Jeonrok silently thought the command in his mind to store the item, and an information panel immediately appeared. The Dark Knight's rune, which increases all stats, and a stream of dark light completely enveloped your weapon. This stream of light can deal damage to enemies and can automatically transform you into a Dark Knight. A special profession unlocked at level 10, the Dark Knight's rune. He held his rune in hand as powerful energy surged around him. One can become a Dark Knight upon reaching level 10 stars. Ma Jeonrok kept these things to himself, knowing he was lucky in the first round because his random rune was an almost cheating item. But still, his eyes remained cold as he showed his stance. Even with trusted subordinates considered family, he could not reveal all information. Anyone could change in the blink of an eye, such is human nature. Then he spoke up again, addressing the person opposite him. "Unit Leader On, let's return to the main topic. Who injured you?" Ma Jeonrok seriously brought up the name he always suspected. Was it Black Scythe? On Sangcheol hurriedly waved his hand. No, that's not it. Actually, he was the one who saved me." This information was beyond his imagination and made him curious. "Saved you? Tell me the details." After a while of recounting everything, he finally understood. "So it was because of those thugs targeting actress Seo Eun that you nearly died?" Un Sangcheol replied, "Yes." Then he repeated the described detail, saying if the Black Scythe hadn't appeared, both of us might have died. He added that Seo Eun might survive, but she would suffer psychological trauma and would no longer be able to continue working in the entertainment industry. Ma Jeonrok fell into deep thought. He had not only almost lost a valuable subordinate, but also nearly jeopardized his business. He took up his unfinished glass of wine and swirled it, then asked, "What about those guys? Are they dead?" His subordinate reported back, although the Black Scythe made them suffer pain worse than death, he actually did not kill them. That action really puzzled Ma Jeonrok. Why was that? On Sangcheol then explained that killing them wouldn't bring any benefit. If the total number of people decreased, the number surviving the round would also drop accordingly. He still had doubts about Ryu Min's behavior. The latter wasn't wrong, but who could tell what tricks they might try in the future? Still, Ma Jeonrok showed he was not a cold-blooded man. Thanks to the Black Scythe, his subordinates and his possessions remained intact. It seemed he owed him this time. He suggested I should compensate him. On Sangcheol quickly responded that he had mentioned this, but he said it wasn't necessary and left immediately. A sharp person like him immediately realized the intention behind that. He refused to accept compensation or thanks. Was he afraid of revealing his identity? He is quite cautious. Then the two stood up. If you meet him in the next round, please send my thanks. I sincerely appreciate that he saved both of us. Sangcheol nodded at him, saying, I will definitely let him know, Chairman. He also carefully advised and keep an eye on him to see if there's anything we can do to help. You know I don't like owing favors to others. His right-hand man immediately understood. Of course, I will do as you wish. But Ma Jeonrok's words were not finished. I forgot to ask one more important thing. At that moment, he seriously asked him, what are the nicknames of those thugs? Ryu Min was under a dry tree, looking up at the top-floor apartment whose lights were still on. He had been outside for a long time, monitoring their actions. Truly a loyal dog. It's so late, yet he still ran straight to Ma Jeonrok as soon as he returned to reality. But then he also had to turn and leave. I should go back now. After all, the destination has been confirmed. Lingering here will only arouse suspicion. Ryu Min hailed a car by the road to return home. A famous person sponsored by Ma Jeonrok living in the same neighborhood as me. I should thank my brother. This story reminds him of when the two of them just moved here. If the two of them hadn't gone to give rice cakes to get to know the neighbors. Ryu Min remembers the surprised look on Seo Arin's face when she saw them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have met Seo Arin and wouldn't have known about the relationship between Sangcheol and Seo Arin. He opened the car door while carefully calculating. If he used the pretext of being neighbors as leverage, it would be easier to earn Ma Jeonrok's trust, but he still had to consider whether to bring Ma Jeonrok along at turn 22. Ryu Min himself also knew well the skills of that chairman. Ma Jeonrok's Dark Knight's rune is so perfect it feels like cheating. However, there are disadvantages, such as having no rune for upgrade rewards and being forced to become a Dark Knight. But the biggest disadvantage is a venomous snake emerging from the magic flow to drain all the life energy from the other person. To use the Black Scythe, a kind of power of the Dark Knight, one must accumulate a special type of mana called Black Mana, and this black mana cannot be acquired through normal means. The silhouette of the Shadow Knight gleamed above the piling dead bodies. In a way, this skill is very fitting for someone with perverse tastes like Ma Jeonrok. He forced a smile. Being teammates with such a maniac is definitely dangerous. Ryu Min sat in the car thinking to himself, for now, just treat him as a candidate. Then he could use him however he wanted. He suddenly felt comfortable thinking about a female player. Besides him, there were many talented people. The car slid along the deserted road along with his plans. As soon as dawn breaks, I should get started right away. The next day began with a sigh from inside the convenience store. The man held his head and moaned at the checkout counter, wondering what he should do. While he was still troubled, a noise sounded nearby. At this rate, the revenue would be cut in half. Julie walked into the store with a bright smile. Oh dear. He looked up at her and said, "Hello, Julie." She replied very politely, "Hello, father. Why are you sighing so heavily?" He reluctantly shared his troubles. It's like this, the lottery tickets have been completely suspended. Julie was surprised, asking why so suddenly. Her father recounted a few main points. The government found a plausible excuse, but they said it was apparently because of the players. His words reminded the girl of some online articles. They don't know what skills the players will use. KMS News, a man won the lottery jackpot 4 times in a row, pocketing $62.7 million. The secret to winning 4 times, I dreamed of it. Lottery sales stopped due to consecutive wins. He sighed again in despair. Because of rent and labor costs, things are very difficult now. What should I do? The dutiful daughter exclaimed. Don't worry, father. She said cheerfully to him, I'm about to graduate, and from now on, I'll be able to help you. Then she asked herself, wait a minute, if I find a part-time job to increase the family income, would that be better? Her father immediately waved his hand, saying, Julie, leave the money to me, you focus on your studies. He suddenly recalled her dream. Your grades are very good. Aren't you planning to go to university? Your dream is to become a doctor after all. Julie replied calmly, Father, I have given up on that dream. In this situation, what's so important about school? Her father was startled, then his face darkened. You're right, money isn't important now. If something bad happens, you might lose your life in the next round. He held his face and exclaimed, lately, I've been overthinking all sorts of things. I'm sorry, Julie. She looked at his troubled emotions with concern. Father. She quickly entwined her fair hands with his rough ones. There's nothing for you to apologize for. This isn't your fault. He still felt very awkward, but the girl was very optimistic as she promised him, I'm fine, I promise. I'll survive the second round and even achieve a profession. Her father didn't quite understand those terms, profession. To distract him, she radiated a kind of light inside her palm. That's right, father, just wait a moment. A gentle power surged gently throughout his body. He hurriedly touched his head and exclaimed in amazement, "What was that just now?" Julie happily shared it with her father, saying that this skill called blessing comes from her support profession. It helps increase all stats slightly. They say it has the effect of boosting vitality in ordinary people. His mood also became very uplifted. This skill is wonderful. Father feels full of energy, which made her giggle. I'll use this skill for you often, Dad. Julie did not forget to encourage him, saying, so cheer up, Dad. He regained the smile on his lips and replied, all right, Dad will be happy then. Suddenly, the sound of the door opening made him greet out of habit, welcome. Ryu Min stepped in wearing simple attire. That visitor was. Julie whispered softly in his ear, Dad knows him, right? And the father stammered, he is the winner. He gently walked inside while they were still whispering among themselves that the winner had guessed the same numbers for 100 tickets. Ryu Min immediately approached and said, hello, sir. Do you remember me? I bought 1,000 lottery tickets. He replied, puzzled, I still remember, but why have you come here? Suddenly, he bowed to the man, saying, first of all, I want to apologize. That action startled the other man. Why would you suddenly apologize? He calmly explained his reason. I have checked the news. Because I won first prize consecutively, the store was forced to stop selling lottery tickets. Julie stood nearby, silently sweating as he admitted his fault, saying, I'm sorry for accidentally causing damage to the shop. The shop owner hurriedly waved his hand. Don't worry, it's not your fault. Not being able to sell lottery tickets won't starve me. Ryu Min still didn't relax because of that, though he felt guilty for causing trouble to the uncle. So, he pulled out a white envelope and placed it in front of the man, saying, I want to compensate, although the amount isn't very large. The man was surprised. Wow, what is this? In front of both of them, he calmly stated the amount he had just taken out was 10 million. The shop owner was very awkward and tried to persuade him, you don't need to do that, please take it back. But he firmly insisted, please keep it, sir, because I really did cause the trouble. After finishing, he resolutely turned away to leave. I'm heading off now. The shop owner wanted to call out to him but failed. Hey, you there. Holding the envelope in his hand, the man was troubled. How could I accept such a large sum? His daughter nearby finally spoke up, Dad. She quickly held up her bag and hurriedly took the money to return it after running alongside. Her father readily agreed and said, yes, return it to him. Julie hurriedly chased after him along the smooth sidewalk. It wasn't long before she caught up with Ryu Min and called out to him, wait for me a moment. He turned to look back with a very expressionless face. Because she had been running, her face was flushed pink. Ryu Min, is that you? She said. He responded in a strange tone, and you are. She immediately smiled brightly and then introduced herself. You don't know me, do you? I'm Min Jella, we're in the same class. With his memory, he took a moment to think, same class. She then paused, don't tell me you don't know we are classmates, right? On the surface, Ryu Min just smiled and took the blame, but inwardly he thought differently. I'm sorry, I'm not good with faces, which was, of course, a lie. He actually knew her information very well. Min Julie was his classmate and the daughter of the convenience store owner. She also had a special profession as a buffer, specializing in buffing support effects for teammates. In his previous life, Ryu Min once wielded his scythe to help her during a monster hunt. Afterward, she had thanked him so effusively that he remembered it very clearly. Back then, I just found out she was in the same class and I was truly surprised. This kind of fate really exists. The reason I used the excuse of casually meeting Min Julie was to bring her over to my side. Returning to the present, Jella boldly invited him. Let's go somewhere to talk. He eagerly nodded in agreement, sure. After walking for a while, they finally sat down on a bench inside the park. Julie took out the money bag from earlier and handed it to him. Here, take this. Ryu Min looked surprised. Isn't this the money I just gave you? She firmly explained to him. We can't accept such a large amount, so you should keep it. Ryu Min also didn't force her. Accepting 10 million felt a bit heavy, and he knew they wouldn't take it anyway because she was the kind of person who, no matter how difficult things were, didn't like living in debt. She waited a moment, and when he still hadn't taken it back, she gently reminded him, please take it quickly, my hand hurts. But his answer was even more stubborn than Ryu Min's attitude. No, I just told you, that's the amount I want to compensate because I feel guilty. At least by doing this, my conscience can be at peace. She tried to persuade him once more, saying the amount was too large. This time he actively cut her off. No matter how big it is, I want you to take it. Otherwise, I'd feel guilty and keep thinking about it. Julie honestly shared with her friend that even so, the sum was still too much and she felt burdened by it. In his heart, he silently responded to her, "That's why I gave it to you." He leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Tell the boss too, to me that money isn't much, just take it without hesitation." Julie felt even more awkward holding the money in her hands, thinking, "Are you always this stubborn? Why are you like this?" He just said that and then stood up. "We're done talking, right? I'm going now." The girl was startled and quickly shouted, "Wait, wait." She opened the envelope and pulled out a few bills. 10 million is really too much. I'll only take 1 million. That should be enough, right? Ryu Min replied, "You have the right to decide, huh? You should go ask the shop owner uncle then." Julie looked up at him nervously, but she was sure her father wouldn't be comfortable with that amount of money. At that moment, he suddenly noticed something. "The convenience store owner is your dad?" She nodded, and Ryu Min exclaimed in admiration, "I often go there. That's really interesting." Julie awkwardly went along with his story. "I also find it interesting that the person who won the lottery first prize is actually a classmate." His eyes briefly flashed with a hint of sadness. Then she brought up the thing from earlier when she asked him if he really didn't know they were classmates. "I recognized you right away when you just stepped into the convenience store." Ryu Min stuck firmly to his answer, "Sorry, but I really am not good at remembering faces." He smiled at her and asked, "Besides, this is the first time we've talked like this, right?" The girl faced him and hesitantly said, "Yes." In the end, she looked so disappointed that she lowered her head shyly. "So this is the first time you've heard my name?" He continued, pretending very earnestly, "Sorry about that." Seeing the embarrassed face of the young woman in front of him, he thought to himself, although he felt a bit guilty for pretending not to know her, he still harbored no ill intent, so he looked at her affectionately. But he had to do this to make her interested in him. Her feet twirled slightly under the tiled floor out of embarrassment. "I just told you, my name is Min Julie, I'm your classmate." Julie pointed to herself and then stood up straight, "And this is my face, now do you remember?" The person in front blushed all over, so he stopped teasing her and cheerfully promised, "I will remember." At this moment, the girl realized her own actions and felt even more awkward. Suddenly, reality slapped her in the face. "What the hell am I doing, introducing myself to a classmate just before graduation?" Ryu Min directly hinted to her a few words, "At least now I know, after graduation, we won't just lose contact, right?" He also seized the opportunity to make a proposal. "By the way, can I have your number?" She froze for a moment because those words were a bit misunderstood. "My number, huh?" He already had his phone in hand. "What's wrong? Asking a classmate for her number isn't strange at all." She quickly reached out her hand and handed it to me. Without daring to look up, she hurriedly typed the numbers into the device. After finishing, she quickly returned it to the person in front of her. "Here." Ryu Min looked at his phone and exclaimed, "Meeting like this truly feels like fate, so from now on, let's keep in touch." Jella was caught off guard by his sudden approach and could only follow his words. All right, all right." They temporarily ended the meeting as he took the initiative to leave first. "Well then, I'm off. I have urgent business to attend to." Only then did she realize she had forgotten something, but Ryu Min had already waved and walked away. Wait, the envelope it. And so the girl was left alone, adrift in her own thoughts, still unable to return what he had given her. Julie placed her hand over her chest and then ran back the other way. It was really strange for him to suddenly ask for her phone number. "Oh no, my heart is pounding so hard." A warm ray of sunshine shone through the emotions of the young woman, making her realize that although she knew he only saw her as a friend, she liked Ryu Min. Things were not always as good as they are now. At first we met by chance. Ryu Min was bullied and beaten right behind the school and she witnessed it. "You bastard, I told you to bring the money already. Do you think we're joking?" No. Julie quietly called for help on her phone. "Police, please." After that, she still hid behind a utility pole to watch the lonely figure of that young man. Was it because she felt sorry for him, or was it because she was the one who reported to the police that she felt responsible? I followed him to make sure he got home safely. And thanks to that, she also witnessed the scene of him working inside the store, seeing Ryu Min working part-time as if nothing had happened. They were separated by just a pane of glass, and I realized he was much stronger than he appeared. Even during class duty, Julie's eyes followed him. From then on, I began to take an interest in him. She quietly watched Ryu Min dozing off at the desk, but I didn't have the courage to talk to him. Even when he went to see his younger brother, she only dared to hide behind. After that, the feelings I had for him grew a lot, to the point that I didn't even dare to get close to him anymore. No one would have thought we would meet here. Julie stood still and closed her eyes in silent gratitude. Now I was brave. This was an opportunity granted by heaven. A gentle breeze blew through the short hair of the girl who had just fallen in love. I couldn't pretend not to know that after receiving 10 million. She gave a happy smile, then wondered if she should invite him out to eat. At this moment, Ryu Min was a bit free, sitting on the bed and looking at his phone. Messages appeared on his phone. Have you eaten? I have something to tell you. Can we meet in the cemetery area? I will treat you to a meal. Seeing the other person message that, he replied, all right, I'll pay. The person on the other side seemed very determined, insisting on treating him to a meal, saying, let me pay. When he saw the other sent such a cute sticker, he cheerfully replied, I have a lot of money. Apparently, the other was very determined and still wanted to pay for their meal, but I don't like to eat for free recklessly. What do you like to eat? Ryu Min looked at the messages they had exchanged and felt relaxed. Indeed, she seemed to feel indebted to him and even suddenly invited him to eat, which was a good sign. He even smiled softly without thinking. If he could naturally become close to her, it would be easier to turn her into an ally. After turning off his phone, he got out of bed and thought further. I will help Julie and bring her to round 20. Ryu Min was sitting on the sofa when he suddenly noticed his brother dressed smartly, so he paid attention. He asked curiously where he was going. Hearing that, Ryu Min calmly replied, I'm going to meet that friend. Ryu Min hesitated a little but still asked, friend, not a girlfriend, right? His younger brother's question made him laugh a little as he retorted, why can't I go meet some girls? After that, he reminded his younger brother, I'll be eating out, don't skip your meal, got it? Ryu Min cooperated fully and replied, yes, sir. Once his brother left, he was left sitting in a daze on the sofa, silent and seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, he caught an unexpected signal. Impossible, he immediately questioned his own life in doubt. Is he going on a date? Scene shifts to a fancy steakhouse where suddenly a voice probes, do you like steak? Julie was a bit surprised by his sudden question, so she quickly blushed and covered her mouth. What did you say? Seeing her flustered like that, he remained completely calm and repeated the question, do you like steak? Feeling shy, she stammered a little as she replied, I really like that dish. He acted as if nothing was wrong and casually picked up his fork, saying, then eat up. After responding to him, she thought to herself with some amazement, not expecting that she would get to have a private meal with Ryu Min. Truly a lucky day. The two ate in silence under soft music and the chatter of other customers, surrounded by an awkward atmosphere. Only then did she realize the atmosphere was not very comfortable and was becoming increasingly awkward. She thought, I have to say something. Come on, be brave. After a moment of thought, she came up with a topic to talk about and hurriedly asked him, how did you manage to win the lottery so many times in a row? 4 times consecutively, right? He was eating deliciously and hadn't noticed the awkwardness until she asked, at which point he looked at her. Then, without feeling shy, he made up a rather ridiculous excuse. It's thanks to my ancestors appearing in dreams to guide me. I'm really lucky. In Julie's imagination, the ancestors appeared with sparkling eyes and said, remember these numbers. She both imagined it and looked at him in surprise, asking, in dreams, so how much have you made from those dreams? His expression didn't change at all as he naturally continued speaking. It seemed I wouldn't have to worry about money for the rest of my life, although I would still have to worry about staying alive. At that moment, she suddenly remembered a question she had been wondering about. Now that it came to mind, I'm really curious. How was your first partner? Killing goblins must have been quite difficult, right? In response to her question, he didn't deny it but answered, yes, it took quite a lot of time. She continued to ask for information about him. Which area are you from? He showed no discomfort and answered honestly, I don't remember anymore, only that the last digit was 5. She seemed a bit regretful, smiled awkwardly and said, mine ends with 7. What a pity, that means we won't get to meet. Hearing her say that, he gave a gentle smile and thought silently but didn't tell her. Don't be disappointed, my friend. We will meet after all, because the areas will be merged as the number of survivors begins to decrease. Afterwards, the two continued exchanging usual small talk questions to learn about each other. What level are you? Level 10. I'm also level 10. Have you chosen a career yet? Not yet. How about you? It seemed that after chatting for a while, they had become more comfortable with each other, so Julie naturally laughed and spoke. Luckily, I already have the career change item. It's called a buffer. He repeated curiously, buffer. He smiled very happily while analyzing her name, meaning that he could give his teammates buff effects like in a game. As he spoke, he silently marveled to himself. Fortunately, this time she was also a buffer. She was very excited to show off her skills to him, so she immediately raised her hand to concentrate power. Do you want to see? She asked. There is a type of effect called blessing that boosts all stats. Hearing this, he was very interested and said, really, show me. Immediately after, she cast a skill that was elegant and colorful right on his forehead. Then, before his eyes, system notifications appeared. Blessing has increased all your stats by 50%. Blessing time limit 2 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. Seeing his stats buffed so highly by her, he was very pleased and thought, as expected of a special profession, such a good effect. He did not hesitate to praise her skill, saying, "Impressive indeed." As he finished speaking, he continued, thinking that the skill's effect would double if she reached maximum level, so the stats would increase by 100%, but only if she achieved that maximum level. He looked at her very satisfied, and he was also glad she had buffed him. As he saw her friendly smile, he thought to himself that this had been his main goal from the beginning. At this moment, he thought again about the reward item he had received earlier. The reward he got from the first promotion side quest was a random gold pouch. As he thought about that reward item, he also pondered its function. Literally, it was a pouch that would give him a random amount of gold, which could be influenced by his luck stat. So the higher the luck, the more gold he would receive. After stopping his train of thought, he smiled appreciatively at her. "Really good effect, thank you, Julie." She didn't see it as a big deal, so she cheerfully told him to feel free to ask anytime. "If you need truck fuck, just say the word. Using this skill doesn't tire me at all." Hearing her say that, he couldn't remain polite and replied, "Got it." Suddenly, he brought up the matter she wanted to talk about earlier. "Wasn't it you who said you had something to say?" At this, Julie suddenly remembered what she wanted to say and felt a little embarrassed. "Ah, right, I actually intended to mention it earlier." Then she smiled gently, deeply touched, and expressed her thanks to him. "Thank you so much for the 10 million. My father also asked me to pass on his gratitude." She seemed afraid he might misunderstand, so she quickly added, "And I'll try to repay you soon, no matter what happens." Upon hearing this, he felt a bit awkward, unsure of what to say, and awkwardly told her, "Is that all you wanted to say? I already told you not to worry about it." She was not upset at all when he refused her kindness, but still enthusiastically suggested to him, "If you don't need money, then perhaps you want something else, right? I know." After finishing speaking, she immediately took out some item she wanted to give him and said, "Take this." He looked at what was in her hand and asked, "What is this?" She held the strange purple object in her hand and handed it to him, saying, "I got this while hunting. If you don't need money, then at least I should give you this." Her expression was very sincere, wanting him to accept it. "This is my token of goodwill, so don't refuse it anymore." After they finished eating, they parted ways and said goodbye to each other. The meal was wonderful. "Well then, see you again later." He said goodbye while reminding her, "Be careful at the next gateway." "Okay," she smiled happily upon hearing him say that and replied, "We must live to meet again." After saying goodbye to her, Ryu Min slowly walked alone along the brick-paved road. Then he opened the window of the warehouse system. At that moment, he began reading the lines of information about the item Julie had just given him. Low-level death color demon essence, classification, property description. A beautiful purple stone from which he could feel the delicate mana inside. Simply put, it's a gem used to embed into items to enhance their attributes. He carefully read each line of information and then marveled at the fate behind this. Who would have thought he would receive something like this from her? He reached into the storage to take out that magic essence and carefully analyzed it. Just from this brief description, it was hard to know its use. Then he raised the magic essence high and pondered deeply, thinking that once it reaches level 20, we'll realize how rare this item truly is. It turns out that at level 20, players receive a fixed skill. The combination feature unlocks once the player reaches level 20. Its effect sounds quite similar to weapon forging, but at a higher level. When used, it allows us to combine a weapon with a magic crystal. This skill can even be upgraded, and we can choose the upgrade options. At this point, he introduced the types of magic essence. There are 7 colors of magic crystals in total: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, teal, and purple. Each magic essence of a different color has different abilities. Red is damage, orange is strength, and yellow is luck. These magic essences are considered extremely rare because of their extraordinary skills. Green enhances agility, blue enhances intelligence. Teal helps reduce damage taken, and the rarest one is the purple essence, which is the one he currently holds. Finally, the Seal of Death magic essence is the rarest of all. It has a very low appearance rate and boosts all stats. He was extremely happy to have received this magic essence so early in such an unexpected way. He felt very lucky to have suddenly come across one. At this moment, he suddenly realized that his luck was quite exceptional. His current luck index was truly very high. Then he thought further and put the precious magic essence crystal into his inventory. He would use the magic crystal upon reaching level 20. And now he decided to make good use of Julla's skill to open the blessing reward item. The time limit was 30 minutes and 58 seconds. I should open the gold pouch before the buff ends. Suddenly, he remembered something slowly. After thinking, he reached into his bag and rummaged around. He needed to boost his stats with the butcher's rune first. Then he took out a small white bag containing mealworms, 100 mealworms. He looked at the bag and pondered. The butcher's rune would increase his stats by 1% for each target he killed, including insects. As long as the creature was alive, it counted. At this moment, he suddenly dropped the bag to the ground. Since there were no insects in the other world, he was forced to hunt monsters, but luckily, he was currently in the present world. He calmly lifted one foot and said sorry. Then he lowered his foot and stomped hard. Immediately, a system notification appeared. The kill count was 45 out of 100, and all stats would be increased by 45% due to the effect of the butcher's rune. He kept stomping down and crushing those mealworms. The kill count reached 67 out of 100, and all stats would be increased by 67% thanks to the butcher's rune effect. Every time he stepped down, the number kept increasing continuously until it reached the maximum of 100. The death count had reached 100, and all stats would be increased by 100% due to the effect of the rune of the butcher. Then he immediately called up the status window. The status window showed the name Ryu Min, nickname Black Scythe. Apprentice rank level 16, occupation reaper, titles, last hidden traveler, first hidden death god. Stats, strength plus 90, intelligence plus 9, agility plus 63, luck plus 45, stat point 0. Looking at the numbers appearing in the window, he finally noticed the change. His luck had increased from 15 points to 45. That meant he could expect a favorable outcome. Next, he called up his inventory, the storage space, and then took out the reward item, a bag of gold. Random gold bag, classification, consumable, rarity, rare, effect. Provides you with a random amount of gold ranging from 1 to 9,999. Usage requirements must be used before the next round begins and rank must be above rookie. A limited item gifted to the first person who changes rank. This item automatically disappears when the next stage starts and is affected by the luck stat. Now confident, he decided to use the reward item. The luck stat had already increased to the maximum possible level. Now, thinking so, he wasted no time and read the use command. Immediately after, the bag of gold in his hand began to float and rise in the air. He looked at it with a bit of anticipation, wondering how much he would earn. Even with the same stats, receiving different amounts of gold was normal. But it seemed he had calculated in advance, so he confidently guessed. Based on his luck so far, it would probably be between 3,000 and 6,000 gold. Suddenly, without knowing what he saw, his expression turned extremely surprised. A system message appeared, "You have used a random gold bag." This notification made Ryu Min curious. They continuously notified him, "You have used a random gold bag, you have earned 9,999 gold." He was somewhat surprised. 9,999 gold. Ryu Min was delighted to receive an amount of gold beyond expectations, quietly thinking to himself that he must have gotten the maximum gold after all. Receiving blessings is truly valuable. The system's summary notification displayed his total gold. So his total gold was 16,249. That should be enough to buy an epic grade item now. Just as he thought that, the system screen suddenly vanished. The item he wanted would only be available in 2 more weeks, so for now, he would hold on tightly to his goal. The bright morning sunlight shone into the building where the two brothers were staying. Ryu Min stepped into the house, took off his jacket, and said, "I'm home." Seeing him come back, Ryu Min was pressing his phone with a delighted tone as he called out. Ryu Min's hand holding the phone covered half his face, but his delighted expression like a puppy was still visible now. "How was your date?" Ryu's question made Ryu Min curious. Date? Ryu Min saw that his older brother didn't understand and felt a bit disappointed, asking again, "Isn't it true that you went on a date with your girlfriend?" Ryu Min, sitting on the chair, avoided his younger brother's question, saying, "Stop talking nonsense. What are you eating for lunch today?" Seeing that, Ryu Min sat down next to his brother and answered with a happy expression, "I ordered black bean noodles." Ryu Min seemed unsatisfied and replied sulkily, "So what if it's black bean noodles? Do you know how much I've been wanting to eat that dish?" His words reminded his brother of the past. "That's right, just last month, the situation for the two of us was still very difficult." Ryu Min continued thinking that his Bitcoin investment had increased to $150 million, but like before, it might drop significantly 2 weeks later. When that time comes, it's best to let it go. Meanwhile, his younger brother Ryu Min sat beside him with sparkling eyes as he saw something. On the TV screen was an image of a car being shown, sparking an idea in Ryu Min. Before that, I should get a driver's license. In the exam room, everyone was focused on their own work, including Ryu Min, who was taking the theoretical test for a driver's license. It seemed the repetition made Ryu Min somewhat bored, so he sighed and thought silently, how many times have I taken this test? Just do it for the sake of it and then leave. After speaking, he grabbed his jacket, stood up to leave, causing the supervisor to become curious. As Ryu Min's back slowly walked toward the door, it stirred even more thoughts in the supervisor's mind. What was wrong with him? When looking at Ryu Min's computer screen, the supervisor was startled. Your score is 95. You passed the theoretical exam to get your commercial driver's license. His mind was filled with questions. Just a little time and he got 95 points. Ryu Min knew his results better than anyone. The outcome was clear, yet he only took 4 days to get his license. He proudly handed the glowing license to his younger brother, Ryu 1. Too dazzling, I have more driving experience than anyone. Suddenly, Ryu Min pondered a bit about his own reality. Wait a moment, how many years have passed? How old am I? He immediately thought, after getting the license, I promptly bought a supercar, a Lamborghini Aventador, the red Lambo, which I didn't take long to choose since I had driven this model several times before. Ryu Min asked, how long does direct import take? The attendant responded cheerfully, if you order today, you'll receive the car within a month. Holding the iPad, he said, that works, I'll sign right now. Hearing Ryu Min finalize the order, the attendant visibly delighted, as if he was glowing all around. Excellent, sir, you are truly sophisticated. His exaggerated attitude left him speechless. Time passed. 2 weeks later, on this beautiful day, the time was very appropriate. The moment had come. Holding his phone with some satisfaction, he thought, it's time to say goodbye to my pile of Bitcoin. Ryu 1 spoke up with curiosity when he saw his brother's dangerous, calculating expression. Did something good happen? Why are you smiling like that? Ryu Min, seated on the chair, replied, little brother, I just sold all my Bitcoins. Ryu 1 sat down, surprised, and asked his brother, really, how much has the price increased? Ryu Min calmly answered, $300 million. Hearing such an enormous figure made him startled. $300 million. His younger brother was restless, raising his voice to ask, your entire lottery winnings were only $60 million. How did it increase to $300 million? Meanwhile, Ryu Min still calmly answered all of his brother's questions with a look of obviousness. Of course it did. Ryu 1 admired him while also recalling a month ago when he wanted to invest in Bitcoin but his brother tried to stop him, yet now he had earned so much. Ryu Min smiled and replied, I didn't know it would surge this much. He thought silently, last time it was at most $280 million. At this moment, Ryu 1 had calmed down and asked his brother, so, are you planning to stop now? Ryu Min, still looking at his phone, answered, of course. Ryu 1 held the cup of water in his hand and smiled, replying, that's great. But before long, his brother spoke again, causing Ryu 1 to almost spit out the coffee in his cup. It's time to invest in stocks now. Ryu 1, partly worried for his older brother, asked, brother, you don't know anything about stocks. What are you planning to do now? Ryu Min calmly reassured him with a calm demeanor, a smile flashing across his lips. Don't worry. Ryu Min casually fabricated a reason to soothe his younger brother's worries, saying, I dreamt about it. Startled and half-doubting, Ryu 1 asked back, you dreamed that prophetic dream again? So this time, which stocks should I buy? Ryu Min replied confidently, yeah, in the dream, I saw that if I buy now, it will be very profitable later. Hearing this from his brother, Ryu 1 gave up and said, all right, then just do whatever you want. While looking at his younger brother, Ryu Min thought silently, Ryu 1 is so worried, I can't blame him, but I do know the future. Then he looked at the screen, thinking about the company he wanted to invest in. The company he intended to invest in was. The phone screen displayed a long list of stock names. A company ranked 85th on KOSDAQ, valued at about $900 million, the consulting company Thinma. Ryu Min thought Thinma Consulting is a company under the ownership of Ma Jeonrak. Although it was not very well known yet, after the 4th round, it would introduce a special system and develop rapidly. Finishing his recollection, Ryu Min silently approved of his decision. If he knew this company would become famous, there was no reason not to invest. As he thought this, holding the phone, he realized that if he could own more shares and gain operational control, he could influence the company as a major shareholder and make a considerable profit. Then Ryu Min tapped on the order bar. First, I will invest $280 million and acquire 31% ownership. Now, suddenly a voice interrupted his train of thought, please. It turned out to be Ryu 1 silently clasping his hands in prayer for his older brother. Please make his dream come true once more. That was as good as done. While thinking that, he looked at the screen displaying the purchase confirmation number 5,684,241. The purchase had been successfully processed. Without hesitation, Ryu Min considered what to do next. Now I just need to buy the items. As night fell and all the building lights went off, only the house of the two brothers remained lit. The light came from the desk lamp at midnight that same day. Accompanied by the system sounds, the system screen displayed various items appearing in the store. Ryu Min lay on the bed, his hands supporting his head, thinking that the gold he had been saving was all for today. His hand tapped on the equipment bar, silently marveling at the benefits of having plenty of gold. As long as he had gold, he could buy normal items and skills. There really was nothing more convenient. The screen displays the item you selected. Although they are all of normal level, that does not mean you can't buy rare and epic materials. The notification bar shows today's items. Today's items, Ryu Min was still lost in his own thoughts. This is a function to buy a random item that changes daily. Usually, it's hard to get exactly what you want, because you don't know which items the shop will sell. The random cards represent the items on sale because no one can predict which items will be sold. But for me, it's not a problem since I already know in advance what will be sold. Thinking that, Ryu Min clicked on today's items bar, and today is the day the epic item I need will be sold. The system panel displayed a series of information about the random items on sale. Bone necklace, necklace type, epic grade. Effect adds 3 strength, increases attack speed by 1% each time an enemy is killed, up to a maximum of 25% until the round ends. Restriction, apprentice or above, durability 500. Price 4,600 gold. Sale time 23:59:59. Purchase. Ryu Min's tone was joyful because the item he wanted had appeared. Here it is, the bone necklace. A smile flickered across his face. The item increases strength and attack speed, and considering its effects, it's quite cheap too. Now that I have the item I want, I should use it, right? Ryu Min returned to the main page of the item inventory. The system screen popped up a discount coupon along with the usage rules for the 50% off item coupon obtained today after completing the leveling up quest. The 50% item discount coupon for today, a rare consumable type. Effect, you get 50% off when purchasing today's items. Restriction, valid only until the next round. Apprentice level or higher. Description, a limited reward item awarded to players who complete side quests in round 2. If not used by the next round, it will automatically expire. Ryu Min pondered for a moment, his hand already reaching for the purchase button. If I buy this ring after using the 50% discount coupon, the remaining gold after the purchase confused him. Gold, 13,949. Ryu Min jumped up. I still have a lot of gold left. He propped his chin, thinking while recalling the items he wanted to buy. Initially, I planned to buy a set of normal equipment with the remaining gold. Ryu Min recalculated a bit in his mind. Some desired support skills appeared. But if I save an extra 6,000 gold, I could buy another common skill. Common skills are still better than normal equipment. He propped his chin, a smile appearing on his face. I should hurry to earn another 6,000 gold. Luckily, round 3 has plenty of monsters. And then time passed. On May 1, 2023, the gem in the middle of the town emitted a purple light. Surrounded by countless townsfolk, but among them some showed a golden glow. This day was bound to come. Players kept appearing continuously to clear debris in the area of the third round game, and at the center there was a large purple gem radiating a remarkably striking light. Damn it, I've been pulled into the other world again. After being forced to log into the game, players kept voicing their confusion. This isn't the forest this time, where am I? Some of them carefully observed their surroundings and commented. The houses were all destroyed, but it looked like a village. Upon hearing this remark, suddenly another voice interrupted to object. It's just a pile of rubble, what else could it be? They even noticed the tall city walls enclosing the area where they stood. Look, the village is surrounded by walls, it's real. At this moment, the players finally realized the eye-catching presence of the large gem at the center. What about this crystal? What is our third round going to do here? At this time, Ryu Min appeared in the distance, silently observing. This place is truly strange. Everyone looks quite worried. Then his thoughts focused on a person who appeared calm on the opposite side. The only one indifferent was Josuk. As Josuk turned around indifferently, he suddenly heard someone behind him questioning, isn't he the local representative of our area? Afterward, more and more people quietly whispered behind his back. That's right, life is like a documentary film. It's him, they said, the gang leader. He even used a sword to threaten me into voting for him. In their whispers, they also mentioned your name. Really, the Black Scythe should be the rightful representative, not that murderer. Suddenly, one guy raised his hand and quietly stopped his comrades. Hey, he can hear you now and he holds power. But it seemed Josik couldn't pose any real threat, so the others remained calm as if nothing happened despite the warning from their teammate. Whatever, he only has that power 10 times, nothing to be afraid of. The more Josik listened, the less he could stand it, so he spun around sharply to intimidate them. You bastards, shut your mouths. The funny thing was, those people showed no fear at his threats, and many even responded with sarcasm. What the hell are you cursing about, like others don't know how to curse? He refused to back down and directly raised his hand, pointing to call out. Which one of you mumbled that? Only then did those people realize it was hard to back off. They stopped gathering and whispering. His face twisted ugly with anger, cursing silently, damn it, I knew this would happen. If only that angel had kept her mouth shut. At that moment, a pair of polished leather shoes suddenly appeared. Youngman immediately stood before him and bowed respectfully, greeting him. Many people recognized him and, full of curiosity, kept asking, what is Youngman doing? He paid no attention to the questions around him, but boldly lifted his head to look at Jusuk and sincerely said, Sir, life is like a film reel. Big brother Jusuk, gang leader Jusuk, senior Jusuk, I come to pay my respects to you. He calmly looked at him and then asked, Senior, are you my junior brother? Youngman immediately responded, Not yet, sir. I'm just a 20-year-old young man with a dream of becoming a gangster. Hearing this, Josik raised an eyebrow with a questioning look, thinking, he wants to become a gangster. Is this guy crazy? He put on an expression of deep admiration for him and said with a smile, You are my role model, sir. I really want to join the Josik gang. Hearing that, before he could even finish asking, he was suddenly startled by the next action from him. Why are you? Youngman then dropped to his knees and spoke with resolute words, I will devote my whole life to following you, sir. Please accept me. Josik found this so amusing that he grinned broad and hearty. I've met a lot of crazy guys in my life, but this is the first time I've met someone this extreme. I like his spirit already. Thinking so, he told him to stand up, get up. Youngman immediately replied promptly, Yes, sir. After that, he asked with great curiosity, Are you blind? Don't you know my reputation has fallen, and yet you still want to follow me? Youngman shamelessly replied, Whatever. He clenched his fist tightly, patted his chest, and continued, You are someone I respect. He faced Josik and spoke words deeply touching to the heart, saying that as long as he accepted him, he didn't care what others thought. Being praised and regarded as an idol like that, he could not help but smile. I like your answer. All right, I'll take responsibility and teach you. He was extremely grateful and kept bowing continuously to thank him. Thank you, it's an honor for me. Those around were astonished by his crazy behavior. He just joined the team. Is life some kind of movie? Is he crazy? Some couldn't help but exclaim, like attracts like they say. From afar, Ryu Min observed everything and was very satisfied. This time he also formed a team with Josik, which was indeed a good thing. At that moment, the angel suddenly appeared in the sky and asked aloud, Is everyone gathered? She slowly observed the players below, then smiled and said, Let's see, we are short of 90 people today. A few players, not understanding her meaning, were puzzled by the shortage. Another person couldn't help but speak up and ask why. One after another, other players also received a notification with the same content. The main mission is to protect the sacred relic for 3 hours across the entire area. Total participants, 856,030,200. Completed 02140075550. Current area, USKS-FUDDY-FUV-FUV. Total participants, 4,900. Completed 01225. The other players, after reading the announcement about the third round, immediately started to panic. Are we really short on people? Why is that? The angel spoke extremely slowly, as if nothing had happened. There's no way someone died for no reason. It seems in the real world you have been killing each other. I was worried about how far your rivalry would go. At that moment, suddenly one player noticed something and anxiously called out to the others. Wait, everyone, look at the number of people who can pass this round. The other players paid attention to the overly limited number of people who could pass the third round and were very shocked. 1,225 people. What? So that's only a quarter left. Among them, one person boldly asked, Angel, what's the fault? Hearing that question, she laughed heartily. Fault? What fault? Then she calmly spoke what the players were thinking. What do you want? There's no fault at all. It seems you're worried because the number of people who can complete the task has decreased. After finishing, she asked again, but have you forgotten? The players below, hearing her say that, each showed a stunned expression. Only half the people can survive each round. The angel did not stop smiling, but instead smiled even cruelly as she explained, but since everyone survived the final round, it's reasonable that only a quarter of the players survived this round. The players became utterly shocked when faced with her words that matter. Her cruel, beautiful eyes observed the people below through the veil and spoke frankly. There is nothing unfair at all, you just need to work hard to get into the top 25%. Then she began to explain the rules for this round. Very well, I will explain the rules for round 3. The angel slowly outlined the rules of this round. Every 30 minutes, monsters from my army will appear at the castle gates and target the sacred artifact at the center of the village. Her figure remained present in the sky, looking down at the land below. There will be 4 waves of attacks in total, and all must coordinate to protect the sacred artifact. She explained the importance of the purple gem. You will receive additional rewards if you protect the sacred artifact for 3 hours. If you fail, you will face severe penalties. She did not forget to mention player rankings. In the end, whether you successfully defend or not, rankings will be arranged according to the number of monsters you defeated. The players listened anxiously to her explanation of the rules, nervously watching the city gate. Due to the nature of this round, more monsters will appear than usual, but they only have strength left. It should be much easier, right? Josik heard the ranking rules from her and smiled confidently with a slight smirk. So all I have to do is kill a lot of monsters because I hold the power this round as easy as pie. Suddenly, she clasped her hands together, almost forgetting, and then added something incredibly cruel. The representative selected from the previous round is like a documentary film, isn't it? She continued speaking as if nothing had happened, happily saying that from this round onward, he can use the command right. But I bet everyone here is curious about what will happen next. After finishing, she emphasized if the representative dies. An evil smile appeared on her face when mentioning this exciting matter. When the representative dies due to monsters or external circumstances, their position will be left vacant. However, what if they are killed by another player? Hearing this, Josik was stunned, his eyes wide open to the fullest. As her words became increasingly suggestive, the players around him also started to have impure thoughts. In that case, the killer will immediately become the new representative and will receive all 10 uses of the command right. After speaking, she clapped her hands happily and said, "So be it, monsters will appear in 10 minutes. Coordinate with each other for the next 3 hours to survive." Finally, she added disdainfully and indifferently, "Although I'm not sure if you all can manage it." Then she turned into a point of light and disappeared, leaving only Josik with a mood as if he had swallowed something foul. He was extremely angry and shouted loudly towards the woman who had just disappeared. Then his eyes immediately focused on the murderous intent behind him. Instead of preparing to fight the monsters, the other players now raised their weapons against their own kind. Josik, seeing their actions, was thoroughly furious and loudly drew his weapon to threaten them. "You bastards, come here, I'll take you all down one by one." These players were filled with murderous intent directed at him without any fear. "You act strong, but you only have 10 times to use the command right," the angel said. "Whoever kills this bastard will become the representative." There was even a shameless one who ambitiously said, "If I become the new representative, that would be even better." Suddenly, a figure appeared at that moment. Ryu Min calmly held the weapon in his hand and slowly stepped forward from behind. Josik was startled and panicked when he saw him approach, stammering, What are you doing, Black Scythe?" He stood in line with him and spoke, "Don't be afraid, I just want to talk." But all Josik caught was that he said he was scared, so he hesitated to retort. "Scared? What are you talking about? Just say what you want." Then he continued, "Let me say first, if you intend to make me bow down," but before he could finish, he was interrupted. "I have a proposal." Seeing his hesitant expression, he did not beat around the bush but spoke directly. "I guess you are facing difficulties." Then he directly made him an incredibly attractive offer. "How about I protect you?" Josik was surprised and puzzled upon hearing this and asked again, "What?" He patiently repeated himself. "I will protect you from other players, meaning I will be your personal bodyguard." The other players were also taken aback one after another. "What? Black Scythe will protect the life is documentary run, so that means we have to face Black Scythe." At this moment, they hesitated slightly in confronting him. It was a bit, "So what should we do now?" Hearing those around cautiously avoiding him, Josik couldn't help but think inwardly. He didn't expect the name Black Scythe to carry such influence. Judging by their reactions, this offer truly seemed very appealing. But he immediately regained his composure, thinking that everything comes with a price. With that in mind, he frowned and asked him, "So what do you want in return?" He gently said as if it were nothing, "Not much." Then his gaze became extremely sharp as he stated his condition. You will have to obey all my orders, that is the condition. Josik froze upon hearing that. What? He gritted his teeth, thinking silently that he was being asked to become his subordinate. He didn't immediately agree and instead probed, asking what reason I had to make this proposal. I replied sharply, I can't say. He didn't give up and kept asking. You say to follow orders, but what kind of orders are they? I patiently responded, that too I can't say, you just need to obey my orders unconditionally. Josik felt bitter at my indifferent attitude and thought, so you want me to follow you for life, huh? Damn it, you think I'm that easy to fool. But then he paused for a few seconds, then thought further, wait, what would happen if I refuse? He wouldn't just attack me out of nowhere in broad daylight, right? While he was lost in thought, I decisively said, choose. Then I didn't forget to drop a hint, reminding him that others were also waiting on his decision. He hesitated for a moment. Finally, he made his choice. He would reject your offer. My eyes flashed coldly as I silently confirmed my suspicion. Surely no bastard would so easily lower his honor like that. The others couldn't help but smile happily when they saw his foolish choice. He refused. See, if he had agreed, he could already be out hunting. Probably his ego is too high to have to take orders. At this moment, the players also began to raise their weapons again, taking turns aiming at Josik and speaking up. To him, honor is more important than life itself, or perhaps he simply doesn't regard us at all. He calmly observed everyone's reactions without saying a word. The situation was identical to his previous life. Then he made the next decision. The thing to do now was to draw a line. Thinking that, he faced Josik as if nothing had happened and spoke to draw the boundary. Fine, if you refuse, then there's nothing more I can do. I won't interfere with what's going on here anymore. Then he decisively turned and walked away. Whether he lived or died was no longer any concern of his. At this point, the others who heard him spoke up, eagerly advanced, wanting to attack Josik. Did you hear that? Black Scythe no longer cares about you. Then let's deal with this gangster now. Josik gritted his teeth in frustration but could do nothing except lift his weapon. Damn it, does that mean I have to accept that proposal? At this time, the system also announced the start of the game. The first round would begin soon. Prepare for the monsters' stealthy attacks and protect the sacred relic. Those who were about to gang up on Josik were interrupted by this system announcement. It's starting. The system issued a brief announcement about the game rules. In 30 minutes, regardless of how many monsters have been defeated, the second wave will still begin. At this point, other players started to panic and called on their teammates to cooperate in protecting that large purple gem. Everyone is guarding the sacred relic. Immediately afterward, the system also began counting down. The remaining time until the stage ends is 2 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. While others were focused on keeping watch towards the city gate, Josik suddenly had the thought that he couldn't fight alongside those he had grudges with. Then he turned around, looking to find another place to act. After all, it was a personal mission, so he would have to act alone. Suddenly, he noticed Ryu Min calmly walking towards another place. Where was that guy going? Josik then stealthily followed Ryu Min for quite a long distance. He hid behind a building and watched him from afar. Was he also planning to fight alone? He was heading toward the city gate. At that moment, a sound signaled the official start of the game. Wave 1. The city gate was also slowly opening. The system announced the current number of players, 4,900. Then it announced the number of monsters in the first attack wave, 9,800 weakened goblins. These vicious, bloodthirsty goblin monsters with disgusting green skin appeared in increasing numbers from outside the city gate. When Josik saw this number, he was directly stunned and showed visible panic, 9,800. The system kept popping up notifications. Due to the nature of the gate, the goblins only possessed 1/3 of their usual strength. Then they wished the players below good luck before disappearing, wishing you success. His pride completely vanished when he refused his offer. This was crazy. All he could think about was running away and cautiously leaving the city gate. For now, just hide and observe the situation. He ran into a house and immediately sprinted upstairs. But why wasn't the Black Scythe moving? Was he planning to fight the goblins at the city gate alone? He was extremely anxious but still took the time to analyze this dangerous problem clearly. Although the city gate was narrow, it was still wide enough for at least 10 people to pass through. Josik hurriedly flung open the door while streams of thoughts raced through his mind. He was confident he could kill 10 with one strike. Then he stood on the balcony and panicked as he watched from above. The madman was acting cocky just because his level was somewhat higher. Without even looking, he knew he would fight a bit and then cut tail and run. From Ryu Min's side, the goblins bared their teeth and swiftly charged at him, wielding their weapons. Without hesitation or panic, he immediately raised his scythe high and took a stance ready to attack. Then he gently swung the weapon in his hand. instantly killing 3 or 4 goblins rushing at him. Then he calmly lifted his eyes to look up. Those goblins kept falling one group after another, starving and recklessly attacking without regard for their own lives. Suddenly he lifted his foot, the bright crescent immediately striking the sensitive points of their bodies. In one swift motion, he killed the entire group of goblins at a speed impossible to follow. Josik, who had been watching him fight from above, was utterly shocked. Was the black scythe really that powerful? Then he started imagining himself becoming as strong as him when reaching level 16. Would I really be that strong at level 16? This made him realize he was wasting too much time leveling up. Now was not the time to think about this. He needed to level up quickly and become stronger. Then he turned to look at other players struggling to complete their quests. At this point, the battle between the players and the goblins had become fierce. The center of the area had somehow become a chaotic scene filled with death and frantic screams. "Hey, stop them, the west gate has fallen. Don't let them get near the shrine, die." At that moment, Josik stopped hiding and stepped out of the house, ready to hunt monsters. "I have to go down there and kill those goblins too," he shouted loudly to attract a goblin, those mobile experience points. Immediately afterward, he slashed and killed it. Suddenly, at that moment, he sensed a wave of danger. Then he decisively thrust his weapon straight into the head of the goblin approaching him. Just as he pulled out his weapon, he smiled silently with satisfaction and confidence. Thanks to the rune tracking, he could predict their movement path. It was really simple. Suddenly, something flew swiftly towards him, brushing past his face, tearing a piece of flesh off his ear. Josik looked back at what had just attacked him and noticed something: an arrow. Strange, he had never seen a goblin shoot arrows before. Thinking that, he immediately confirmed that some player wanted to assassinate him. Damn it, then who is it? He cursed bitterly inside. Even though he didn't know who it was, once I catch you, I'll tear you to pieces into 100 fragments. Suddenly, his lower abdomen was pierced by a spear wielded by someone. "I've got you now." Josik was extremely angry, tightly gripping the spear and shouting loudly, "You bastard." Then he exerted a strong force and pulled the other toward the dagger in his hand. He then thrust the dagger straight into the other's chest. As he withdrew the dagger, he cursed, intending to finish off the man. "Die, you bastard." Suddenly, another arrow shot toward him, whizzing past his face. Then he looked towards the direction the arrow came from and discovered a man holding a bow. Without hesitation, Josik cruelly raised the spear in his hand and aimed at that man. The man, seeing this, panicked and drew his bow. In the end, before the man could shoot, Josik's spear pierced right through his head. After dealing with all the people around, he struggled to hold his stomach and think. Damn it, unexpectedly, what worried me was other players, not monsters. If I weren't the regional representative then, he would only regret now for being greedy for this position. Regional representative my ass, if I had the choice, I would have thrown it to someone else already. Moreover, he started reconsidering Ryu Min's earlier offer. Could it be that I should accept the Black Scythe's help? But ultimately, he was still extremely proud, unwilling to yield to anyone. No, a man must have the pride of a man. He couldn't become anyone's subordinate. Some method to hunt peacefully without being disturbed by other players. Suddenly, he noticed a player on the opposite side slashing goblins. That guy was. He recognized that man held a quite high rank in this area, 3rd place currently, with a black dragon mounted on his right hand. Then he couldn't help but grin mischievously. "That's right, it's him." He called out to the man from behind, "Hey." The man heard the voice and quickly turned around to ask, "What, who's there?" Without giving him time to react, he used his command right to control the other man. The black dragon on the right hand, he cunningly ordered him, "From now on, protect me." Ryu Min swung his sword to strike the monster. The system sound rang out, effect of the bone necklace activated, increasing attack speed by 25%. You have defeated the goblin. Current kill count 52-100. Has used the triple experience buff. All stats increased by 100% due to the effect of the rune butcher. Gold plus 3.3, bonus gold plus 1.66. He intently looked at the system panel, thinking about the status window. Ryu Min opened his inventory to check it out and exclaimed, "I've already earned nearly 2,000 gold." His face brightened, the corners of his lips slightly raised as he wondered, "At this rate, I'll easily gather 20,000 gold by the second attack wave." Monsters from afar began eyeing Ryu Min, but he remained calm and contemplative. "No, this round I must accumulate lots of gold and then buy 2 common skills. If I succeed, I'll obtain the Dark Knight's rune." He coldly cast a sharp red-eyed glance over them. Ryu Min swung his scythe, striking a critical blow against the monsters. The monsters behind growled cautiously, and he sneered aloud, "Aren't you going to charge?" Ryu Min raised his scythe high and charged straight at them. If not, I will strike first. A brilliant magical wave crashed down with a thunderous explosion, causing everyone to panic. What's going on? What is that sound? The monster suppressing the young man instantly vanished. The remaining ones also disappeared. The system screen showed you have successfully repelled the first attack wave. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. I'm alive. The system announced the number of surviving players is 3,933, and the number of players who died is 967. Surviving players will receive a reward of 500 gold. A young man sat down and said, before the second wave, we need to take a short break. Ryu Min stared thoughtfully at the people lying in the deep red pools of blood. 967 had died. Although they had weakened the goblins, they still couldn't be underestimated. He glanced around searching for someone, but where was he? Ryu Min looked at Josik, who was clenching his teeth tensely, then fell into deep thought. There he was. As expected, with Josik still alive, there's no way he could have survived this round. Panting heavily, he gripped his knife tightly, looked around, and shouted loudly, "Damn it." Josik frowned in thought, unaware that the enemy was sneaking up on him. Those bastards weren't after the goblins, only targeting him. That guy yelled, lunging his knife straight at him. Die. Before he could reach Josik, two others attacked him and he fell down in pain. The command emblem shining brightly above his head made him inwardly smug, but thankfully it was because of them that the command power was truly amazing. Thanks to them, who acted as flesh and bone shields, he survived the initial attack. Yangmin stood in front of Josik and asked, "Are you okay?" Josik looked at him with confusion, thinking this madman still followed him even though he never used that authority. The wound in his abdomen was bleeding, and he let out a painful cry. Blood dripped down Josik's hand and the worry inside him rose. He's losing too much blood. At this rate, will he survive this round? He clenched his teeth and cursed silently. Damn it. Beads of sweat drenched his forehead, dripping down with each pang of pain. He gritted his teeth determinedly, thinking to himself that he would endure and survive this round. Suddenly, Josik and Yangmin glanced back. The monsters rushed in one after another. The system displayed, Wave 2, 3,933 players versus 7,866 goblins that had been weakened along with hobgoblins. Due to the nature of the round, the goblins only retained normal strength. The monsters wielding knives charged straight at Ryu Min. The system showed a message wishing, "We hope you win this battle." He moved lightly, swinging his sharp scythe blade. Gliding past the bodies of the monsters, Ryu Min took a running jump. He charged toward them with a decisive attack. His sharp crescent swung down to cut them down. The monsters lay in heaps on the ground. Ryu Min spun the scythe, making a slash that tore through the air. After a while, he looked up at the system board. "You have reached level 20. Your rank has increased from apprentice to normal. You can now use the combination function." Ryu Min wiped the sweat from his face with his hand, satisfied, thinking he had done it, finally hitting level 20. Now he could use the combination function to create unique items unavailable in the store. The system displayed, "Congratulations on your level up. The seal of death has been enhanced. Additional seal of death damage increased from 100% to 120%. Additionally, you have learned the unique skill of Knight of Death. The unique Knight of Death skill has an effect within a 500-meter radius. Using dark energy to create an artificial knight, the caster can discard skills at will. The next skill will be acquired at level 40. He read the system notification and reflected that the additional damage of the Seal of Death had already increased by 120%, plus he had learned a new skill. Moreover, Knight of Death suits the Dark Knight's rune very well because it grows stronger as night falls. The system displays the attributes of the Dark Knight's rune effect when used during the day. Weapon attack power doubles. When used at night, attack speed also increases by 50%, and while resting at night, the chance of being detected by enemies is greatly reduced. A horde of monsters from outside poured in to attack Ryu Min. He curled his lips with delight. "Welcome, I just learned a new skill myself." Ryu Min's gloomy voice rose. "Knight of Death." The monsters froze in panic. A sharp slash aimed right at them. Another critical slash was unleashed straight into the monsters. Each monster was consecutively taken down by his scythe. The monster howled before Ryu Min's decisive strike. His feet gently touched down on the ground. Behind Ryu Min were monsters lying in heaps, piled up on the ground. The system displayed, "You have successfully prevented the second wave of attacks. Number of players alive, 3,343. Number of players deceased, 590. Surviving players receive a reward of 500 gold." He rested one hand on his hip, exhaling heavily as he wondered, "The second wave is dealt with. Should I buy some common skills during the break?" Ryu Min reached out to touch the system's store interface. the first skill he planned to buy would be. He touched to select a skill, which was detection. Ryu Min told himself as a faint magical aura enveloped him. With it, he could identify targets within a 30-meter radius. It seemed that within 30 meters around here, there were only hobgoblin corpses. So should I save an additional 20,000 gold? He charged to attack the monsters just as the system displayed the message. Third wave, 3,343 players and 6,686 hobgoblins weakened. Others also began rushing in, throwing punches at the monsters. The system notified that you successfully repelled the third attack wave. Min gritted his teeth and launched powerful strikes at them. The system then announced the fourth wave, 3,001 players and 6,002 hobgoblins weakened. Everyone's faces showed exhaustion after defeating all the monsters. The system displayed that you successfully repelled the fourth attack wave. Josek's face turned pale, sweat drenching his forehead. He forced himself to think, only one more hour. If I can endure another hour, I might survive and escape from here. He glanced at those standing before him, but his mind was filled with scheming calculations. Even though he had exhausted his authority, as long as these bastards protect him, his life would not be in danger. The system board displayed the fifth wave, 2,700 players and 10,800 gnolls weakened. Josek was stunned looking at the 10,000 system. Why did the star hit so densely? The system explained that due to the nature of the round, the golf only retained ordinary power, wishing you victory until the very last minute. The giant monsters wielding weapons charged forward. Everyone roared and fought back with all their might. Die, he calculated in his mind. I don't need to worry. This is actually an opportunity to set a record. Josek grit his teeth with ambition, thinking he would become even stronger to tear apart those who once looked down on him. The scream echoed, startling him to spin around. The group of people collaborated to attack each of Josek's bodyguards. One of them pointed directly at him. Here he is, that damn gangster. The title of representative belongs to me. This time I have to kill him. He grabbed the two men standing close to him, using them as shields to block attacks, then shouted loudly, "You brutes, it's the end of the match and you're still blocking." Those guards quickly stopped them. Those two men were quickly taken down by the collaborative attackers before they could react. Josek's eyes were filled with panic. His foot lightly lifted, stepping back with a look of confusion. Damn it, it's over for me. Josek hastily turned around and ran. In his mind, he thought, now is not the time to hunt. The men behind shouted, chasing after him, run after and catch him. His legs moved ceaselessly as he thought, damn it, just get through this assault. Only this round remains. Josek halted when he saw Ryu Min standing firm before the Black Scythe monsters. He hurriedly ran over to him, speaking anxiously, Black Scythe, I agree with you. I'll do whatever you say. Please protect me. Ryu Min stared thoughtfully at Josek, then urgently said, I'm telling you I accept the offer. Black Scythe, protect me. His eyes suddenly flashed a cold red light as he glared at him, then decisively spoke. I refuse. Josek was stunned when he heard Ryu Min say indifferently, I told you already, I don't care at all. Whether you live or die is your own problem. He anxiously shouted loudly, wait, but you're the one who offered me this. I said I would become your subordinate, didn't I? What are you refusing? He turned and walked away, calling back, I don't need a subordinate who has no authority in hand. Josek's face turned pale and he gritted his teeth in hatred, thinking, does that brat mean I'm useless? If I had known, I would have agreed earlier. He was surprised when he heard a voice call out from afar. Everyone see that, he's already refused. The collaborators surrounding Josek sneered. Lucky, I was just wondering what we'd do if the Black Scythe helped him. Life really is a documentary. The wound in his belly started bleeding painfully again. One of them said, now we can kill him whenever we want. Josek clenched the knife tightly in his hand and growled, even if I die, I'll kill at least one of you. Min stepped forward and pushed one of the collaborators away. Senior, you must be tired. I'm here to help you. He looked at him in confusion, Min. He looked at him joyfully. Right, I have you after all. If I survive and get out of here, I will take good care of you. Josek hadn't finished speaking before Min punched him painfully in the face. He fell flat to the ground. Josek clutched his face in pain, crying out. He spoke, calling out Senior. Min gave a dangerous smile as he spoke. I'll kill you right now so you can leave in peace. Josek's collar was grabbed by him. He yelled out in rage, you bastard. He threw a powerful punch into his face. Min kept punching Josek's face relentlessly, making him scream miserably. His face was beaten until it was swollen and bleeding. Josek lay motionless, eyes wide with confusion and chaos. Damn it, choked Josek. He glanced at the man standing in front of him, smirking. Filled with rage, he thought, once again betrayed by this bastard. Yongmin raised his leg, gathering all his strength to deliver a fatal kick to Josek's body. The system announced that the regional representative was a documentary film that had been killed. The power of the representative was transferred to the one who delivered the blow. Player Uchweng Youngmun is the new regional representative of USK's Fuddy-Fuv-Fuv. He clenched his fists tightly, shouting joyfully, "Now I'm the regional representative, I am the king here." The system displayed, "You have become the regional representative. You have received the commander's exclusive rights of the representative." Youngmin's mind was full of calculations. Now if I focus, I might be able to control Corin as I wish. His eyes narrowed. Youngmin glanced at Josek, who had fainted, and thought quietly, "I'll really use my command power well. Don't be too angry, isn't this because Josek, the gang leader, kept running away all the time?" He turned his back and left with a mind full of sarcasm. So embarrassing. Youngmin turned to look at the cooperating group and pointed at Josek, saying, "Hey, do you guys see this? I beat him up badly. Didn't I say I had the upper hand?" They all said at once, "Huh, yeah, that's right, good." That whole group panicked as they looked at his bloodied hand and thought, "This bastard, killing with bare hands, causing goosebumps all over. Truly crazy, who would have thought he actually died?" The crowd's barrage of questions stirred up the whole area. What's going on? Isn't this bastard always following and flattering that thug? Was he planning to betray all along? One was scared and frightened, while the guy next to him was unconvinced, wondering how someone like that could become the district representative. Whispers and lewd rumors spread everywhere. "Everyone, we've changed representatives, that's right." Youngmin silently turned and dashed off, quickly calculating in his head. "So now they're targeting me, but too bad, I know something that can help me get out of this situation." He ran over to Ryu Min and shouted loudly, "Black Scythe." He asked aloud, "What's going on?" Youngmin spoke anxiously, "You've seen the announcement already, right? I'm the district representative now, I have the right to command." He asked in confusion, "So what?" He placed his hand on his chest, exchanging with a radiant smile. "The offer you made to life is like a documentary film. I will accept. In other words, I will obey you. In return, protect me." Youngmin contemplated in his mind. The reason Dung Zich was abandoned is because he has no command authority, so certainly he will accept my offer, right? Ryu Min spoke decisively. "I don't like your attitude." He was startled. "What?" He coldly proposed, "If you kneel and beg me, then I might consider." Youngmin slumped down, pointing both hands at himself. "Didn't you hear what I said? I do have the right to command." He looked at him indifferently. "So what? What do you want me to do? It seems you misunderstand something, but the one at a disadvantage here is you, not me." He fell silent in thought. Ryu Min smirked. "You want me to protect you? Then kneel and beg." Youngmin grit his teeth, glancing at the group behind him. He suddenly spun around, locking his gaze onto him. Youngmin knelt on the ground, bowing his head respectfully before Ryu Min and pleaded, "I will do whatever you say, so please let me become your subordinate." His reddened eyes narrowed as he said, "Please, Black Scythe." Ryu Min looked at him quietly and judged, "I've seen this scene so many times that I'm sick of it." However, unlike with Josek, Uchweng Youngmin is still useful, at least for now. His voice rang out, "All right, I agree to your proposal." Youngmin bowed repeatedly in gratitude, saying, thank you, ha." Ryu Min glared at him. "Come on, I don't want to see that miserable face of yours." The other man looked embarrassed. "What?" He casually brushed past Youngmin without even looking back. The murmurs of everyone around rose again. "How did things end up like this? Black Scythe will protect Youngmin? That's crazy. Or maybe we should all attack him at once." One man holding a spear nervously objected. "Haven't you seen Black Scythe fight? He can take on multiple people at once. We don't stand a chance against that kind of monster." Ryu Min spoke coldly, surprising everyone there. "Let me help you decide." His sharp eyes scanned each person before he said, "You have two choices. You can give up your title as regional representatives and return as is to hunt some monsters." Ryu Min brandished his scythe in front of them threateningly. "Or you can die at my hands." His face turned terrifying, his voice low and cold with darkness. "If possible, I advise you to choose the first option. But the second is fine too, because those who dare to raise a sword against me are no longer human in my eyes." One man fearfully hid a dagger behind his back and looked at Ryu Min. The others, equally terrified, hurriedly turned and fled. "I am leaving now. Me too." Youngmin dug his feet into the ground, his eyes fixed on a terrifying scene before him, thinking to himself that it was truly impressive. He did not expect that just a few words from the Black Scythe could make them falter. He stood up and looked pensively at Ryu Min's back. As an opponent, he was formidable, but as an ally, there was no one more reliable. His face remained calm as he silently guessed that, with this atmosphere, everything was about to end. Ryu Min glanced at those still struggling to fend off the monsters and thought to himself that they had safely cleared the fifth wave. But he slightly curled his lips with malice, thinking that if things ended just like this, it would be quite unsatisfying. He called out to Yongmin. He stepped closer, responding, "Yes, Black Scythe." He coldly issued an order, "Do as I say, as you promised." He asked, "What should I do?" "Just give the orders." Ryu Min turned around, his blood-red eyes sharply scanning him as he commanded to use the command skill 10 times and to destroy the relic. He asked confusedly, "What's the relic?" In his bewilderment, he thought that if the relic was destroyed. Yongmin suddenly recalled the angel's warning, "If you fail to protect it, you will suffer severe punishment." He clenched his teeth with inner turmoil, wondering why using the command skill 10 times could not turn Corin into his slave. Yongmin was confused. "Can I ask why not?" Ryu Min didn't explain but ordered him to shut up and do as he said. He suggested that instead of 10 times, could I use 9 times? He answered indifferently, "I won't repeat it. If you don't want to die, make your choice." He spoke hesitantly, "I understand. I will follow your orders." The authoritative man spoke up, adding that he would designate someone for him to use the right of command. Ryu Min said thoughtfully, "Sim Sungjiu, little chili pepper, don't bother me. Spring, summer, autumn, command these 10 people to destroy the relic." Yongmin was stunned. What did you say?" He suddenly looked at the group facing him, wondering inwardly. "My friend is among them too. Did you do this on purpose?" The one at the front glared at Yongmin. "No way," he said helplessly. "Sorry guys, it's the order of the Black Scythe. I hope you understand me." His eyes brightened as he murmured under his breath, "Don't bother me, Sim Sungjiu." Each character appeared above that group, leaving them stunned. Yongmin whispered again, "Little chili pepper, spring, summer, autumn." He ordered them to destroy the relic. The system alerted with a warning. "The relic is under attack." Someone was confused. "What is this?" A loud explosion sounded. A group of people surrounded the area, raising weapons high to destroy the relic. Everyone standing at a distance immediately shouted to stop them. "Hey, what are you guys doing? Stop immediately." They froze, staring at that group of people, then shouted loudly, "What are those guys doing? Do they want to be punished? Someone stop them quickly or it's going to break." One of them rushed forward and tightly grabbed the person attacking the relic. "Stop smashing it, stop right now. Is there anyone who can stop them?" Another one, without hesitation, swung his knife and attacked that group. The relic started to develop cracks along its surface. Soon the relic shattered into pieces. The system announced the relic had broken, the main mission had failed. The system displayed a punishment notice for the failure. The agent of divine punishment will be summoned within 30 minutes. Why is the whole crowd in panic? What is this agent of divine punishment? The system appeared, survive under the agent of divine punishment. The round will not end until time runs out. Someone anxiously asked if this was a boss. Ryu Min smirked with interest, looking at the words on the hidden side quest system board. Round 3, side quest. Resist the agent of divine punishment and survive. Completion reward, 3,000 gold coins. Time left, 0 hours 29 minutes 29 seconds. The crowd excitedly chatted. The system said if we survive, we get 3,000 gold. I told you, guarding the relic only gave 2,000 gold. This way is much more profitable. I agree with that too. Ryu Min, deep in thought, observed everyone celebrating. The mission completion was more rewarding than the prize after clearing the fifth wave, which is why I was so intoxicated that Yongmin broke the relic. But the reason I didn't personally smash the relic was because the crowd gasped when the system suddenly announced that it had detected players attacking the relic. 10 players attacking the relic would be punished. The system displayed that all stats would be permanently reduced by 50%. Those attacking the relic turned pale and hastily objected. "What? Stats reduced? We were only following orders." "Damn it." The brown-haired archer angrily pointed at Yongmin's face and shouted, "Yongmin, you bastard." He was flustered, apologizing. "I'm sorry, who knew there be such a punishment?" He was stunned when the system continued to announce that the regional representative would also be punished for failing to protect the relic. Yongmin was filled with confusion upon receiving the message from the system. All stats would be permanently reduced by 50%. He angrily kicked the wall hard, swearing under his breath. Ryu Min, standing at a distance, observed the chaotic scene ahead, thinking to himself that the permanent stat reduction was directly related to survival and therefore a lethal blow. Now it was time to prepare to summon the agent of divine punishment. He shouted once and immediately the system interface appeared. shop. Ryu Min reached out to select items, reminding himself to use the leftover gold to buy common items. The system displays attributes: the assassin's hood, a common tier armor helmet, defense 20, agility +3, durability 250, restriction, use from common tier or above. The assassin's hood always smells like blood, as if it were never washed. The cunning long boots, common tier thick type, defense 15, agility effect plus action speed plus 5%, durability 250, restriction, use from common tier or above. The long black boots are tight and seem cramped, but surprisingly comfortable to wear. He thinks that even a slight stat increase helps catch it easier. He moves into the item combination area. Next is the combination. Ryu Min reaches out to select an item and inserts an item. He begins combining this item with another piece and then combines it with a mana stone. The system announces a successful combination. The option to add +1 to all stats has been added to the bone necklace. Ryu Min gazes intently at the combination panel, thinking that since he can embed 1 mana stone per equipment, he will apply the same method to the remaining items. The system chimes: successful combination. The option to add +1 damage reduction has been added to the skilled hunter's leather armor. He selects another item. The system displays a successful combination. The option to add +2 strength has been added to the black scythe of death. Ryu Min closes the system panel and contemplates that the lowest rank mana stone doesn't help much, but it's better than nothing. The crowd below stirs, so it has started after all. A confused girl clutching her black scythe tightly, full of worry. I was a little nervous then. The man nearby clapped and encouraged, just try to hold on for 30 minutes. Yangmin gritted his teeth and looked around. The people nearby whispered in agreement. He was right, we just need to keep running. Ryu Min raised his head, deep in thought. Well, running away from the agent of divine punishment isn't easy. In my previous life, out of 2,700 people, about 500 survived. Each person collapsed on the ground, losing their combat state. Just trying to survive was already very difficult. At first, the agent of divine punishment was such a formidable monster that it took 5 level 40 players to stand a chance against it. He looked up at the brightly glowing rift in the sky. But I intended to kill it right away to claim the big reward. Ryu Min recalled the moment he defeated Betrayal the angel because he had the title for killing Betrayal. The system announced the title: the first to kill the angel. The condition to earn it was to be the first to kill an angel. The effect during battles with divine creatures was that all stats would double. The title, First to Kill the Angel, would double all stats when fighting divine creatures. A dazzling angel appeared, spreading its wings wide. And the agent of divine punishment is a divine creature. The agent of divine punishment's imposing presence attracted all eyes, causing the crowd to stir. Is that really the agent of divine punishment? So if we just avoid it, we'll survive? Isn't that too easy? I thought at least some monsters would appear. Youngman relaxed and exhaled a breath. Damn, you scared me just now. The guy nearby raised his hand to look around but couldn't see anything. The bell on the agent of divine punishment's staff gently trembled. The agent of divine punishment took a step forward. The agent glanced at the staff and then raised it high. The staff slammed down on the ground, releasing a powerful stream of magic. The magical energy gradually expanded, shocking everyone. Everyone stared in astonishment at the dazzling light covering the entire space as the system announced: the agent of divine punishment has established a boundary. The people inside the magical boundary panicked, trying to break free but to no avail. What the hell is this? Boundary area, the system displayed. Unless the one who created the zone lifts it, you are not permitted to leave. The faces of the relic destroyers gradually turned pale, and with worry they asked, can't we leave? Are we trapped inside here? The system responded, the attributes of those within the boundary have decreased by 50%. Those inside pounded on the magical boundary, calling for help. Please get us out of here. Ryu Min gazed thoughtfully at them. Nearly 300 people had been captured. One person wondered aloud, what is that huge orb? He felt regretful and thought to himself, it's truly unfortunate, but I can't save those 300 people. The agent of divine punishment looked down silently. In a moment, thousands of swords appeared surrounding the divine being. He turned his head away with a smirk, so it's starting now. Those caught within the magic circle screamed in pain as countless swords rushed toward them. They shouted and desperately tried to dodge the swift, sharp blades. Damn it, does it want us to throw these things? Even to the naked eye, they're hard to see. Countless swords continued to emerge relentlessly from the agent of divine punishment. Cries echoed everywhere as numerous bodies fell under the rain of swords within the limited area. Once trapped inside, avoiding the shafts of light was nearly impossible. The atmosphere grew gloomy, but on the other hand, as long as you could avoid them, nothing else was difficult anymore. Suddenly, Ryu Min slipped away. While everyone was distracted, this was his chance. He cast a calculating glance at the agent of divine punishment. Just as expected when hunting humans, it paid no attention to its back. The moment it lowers its shield, I will strike. The swords continued to relentlessly attack those inside the magic circle. Ryu Min looked up at the magical barrier and a thought flashed through his mind. This is the moment. He gradually advanced toward the back of the agent of divine punishment, thinking he didn't have to worry about it turning around since it no longer had ears. Ryu Min tightly gripped the scythe in his hand and dashed toward the agent of divine punishment. In his mind, the distance between him and it was 5 meters. A marked rune on the agent as he vocalized the seal of death. Ryu Min's sharp scythe aimed straight at the agent of divine punishment. I have to finish it with the very first strike. The agent spun to look back, eyes wide open with astonishment. He swung the scythe at the agent of divine punishment. Now, being cautious was already too late. The agent screamed in pain as streams of water flowed down its head. This move was truly perfect. Ryu Min spun around and slashed once more. I hit its eye directly. His foot landed on the ground. Ryu Min glanced at the agent of divine punishment, wailing pitifully. He thought to himself as he saw the stamina bar above the agent's head thanks to the seal of death. Now it only had 60% stamina left. Just one strike reducing its stamina by 40% wasn't bad at all. Ryu Min immediately ran off without looking back. Surely now it intended to establish a boundary zone to search for him. The agent of divine punishment raised its weapon. The system displayed that the agent had established a boundary zone. He leapt swiftly out of the magical circle and glanced back, but once it realized the boundary zone could not trap anything, it would destroy the boundary. As fast as lightning, Ryu Min charged straight at the agent of divine punishment. His sharp eyes locked firmly onto the agent since he had already taken one of its eyes. Ryu Min swung the scythe, creating a sharp magical wave that hurtled straight at the agent of divine punishment, so he had to take out the other eye as well. The god cried out in pain, his body increasingly covered with wounds. He gently landed on the ground. The system display of the agent of divine punishment had established a boundary. The stats of players inside that boundary had decreased by 50%. Ryu Min smirked, thinking it didn't really matter. Missing an eye, now it was just a punching bag. The agent of divine punishment roared angrily, generating a series of sharp swords. Frowning, he thought to himself, it seemed the god intended to shoot beams of light in all directions to kill him. The god's swords flew up and Ryu Min stood behind, raising his voice, Knight of Death. Dark magic surged, swallowing the swords. The agent of divine punishment was astonished. Ryu Min leapt up, swinging the scythe into the god. Light cannot conquer darkness because the system of this world was designed that way. His eyes turned bloodshot as he slashed the scythe toward the agent of divine punishment. It was time to end this. Ryu Min decisively swung the scythe at the god's wing. The god screamed pitifully as one wing fell off. The agent of divine punishment spun around to look at him. Ryu Min unleashed another strike on the god. He skillfully dodged the attacks from the agent of divine punishment. Ryu Min swung the scythe again, attacking the other remaining wing. The agent of divine punishment howled as the other wing was taken by him. He gently landed on the ground. Ryu Min glanced at the health bar above the agent of divine punishment, thinking its blood level had dropped to about 10%. He watched the agent stand still in one spot before fleeing far away. Now that it's a little farther away, don't rush to kill it. The entire body of the agent of divine punishment shone brightly. The system announced that the conditions had been met and activated the passive skill final brilliant rune of radiance of the agent of divine punishment. The agent of divine punishment is now in an immortal state. Ryu Min looked at the agent solemnly, thinking, after its blood level falls below 10%, it will enter this phase. If I had severed its head before that, I wouldn't be able to kill it later. The agent of divine punishment roared in anger and raised its staff high, creating multiple magic circles. He followed the magic streams, attacking everywhere with anticipation. Show me your final effort. The agent of divine punishment staff produced countless magics. The system sounded, 50 seconds left of the final brilliant rune of radiance. The agent crazily attacked all around, with the system counting down 30 seconds. The agent of divine punishment slammed its staff to the ground, and the system announced 10 seconds, then 5 seconds. Ryu Min smirked, watching the system's countdown, 1 second. All of the agent of divine punishment's magic was withdrawn. The system displayed that the immortal state was lifted. Immediately, he lunged straight at the agent. Ryu Min coldly raised his scythe with eyes sharp as a blade. He struck decisively at the agent of divine punishment. The system continuously announced that you have defeated the agent of divine punishment. You have leveled up, you have leveled up, you have leveled up. Gold increased by 8,200, bonus gold 4,100. Ryu Min calmly watched the agent of divine punishment fall. The system displayed confirmation that you are the first to kill the agent of divine punishment. The system notified that it has awarded the title challenger of the agent of divine punishment. He watched the body of the agent of divine punishment gradually fall to the ground. The system displayed the title challenger of the agent of divine punishment. The unlock condition, become the first to kill the agent of divine punishment. Effect, reduces damage from divine creatures by 80%. 2 items appeared in Ryu Min's hand and the system announced, you have been rewarded condensed ether for the first kill of the agent of divine punishment. You have been rewarded a rune of radiance for the first kill of the agent of divine punishment. He clenched the 2 items in the palm of his hand. The system notified that the recently obtained rune automatically imprinted a seal on the player's body. Ryu Min glanced at the attributes in the system panel, thinking, just as he predicted, he had received condensed ether. The system displayed condensed ether item type, advanced ether that has undergone multiple refinements. It reveals a 7-colored rainbow light depending on the viewing angle. He pondered, this is the only reason for me to kill the agent of divine punishment. He looked at the items in his bag, reflecting that condensed ether is needed to create god-level items. Ryu Min focused intently on the item he just received. He was also rewarded with the rune of radiance. The system displayed that the intelligence effect would increase by 1, and the effectiveness of divine skill abilities would increase by 1% per level. Since he was at level 30, his intelligence would increase by 30, and the skill effectiveness would go up by 30%. He smiled slightly. Soon he wouldn't have to worry about intelligence anymore. The system announced that the hidden side quest was completed, rewarding 3,000 gold. Everyone looked at Ryu Min joyfully, relieved that they had survived. Oh my god. They were confused and whispering, their eyes fixed on Ryu Min, who single-handedly used the black scythe to swiftly eliminate the agent of divine punishment. He really is a monster. A voice echoed, causing everyone to turn around in surprise. It was truly unbelievable. Another angel hovered in the air, clasped his hands, looked at Ryu Min and said, defeating the agent of divine punishment alone, this is the first time Oliver here has acknowledged the power of a human. Oliver the angel flew closer to him and asked with interest, should I interview you a little? Black Scythe player, why did you want to kill the agent of divine punishment? Ryu Min exhaled, thinking those questions were ridiculous. He answered indifferently, because I wanted to. Oliver the angel frowned, confused, intently looking at him. Just surviving means you will be rewarded, but you defied everything just because you wanted to? Ryu Min replied, I couldn't just stand by and watch it slaughter all these players. Everyone was stunned to hear him say that. He stood up to help us. I thought someone so strong would be very arrogant, but he's actually so kind. His character is quite commendable. Oliver the angel put his hand to his chin thoughtfully and spoke, stepping up to help those in the same situation. I've heard humans are strange, and it turns out to be true. You can overlook all conflicts and unite together. She lightly waved her hand, her voice full of frustration. I just can't understand. You're just imagining things. What would selfish angels like you understand? Oliver the angel rolled his eyes at the players and said coldly, you have tried hard to survive, but it's still not time to relax. I smirked with a dangerous grin. Remember, whether you get eliminated depends on the overall performance. Let's take a look at the results. The system displays the round 3 results for all areas. Black Scythe Death level 30 has killed 3,631. The Foolish level 13 Mage has killed 982. The Dark Knight level 13 has killed 963. Current area ESCs 45-5. Black Scythe Death level 30 has killed 3,631. On Sanctial Knight level 11 has killed 687. Corin Summoner level 11 has killed 576. Everyone was amazed, their eyes glued to the system board. The Black Scythe alone had killed over 3,600 monsters, while the second place didn't even reach 1,000. Moreover, it showed that he was really level 30. It's crazy, right? Did he get extra experience points or something? Ryu Min pondered quietly, realizing that he must have received extra experience points, but only by topping the leaderboard in all areas would he truly understand. The system announced, congratulations on completing the mission by ranking first in all areas. Congratulations on completing the mission by ranking first in the current area. Your reward for first place in all areas is a special reward selection voucher. The system sounded again. Your reward for first place in the current area is a rare intermediate ring selection ticket. He kept tapping on the system board, thinking, an intermediate ring selection ticket. Here it is. The system notified you can choose one of the rings below. Rewards, please touch the reward you select. Ring of Impairment, Ring of Magic Blue, Ring of Resistance. Ryu Min selected an item. Judging by the names alone, it seemed like the weakest, but he chose the Ring of Resistance. The system displayed the properties of the rare Ring of Resistance. Rare level ring, luck +4, resistance 35, durability 450-450, requires normal level or higher. Description: the ring helps resist adverse status effects. Ryu Min focused intently on the item, thinking that no matter how high his stats were, once affected by a detrimental status effect, death would be certain. Resistance does not increase with stats. So taking this now is the best choice. Although at the moment, I don't need it much since monsters mainly attack to cause damage rather than applying many negative effects. He continued thinking about the system notification. You may select one of the following rewards. Rewards, please tap the reward you choose. The 50% stat increase applies only to round 4, 4,000 gold, information on round 4. Ryu Min still carefully examined each reward. Indeed, there was no buff effect for triple experience points. After all, the purpose of round 4 was not to kill monsters. He reached out and pressed his choice. Then I will choose the second one, gold. Oliver the angel clasped his hands together and spoke slyly. How is it, humans? Have you checked your rankings yet? Those ranked 1225 and below will be cut. Everyone panicked and begged to be spared. Angel, please wait. I think the system miscalculated. Please check again. I have killed tons of monsters, so how could my rank be this low? Her eyes flashed with contempt as she said, what kind of bugs can't make it into the top 1225? Oliver grinned wickedly and snapped his fingers. They will be eliminated right now. They screamed in panic and agony as magical energy engulfed them. Somebody save me. The system announces the end of round 3. All survivor areas, 214,007,550. Current area asks 45-5, number of survivors 1,225. Souls will be transferred to bodies in the current spatial dimension. The next round will begin on April 1, 2023. We will meet you again in the next round. Congratulations on surviving. Seorin woke up with a start, gasping for breath on her bed. She looked down at her hands and then touched her face with joy, thinking, I'm back. I survived round 3. Seorin hurriedly got out of bed. Not only that, I also achieved the summoner profession. She smiled and looked up at the winged creature that had just appeared, summoning the fairy spirit. Seorin gently smiled as she looked at the winged creature perched on her shoulder. It always stayed close to her in every round. I was able to complete round 3 safely thanks to these adorable fairy spirits creating shields, and also because my bodyguard distracted the enemy's attention. There is one more thing. Seorin stared intently at the system panel in front of her, thinking that she was among the top 3 ranks. She reached out to take an item from the system panel. Seorin held the magic stone in her hand, wondering if Black Scythe would like the magic stone she just received as a reward. Youngmun reached out and grabbed the night lamp. He threw the lamp against the wall, shattering it to pieces, then shouted loudly. Youngmun gritted his teeth and roared in rage, damn it, Black Scythe. The system announcement has applied the punishment. All stats have been permanently reduced by 50%. He spun around abruptly and quickly strode toward the bed, scolding himself silently. Damn it, if I had known it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have ordered those guys to destroy the relic. The ringing phone startled him. Youngmin picked up the phone. His face turned pale as he looked at the phone. I'm doomed. Youngmin nervously stared at the phone, saw Seunghan calling, and thought to himself that he was finished. He answered the call, Seunghan. Then the voice on the other end started cursing, hey, are you crazy? Seunghan gritted his teeth as he listened to Youngmun speak, saying, what the hell is wrong with you guys? He angrily yelled at him, don't pretend to be dumb with me. Don't you know that because of you, our group is practically finished? How can you use your authority to boss around your friends and then even dare to call yourself a person? Youngmin loudly defended himself, look, I had no other choice. If I hadn't followed orders, I would have been dealt with by the Black Scythe. Hearing that, Seunghan said, in that case, you should have just died. This stunned him. Angrily, he continued to speak harsh words. Instead of hurting your friends, you should just sleep forever. Youngmin indignantly shouted back, you bastard, that's not fair to me at all. Don't these guys see that my stats decreased because I was representing the area? Immediately, Seunghan did not tolerate silently but blamed him, acting as if he was the only one who got reduced. We were also used by our friend. If you hadn't been greedy for the regional representative position from the start, none of this would have happened. You traitorous bastard. His voice over the phone seemed to lose composure, rendering Yang Min silent and speechless. He nervously called Kim Seung-hin, but he didn't answer and firmly stated, "Don't ever call me again, whether in reality or the other world, just pretend you don't know me because if I see your face again, I'm going to lose it and kill you." Looking at the phone in his hand, he sighed helplessly. He then continuously dialed to call others. What did I do wrong to end up like this? I'm a victim too. In his mind, he planned to rally the others to crush that bastard, but the phone notified that the number you dialed is currently unreachable, surprising him. Before the phone finished the notification, Yang Min was so furious he threw it away. "Please call again later," he cursed those damn bastards. Then he stood silently, lost in thought. Right, friends, I don't need them. Everyone has their own life. What did that guy say? If he sees me again, he'll kill me. Does he want to fight me or what? Immediately after, anger made him grit his teeth. Next time, just try to face me. I'll kill all of you. At a hotel, a voice echoed, "Come in, Unit Commander On." A question rang out. This time, "You survived and came back, huh?" On Sang-cheol bowed his head and replied, "I was lucky." Ma Jeonrok sat leisurely at his desk and asked him, "The third round must have been tough. Are you okay?" He answered, "Yes, sir. I didn't have too much difficulty. Maybe the monsters have grown weaker." Ma Jeonrok continued to probe, "What level are you now? Have you gotten a class yet?" On Sang-cheol politely replied, "Sir, I am currently level 11. My class is Dark Knight and Seorin is at the same level as me." He added that her class was different. She is a summoner. This surprised Ma Jeonrok, a summoner. He remarked, "Amazing, I didn't expect that to be a common class." On Sang-cheol raised his hand and recounted, "I was quite surprised too. After her class changed, she summoned a fairy spirit to create a shield. Thanks to her, I can hunt safely." Ma Jeonrok thought for a moment, then praised him. "Very good," he said with interest. "Keep up your relationship with actress Seo. If you want, you could even date her." Hearing that, he was flustered. "Date her? What do you mean, sir?" The other chuckled lightly and explained, "I just meant that dating makes it easier to discover each other's weaknesses. I don't mean seriously dating her." On Sang-cheol wondered, "So should I date her, sir?" Seeing him like that, Ma Jeonrok laughed happily and said, "It's been a long time since I've seen you this flustered." He said that if it was too much trouble, it wasn't necessary. Upon receiving that answer, On Sang-cheol breathed a sigh of relief. "Ah, I understand now. After all, Seorin doesn't like me anyway." Ma Jeonrok was curious. "Why not? You're reliable and manly after all," he replied. "She's still very particular about me, still calls me bodyguard." He said indifferently, "Oh, I see." He pushed that issue aside, crossing his legs and asking, "So then what is the urgent report you want to give me?" He nervously lowered his head. First, I want to apologize to you." He asked why. On Sang-cheol candidly accepted the blame. "I failed to carry out your order to assist Black Scythe, and I also did not manage to deliver your message to him." Ma Jeonrok said casually, "Oh, I see. Surely you have a reason." He answered, "Yes, hear what happened." Then the two sat down to listen to On Sang-cheol's explanation. He silently focused on his story. After hearing everything, he put his hand to his mouth, pondering, "Agent of divine punishment, huh? Sounds like a formidable opponent. So Black Scythe killed it." On Sang-cheol said, "Yes, sir. He used overwhelming skills to deal with it, as if he already knew how to win." He hesitated to express his impression. "Black Scythe seems like the kind of person who doesn't need anyone's help." Ma Jeonrok seriously reflected, "So his stats really surpass what we imagined. Strong enough that I feel embarrassed for having thought myself strong with the Dark Knight's rune." His eyes turned yellow with anticipation. "Black Scythe, if there's a chance, I want to meet you." Then he spoke, "You had your reasons, so I won't hold you responsible." Meanwhile, On Sang-cheol kept apologizing repeatedly. I'm sorry. He raised his glass lightly, dismissing the matter. "Enough already. What are the results of tracking down those thugs?" He reported what he knew to him. The first name was Yang Min. Even if that's his real name, there are dozens of people with the same name across the country. But if he is in his 20s and living in Seoul, that narrows it down to about 5 people, I guess. Ma Jeonrok asked about their locations. He awkwardly said the detective agency said it would take a month to determine their home addresses. He sighed in disappointment. "A month, huh? Then we won't know until after round 4. He held the bottle and poured a drink for him. "Well, there's no rush, so we can take our time." He wondered how much gold he had managed to earn so far. He answered, "About 10,000 gold. Ma Jeonrok pondered and reminded him, "That's half the amount. There's a common skill in the shop called tracking, so remember to learn it once you've earned 20,000 gold." On Sang-cheol wisely agreed, "Understood." Then he suddenly remembered something else and promptly reported, "Ah, sir, I was a bit distracted and forgot to tell you that last month a shareholder bought a large number of shares in your company." He was puzzled and asked which company of mine I was referring to. He quickly answered that the Devil Consulting Company was the one you are currently focusing on. Ma Jeonrok put the glass of wine down on the table and asked how much stake that person held. An Sangcheol revealed, "Please don't be too surprised, it is as much as 31%. He was stunned. "What? Someone bought as much as 31% of the shares?" He confirmed, "Yes, even I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw the screen." He thought, Devil Consulting Company's market value is 90 billion, so 31% means that person invested 28 billion. Can one person really have that much money? His eyes turned yellow again as he concentrated. Is this some rich guy I don't know about, or is it done by my own brothers? Then Ma Jeonrok reached for his phone. No matter what, he was sure that person invested as much as 31% to be able to participate directly in management. Holding the phone in his hand, he asked Unit Chief An Sangcheol, "What is the contact information of this major shareholder?" Another person was also holding a phone, waiting. That was Ryu Min, eagerly anticipating. It was about time he contacted me. I couldn't call him first. As a major shareholder, I had to save face. Suddenly, Ryu Min rushed in hastily. "Brother, which floor are you at?" startling him so much that he dropped his phone on the floor. He sat up in pain, wondering why he was being asked that question out of the blue. Ryu Min hurriedly said that there was this kid who was extremely arrogant and kept bragging that his brother's level was very high. He grumbled, telling how they kept mocking him, and said that his brother was already level 11 and had obtained a profession. Hearing that, Ryu Min sighed helplessly, saying level 11 is higher than yours, so don't worry. Ryu Min was doubtful, asking if that was true and what level he was. He put his hand on his neck, awkwardly thinking about how to tell her, since telling the truth might cause a lot of trouble. After that, he lied that he was level 12. Ryu Min was excited and asked if that was really true and if he also had a profession. He said of course, which made Ryu Min eagerly curious. What is it? What is it? What profession do you have?" But Ryu Min decisively pulled the blanket over himself and lay down, keeping it a secret. This made Ryu Min disappointed, saying, "Come on, we're brothers, how can you have secrets?" He coldly replied, "Of course I have, go outside, I need to sleep a bit more." Ryu Min sulked and stepped out. "Fine," he said. He slammed the door shut. At that moment, Ryu Min's phone rang. He held it in his hand and said, "It's here." He sat up and answered the call. "Hello," a voice from the phone asked. "Is this Ryu Min?" He replied, "Yes, who is this?" The voice on the other end introduced himself. "Hello, I am Ma Jeonrok, the executive director of Devil Consulting Company." Upon hearing this, he smiled thoughtfully, deciding to play dumb at first. The more he appeared to be an easy mark, the more he could make the other party lower their guard. Ryu Min said, "Ah, hello." Ma Jeonrok cheerfully asked, "Last month you invested a fortune into our company, right? Are you pretending not to know about it?" "Yes, what's the matter?" "He wants to meet you. Since you have become the largest shareholder of the Devil Consulting Company, I want to meet you. I'm planning to treat you to a meal." He said, "Ah, okay." He was delighted and said, "Great." He scheduled with him, "How about this Friday?" Ryu Min opened his calendar and thought, this Friday is very important to obtain the Rune of Inner. He suggested, "I already have plans on Friday, so I can't." "How about Saturday?" He immediately agreed, "Okay, see you then." He folded his arms, a bit curious. Good, I knew Ma Jeonrok would call. After all, he founded the Devil Consulting Company to be recognized by his father. He would never treat a major shareholder badly. Ryu Min was excited. Before meeting Ma Jeonrok, I should go get the runes I need. In another space, there are many ways to obtain runes. They can be found in certain places in certain rounds, or they can be special rewards. They can also drop from boss monsters after you defeat them, or from regular monsters in extremely rare cases, but it can still happen. But Ryu Min realized there was a way not many knew. You can also obtain runes in real life. He stepped into a large warehouse. Stepping up the stairs, he knew that of course the conditions for the rune to appear were somewhat complicated. He hid in a corner, thinking that Jang Xiaokine would appear here soon. Ryu Min unpleasantly recalled that the nickname Jang Xiaokine was also his real name. I will never forget that name because he was the criminal who kidnapped my younger brother, and I still remember that guy's voice clearly. When he kidnapped Ryu Min, he asked if I wanted to see him and then pressed a knife to my neck, threatening Ryu Min, so there had to be a corresponding price, something like giving me the hidden information that others didn't know. At that time, I tried to explain, what nonsense is this? How could I possibly know any such information? He laughed when he heard that from me. Then he turned and glared at Ryu Min. Don't lie to me, you're a fake time traveler. I was stunned. How could he know that? While I was confused, Jang Xiaokine came closer and said, you're wondering how I knew, right? I have the rune of inner. I use it to fake read your brother's thoughts. Of course, I also know what you're thinking right now. After that, he lay motionless in a pool of blood on the ground, and I helped Ryu one up and left. Since that incident, I have been seeking revenge against Jang Xiaokine from the 11th time travel until now. That is why my goal no longer carries any personal grudge at all. But then he put on the mask, his eyes full of determination. I will obtain the rune of inner before that guy. Immediately, the warehouse door was opened and Jang Xiaokine entered, carrying a woman with him. It was today, right in this place. He threw her down onto the mattress on the floor, then used his hand to peel the tape off her mouth, saying, I'll take the tape off, so don't scream, understand? As soon as the tape was removed, she immediately begged in fear, please spare me, I beg you. He pointed dismissively and said, damn it, I let you open your mouth, but you can only say that much. Try saying something different. Jang Xiaokine frowned, holding the tape in his hand. Help me, I have a little child, I'll give you money. I don't want to hear any of that nonsense. That made the woman tremble with fear. I'm sorry, I apologize. He threw the tape away and asked, sorry for what? The woman knelt down, clasping her hands together, and replied, sir, you're doing this because of the way I looked at you disrespectfully the other day, right? I'm truly sorry. Hearing this, he stepped forward and interrogated, that's right. Why did you do something that makes you feel guilty? He said, I was in a bad mood that day, don't you know? 2 nights ago, Jang Xiaokine was wandering the streets. As he walked, he thought, which girl should I choose today? I feel like just one woman can help me relieve all my problems. Then he noticed a girl with a beautiful figure. He turned back to look at her back, then followed her into an alley, glancing around. Seeing no one around, Jang Xiaokine quickened his pace toward the girl. He immediately emitted a light that appeared and blocked the girl's path, leaving her shocked. He used his hand to make her eyes unable to see anything, causing her to panic. My eyes, I can't see anything at all. Her belongings and buttons fell to the ground amid screams. Who are you, Chihan? After doing the bad deed, he left, leaving the girl triumphant. Truly, it was a pleasure. The current situation makes me want to act freely as much as I want, it's just too good. He used to be in a re-education center. My previous life was boring as hell, so even if I died, it wouldn't matter. Then one day, he found a rune of radiance that could make the body glow and blind opponents. For him, this was a new joy. This rune was perfect for him to find happiness. He entered a shop. A woman greeted him warmly, welcoming his visit. Jang Xiaokine smiled slyly. She was quite pretty. He approached the counter and ordered, give me a large iced Americano. She politely replied, yes, your order is 5,001. He handed over the money to pay and then probed, by the way, are you a part-time worker here? I'm a regular customer at this place, but you're not the staff I usually see here. She forced a smile and answered, so you're a regular. I'm really sorry. It's because I didn't know. All the part-time staff have taken time off. You know how it is now, the world has become truly strange. Hearing that, he thought it made sense. They could die any time, so there was no way they would waste time working part-time. Jang Xiaokine started a conversation while she prepared drinks. Are you the owner of this shop? She replied that she was. Then he asked, how old are you? You look quite young. She answered, oh, I am 32 years old. Knowing the woman's age, he laughed amusedly and said, so you're not a player? She responded, yes, I'm relieved too. Then he directly approached and said, may I have your phone number? I already like you. This made her quite confused. Seeing her awkwardly looking at him, he quietly asked, what's wrong? Then he showed a displeased attitude. Why are you making that face? Do you hate my face that much? She was embarrassed and asked, what? He shouted loudly, are you really disgusted by the spots on my face that much? Jang Xiaokine angrily slammed his fist on the table and cursed, this is so annoying. I'm not drinking that cup of coffee, so give me my money back. It's disgusting. Seeing his attitude, the woman cautiously, fearfully handed the money back to him. Here, your refund. Immediately, he rudely snatched the bill back. Jang Xiaokine aggressively stormed out of the shop, cursing the bitch who, just because she was a bit pretty, judged others by their looks and looked down on them. In his anger, he decided, I will make you pay for looking down on me with that contemptible gaze. Then, as she stepped outside the store, he struck her unconscious with a stick. Back in the present, she could only kneel and plead with him. I'm sorry, sir. He lectured the woman, you shouldn't look down on others just because of their appearance, understand? She obediently listened. Yes, I won't do that anymore. Suddenly, Jang Xiaokain turned his face away, showing displeasure. This won't do, you don't seem sincere. Then he pushed the woman down. He grabbed both her hands. Do you think I don't know? You're just pretending to apologize so you can be released. She kept begging, please let me go. A figure appeared in the distance. He raised his hand toward the woman with a sinister smile. You admit your mistake, right? If you do, then pay the price for your wrongdoing. She struggled and cried out, I'm sorry, it's my fault, okay? While he smugly touched her, that's right, so stay still. The figure was approaching them. A voice rang out, you stay right there, understood. Hearing the voice, Jang Xiaokain was startled and dumbfounded. He was confused and suspicious. What the heck is this? I thought no one was here. Is he a detective or something? He quickly turned around and shouted, damn it, who is it? The voice replied calmly, don't swear. Ryu Min appeared holding a black scythe in hand, saying, anyway, you were going to shout and curse yourself shortly. Jang Xiaokain stood stunned. What is that huge scythe and a white mask too? He sneered and looked at him saying, you crazy bastard, do you think this is a playground for your little tricks? Ryu Min raised the scythe. It seems you still don't fully understand the situation. Do you think this looks like a toy? He swung the scythe decisively. He started to worry, wait a minute, then spoke up to ask, is it real? Are you a player? He mocked him. How stupid, what do you think? Then he looked at the woman and said, you may leave now, miss. This is your only chance. Jang Xiaokain turned to look at her and shouted, who said that? A sound echoed from the ground. It was Ryu Min, stomping his foot to gain momentum and darting toward him. He grabbed the scythe's handle and stabbed straight into his vulnerable spot. Jang Xiaokain screamed loudly in agony, collapsing onto his knees and cursing fiercely. He calmly stood before him and said, I told you, you would be cursing a lot. Ryu Min turned to the woman, go ahead, leave this guy to me. She gratefully thanked him, thank you. As she ran away, he swung the scythe down to the ground and said, now it's just the two of us, right? Ryu Min smiled at Jang Xiaokain. Now the real game begins. He angrily grabbed the dagger from the ground, stood up and cursed, damn you, I'll kill you, you bastard. He stood still, watching him provoke. Your attitude's not bad. If you gave up this soon, what fun would there be? He shouted back, you bastard, how dare you laugh in my face. Then Jang Xiaokain wildly swung his knife to attack, but he dodged all of them. He kept attacking continuously and began to lose strength, feeling bewildered inside. What the hell is this? Did he dodge all my attacks? Dodging his attack, he glanced at the dagger. Unexpectedly, you even brought along a goblin's dagger. Then he decisively swung the scythe to chop at his hand. His severed arm caused Jang Xiaokain to scream in pain. Seeing him like that, Ryu Min put one hand into his pants pocket and asked, does it hurt? Watching him tremble while clutching his arm, he said, I haven't even started yet. Then he moved with very high speed. In the blink of an eye, he rushed past and cut off Jang Xiaokain's other arm. Hearing his screams, he coldly said, look at your overreaction. At that moment, he trembled all over in fear, thinking that at this rate he would be killed if he wanted to stay alive and escape from here. He looked at him and realized that to find a way out, he had to blind him. Then he used his ability to create a light that blinded others, saying, die, brat. Just as he fiercely charged, he suddenly froze. Jang Xiaokain was bewildered. What was happening? Why was it ineffective? Ryu Min looked at him silently. Try to shine whatever amount of light you want. It's useless. Night of Death does not allow any source of light to exist. He had planned in advance, knowing that Guy would use this move, so he activated the Seal of Death skill beforehand and smiled. He decided in his mind that even if there was no Night of Death, he would still cut off this guy's wrists and ankles first. Immediately, he swung the scythe. Ryu Min decisively severed both legs of Jang Xiaokain. He collapsed with a scream of utter terror. With fear and pain, he shed tears and questioned him, you devil, why are you treating me like this? Why? He spoke up, why? At the same time, the scythe moved, stabbing straight into his thigh. Ryu Min withdrew the scythe and asked back, then why do people exterminate pests? He answered his own question, because letting them live only causes harm. Each word of his was like a stab into the man's body. But Jang Xiaokain still did not change his attitude and continued to arrogantly curse, damn it, you lunatic. Seeing that, he said, let's see how long you can keep that attitude. Then there was only the sound of blood and screams flooding the room. Jang Xiaokain lay face down on the ground with countless stab wounds covering his body. In his mind, he wondered, damn it, why is this guy doing this to me? What grudge do I have against him? He was frustrated, thinking, this isn't fair at all, truly unfair. He bit his lip tightly, hesitated, and thought that instead of enduring this, maybe he should just commit suicide. Tears streamed down his face as he squeezed his eyes shut, preparing to bite his tongue to kill himself. Fine, let's just die already. But then Ryu Min's scythe was pressed against Jang Xiaokain's neck, startling him. He raised his head and looked at him suspiciously. With cold eyes, he looked down and said, "What's wrong? Planning to bite your tongue and commit suicide? Do you think I'll just let you go like that?" He declared that until you kneel and beg me to set you free, you are not allowed to die. Then the scythe swung down on him once again. And so it kept swinging continuously, striking every part of Jung Spekun's body. His face turned pale from the torture. "I have to make this pain stop." His lips trembled as he said, "Kill me, please." Ryu Min stood looking, asking, "What did you say?" He pleaded with him, "Kill me, please." He wondered, "Are you serious about this?" Jang Xiaokain was still lying on the ground, begging, "Please kill me." He sighed. He lifted the scythe onto his shoulder and asked him, "You don't know why I have to go this far, do you? After all, you and I are complete strangers." Ryu Min revealed to him that they couldn't really be considered complete strangers. "Jang Xiaokain, here's the thing, we have met before." He was stunned. How does he know his name? He was curious and said, "Don't tell me you have something to do with that woman." He turned away and answered, "No, I have nothing to do with her." He wondered then why. Ryu Min explained, "You kidnapped my younger brother and threatened me so I would reveal hidden information to you." He didn't know and asked, "Did I really do that?" He calmly replied, "Of course you don't remember, since it's a matter of the future that hasn't happened yet." He added, "For me this matter is in the past. If I don't intervene now, you will obtain the rune of inner." Ryu Min told him that a rune is hidden here. "Do you know the condition for it to appear? It's when it hears the true voice of another person." He still looked confused. The true voice. He explained that the voice comes from the heart, sincere and without deceit. He looked at him with disdain. "If I hadn't appeared here, you would have raped and threatened that woman. She would then use her true voice to beg you to spare her, and you would obtain the rune of inner and use it to commit even more crimes." Jang Xiaokain remained silent before his accusations. "This has been proven many times through my regressions. But even without that, your previous 1 or 2 convictions already show that you are a damn despicable bastard." He pleaded, "If I am worthy of death, please kill me quickly." But he refused. "No, I will not touch you." It shocked him because he could not end the pain right now. He raised the handle of the black scythe. Ryu Min pressed it firmly across Jang Xiaokain's mouth to silence him. He looked at him with loathing. "What do you think I've been doing all this time? I've been waiting for you to stop breathing on your own." He was in pain but couldn't beg. "I told him to kill me quickly. This pain is unbearable. Didn't you want to have the rune of inner thoughts? Didn't you want to hear the true voice coming from my heart?" He squeezed his eyes shut, feeling the pain. "So why did you stop me from speaking? Why didn't I let you speak?" I read his thoughts and answered, "Because I wanted to try the rune of inner thoughts." Jang Xiaokain widened his eyes. "What?" He said indifferently, "Sorry, but I already got the rune. Don't you remember you sincerely begged me to kill you? Straight from your own heart. When he was in pain from having his limbs cut off, I felt that the rune reacted to your true voice at that moment. At this moment, the system announced that you have caused the target to use their true voice, fulfilling the activation condition. You have discovered the rune of inner thoughts hidden in this place." That rune hovered and shone before him. The system announced that the rune will automatically be engraved into the player's body. The rune of inner thoughts allows you to read the thoughts of the target before you. If you observe the target, you can also glimpse their inner intentions, but only if you are within 30 meters of the target. Then it breaks into pieces and merges into Ryu Min's body. He said indifferently, "I'll check a little to see how it is, and as you can see, the rune is very effective." Hearing that, he couldn't reply, only think inside his head, "You have what you want now, so please just kill me." He answered the questions in his head, "Well, I can't just kill you that easily. That wouldn't be fair to your victims." The last thing Jang Xiaokain could think of was that damn devil thing. His body was completely motionless. He stood up, looked at the motionless corpse, thought the guy was dead, with no witnesses, but he still needed to clean up this mess, so he decided to use the skill he had just learned this time. Ryu Min then used Erase Traces. Its effect appeared. The ordinary skill Erase Traces removes all traces at the scene, including the body, blood, fingerprints, and footprints. Then everything was covered by a certain blue light. Watching that light gradually make everything disappear, he knew it was effective. Better not leave any mess behind. After achieving his goal, Ryu Min took off his mask and left, ready for the next plan. "Now I have what I want. Tomorrow I should go meet Ma Jionra." Morning in the city center. Seeing Ryu Min dressed handsomely, Ryu Won was surprised. Ryu Won looked at him curiously. "Hey, are you going on a date today?" He denied, putting his hand inside his shirt. How could it be a date? Ryu Min was suspicious. He had never seen him dressed so formally before. He replied, "This is an important occasion. I'm about to meet with a business partner." Ryu Min was shocked and stepped forward to probe, "Are you planning to branch out into business?" Ryu Min didn't answer, only nodded and dialed his phone. Seeing this, Ryu Min scratched his head worriedly. Just the other day, he had invested all their money in stocks and now going into business. If he failed, he would be very upset. Reading his younger brother's thoughts, he let out a relieved sigh. Instead of worrying about their finances, his brother was worried about him, so endearing. Then he smiled confidently and said, "If this meeting goes well, I'll tell you all the details. You don't need to worry, you trust your big brother, don't you?" Ryu Min immediately replied, "Of course I trust you, who else would I trust?" Ryu Min reminded him, "Wait here for me, it's very dangerous outside right now, all because of other players." He awkwardly followed Ryu Min out of the room. "Yes, I've seen the news. They're using their powers to commit crimes. I also heard that overseas, criminals are having issues using their powers to escape prison." Ryu Min spoke seriously, "That's right. If the age fits, even criminals are given the chance to become players." In his mind, he knew players were becoming stronger and stronger while the population was decreasing every month, so if nothing changed, that would actually be strange. He recalls that later there will be a period when ordinary people are hunted like animals and treated like slaves. That is when the players reach the peak of their power. So Ryu Min was very determined. Before the world turns into such a chaotic place, he needed to become overwhelmingly strong to dominate everyone and also raise the reputation of the black side. He turned back to remind Ryu Min, generally saying that if she went outside, she should be careful. Ryu Min obediently replied, "Okay, when will you tell me about your business?" But he only told her it was a secret, which made Ryu Min extremely curious. She was too inquisitive. He raised his hand to pinch Ryu Min's cheek and reminded her carefully, "I will tell you soon, so don't nag anymore. Just wait here and order food on your own. Buy something more expensive than black bean noodles, got it?" Ryu Min answered, "I know." Ryu Min stood in front of a magnificent hotel, looking around. Just as he expected, the guy had arranged to meet him here, like how the home team has the advantage in football. He stepped inside the place Ma Jeonrak chose for their lunch meeting. Officially, it was a hotel belonging to the Osung Corporation, but in reality, it was one of Ma Jeonrak's hotels. Of course, this was top-secret information. Probably only he knew this truth. At most, only Ma Jeonrak's relatives knew as well. He had to try using this information to make himself more valuable in Ma Jeonrak's eyes. He pretended to glance around to appear naive. "Before that, I had to act true to my own image first. The more innocent I looked, the better." He tried to appear shy and said, "Hello, I have an appointment here, and I was told to go to the reception desk." The professional female receptionist asked, "Are you talking about an appointment with the chairman of the Devil Consulting Company?" He answered, "Yes, that's right." She stepped out to guide Ryu Min, saying the chairman would be here soon. While waiting, he could sit over there. He bowed his head and smiled, "All right, thank you." Sitting down, he kept glancing around as if everything were unfamiliar. "Perfect. Now I just need to sit still for a bit and pretend to be like those country bumpkins who just arrived in the city." He looked up at the lamp and deliberately said loudly, "That twisted lamp is really cool." Someone approached him and asked, "Are you Ryu Min? I thought you'd finally arrived." Ryu Min hurriedly stood up, "Yes, sir." Seeing him, An Sangcheol looked quite surprised. He reached out with a questioning gesture. "Have we met before at the Galleria Long-Term Hotel?" He acknowledged, "Yes, I think we met when I went to deliver rice cakes after moving in. You were the one who came with Sa-Uran." He bowed politely, "Yes, I apologize for behaving impolitely at that time." An Sangcheol was stunned. The guy didn't even look 20, yet this kid was a major shareholder who had invested 28 billion. Looking at his attitude, Ryu Min understood what he was thinking. Surely he was suspicious of him. It's hard to believe someone his age would have that much money, so his reaction was normal, right? He scratched his neck to appear friendly. "It's nothing really, we're not exactly close. I didn't expect the chairman of the Devil Consulting Company to live right above me." An Sangcheol embarrassedly explained, "Please don't misunderstand, I'm not the chairman." He placed his hand on his chest and introduced himself. "Sorry for the delay in introducing myself. I am Unit Head An Sangcheol. The chairman will be arriving a little late, so I came ahead of him." He raised his hand to gesture the way. "Let's go inside and wait." He replied, "All right." Inside the room, An Sangcheol seated him alone at the table and stepped outside, asking him to wait here for a moment. He bowed in greeting and stepped out. Then he took out his phone and sent a message. He texted, "Sir Chairman, I have personally met him and he definitely couldn't have invested that amount on his own. Surely someone instructed him to act in his place, so please be cautious. Ryu Min sat inside feeling smug. He had guessed it exactly. He told On Sangcheol to probe first. For such an important meeting, there's no way someone meticulous like Ma Jeonrak would be accidentally late. Suddenly, footsteps caught his attention as someone entered. Ma Jeonrak stepped in to greet him. "Hello, I am Ma Jeonrak, the chairman of the Devil Consulting Company." He extended his hand for a handshake. He took his hand and introduced himself. "I am Ryu Min." He politely invited you to sit down. I sat down and replied, "Yes, Unit Chief On Sangcheol will sit beside me." He responded, "Yes." Ryu Min sat down and thought to himself that he intended to include On Sangcheol in this meeting without consulting him. It seemed like he planned to take the initiative. Ma Jeonrak spoke up, "Before we discuss anything, let's have lunch first. I've prepared Korean dishes and hope they suit your taste." Then a line of people carried in plates of food. Looking at the gourmet dishes on the table, he tried to appear interested. In such a luxurious hotel, everything tasted excellent. Ryu Min then picked up food and ate while praising, "The food is very delicious." Ma Jeonrak calmly replied, "Knowing you like it reassures me." Observing his manners, he thought the unit chief on Sangcheol was right. He was still too young to invest 28 billion on his own. Even if he had that money, it seemed he lacked the courage to do so. Surely, he was already collaborating with someone else. Ma Jeonrak grew curious about who had sent him here. Was it his own comrades or someone else? He decided he just needed to find out the truth and began probing. "The first time I met you, I was very surprised. Ryu Min, I never expected our major shareholder to be so young. May I ask how old you are?" He answered, "I'm 20 years old." Upon hearing that, his expression showed considerable astonishment. He acted normal, but his face showed a bit of embarrassment. "I'm 20, you're 29. It's really great to meet someone around my age," he replied. "Yes, I'm happy too." He continued to probe, "So how is it that at this age you can make such a large amount of money? Are you the son of a tycoon family?" Ryu Min looked at him. He was straightforward indeed. He waved his hand laughingly. "Not at all, I'm just an ordinary student up until a few months ago." Ma Jeonrak was curious. "Up until a few months ago," he answered. "That's right. Have you been following the news lately?" he asked, implying. Ryu Min asked him, "Have you seen the news about the person who won the lottery 4 times in a row and suddenly became a millionaire?" He replied, "I have seen that news." He revealed it was him. "That's me. I'm the one who won the lottery 4 times in a row." The other man was stunned. "What?" Then incredulously he asked doubtfully, "Is it true? Are you the lottery winner who appeared in the news a few months ago?" He admitted, "Yes." Noticing something unusual, he wondered. According to the news, the total prize money was only about 60 billion won. How did you make 280 billion? He explained, "I invested a bit in Bitcoin." The answer made Ma Jeonrak somewhat skeptical. "Bitcoin, that's all," he said. He replied politely, "Yes." He continued to ask, "You really are unbelievable. What made you invest 60 billion into Bitcoin? I don't think I could do that." On Sangcheol looked at Ryu Min. "Looks like you're very lucky." He answered, "It's not luck." On Sangcheol recalled, "That's right. I remember there was an article stating that you said the numbers on the lottery ticket came from a dream you had. If so, how could that not be luck?" He calmly said, "I didn't dream of it. This only made them more curious, so how then?" He turned to look at Ma Jeonrak, thinking this was the only way he could gain his acceptance and make him side with him. He tried to appear mysterious. "This is the first time I'm revealing this to anyone, but I have a rune that lets me see the future." This left them incredulous and confused. Ryu Min continued to reveal that this rune helps me see events a few years ahead. In other words, I am a prophet who can foresee the future. On Sangcheol and Ma Jeonrak looked at him in bewilderment. He wondered if he had just heard what he thought he did. On Sangcheol also sat stiffly, thinking, "Prophet, what nonsense is this kid talking about?" He asked again, "Are you serious?" He placed both hands firmly on the table. "Why would I lie to you?" Hearing this, he quickly asked, "So are you saying that your winning the lottery was because you used a rune to foresee the future?" He happily explained, "Yes, that's also why I invested in Bitcoin to get richer. Because I could see the future, I was confident to invest all my money into it." He looked at him with disbelief and said, "If you don't mind, can you prove it to me? If you can, then predict what I will do in a moment." He paused for a moment to think. Guessing what he would do next was easy because I could read his mind. But to prevent any trouble, it was best to set limits on my ability beforehand. He placed his hand on his chest and said solemnly, "I'm really sorry, but I can't use this ability freely. It will activate unexpectedly and beyond my control." I thought silently, it's understandable that runes which allow foresight into the future come with such limitations. He picked up his glass of water, ready to drink. Suddenly, Ma Jionrak recalled something. He called to me, "This Ryu Min, about your investment of 28 billion in our company." I replied, "Yes, I know that the Devil Consulting Company will grow very strongly in the future, so I invested in it." He asked curiously, "How strong is this growth you're talking about?" Ryu Min immediately explained, "Within half a year, it can enter the Kospi list without any issues." Upon hearing that, he was immediately pleased. His eyes lit up brightly. He controlled himself and thought silently, "If that happens, how great it would be, not only recognized by my father, but I could also sit in the chairman's seat. I seem a bit too excited already just because of information I haven't even verified. I'm smiling like that." While picking up some food, I continued, "But if you want to succeed, you have to completely change the business model." An Sangxiao heard this and asked blankly, "What do you mean by business model?" He slammed his hand on the table in anger, demanding that the request was outrageous. "At a time like this, are you telling us to change our business? You might as well tell us to change the company's name." Seeing him lose his temper, An stopped him. "Unit Chief An." Although like that, he remained very calm as he picked up his food. Since the type of business will change, of course, the name must also change. He teased him like that, making him even angrier. "Are you serious?" He showed a somewhat displeased expression. "At this point, you still think I'm joking. Both of you are players, so you must understand. Revealing your rune to others is very damaging and disadvantageous to yourself." His words left the two of them speechless. They calmed down and listened to him. "I've considered that issue but still decided to reveal my rune to you as a major shareholder and business partner who will be working together in the future, because I want to help the company develop." He looked directly at him. "Otherwise, why would I invest 28 billion here? If you want the company to succeed, you have to cooperate with me." An Sangxiao looked at his chairman with some fear. "Mr. Chairman, you don't believe what he said, do you?" He sighed. "It seems you don't trust my ability." He looked at him unpleasantly and said bluntly, "Honestly, I don't believe it." He still said calmly, "Unit Chief An, have you ever wondered why I moved to live right below the penthouse apartment? Don't tell me you think that's just a coincidence." It made him agitated, but he couldn't do anything about it. Ma Jionrak turned to An Sangxiao. "Wait, the apartment below the penthouse? Hey, Unit Chief An, what does he mean? Is the apartment beneath yours?" He said awkwardly, "Sir Chairman, just about 2 months ago, Ryu Min moved to live on the floor beneath Co. Aren's penthouse apartment." He continued, "Yes, that was a few days after I obtained the rune to foresee the future." He was displeased and spoke harshly, "Unit Chief An, why am I only hearing about this information now?" He immediately explained, "Until today, I thought this was nothing important." He straightened up, worry etched on his face as he thought, if that was in January, then it was before he invested in Bitcoin. He looked at him eating and thought, yet he moved to live near someone connected to the company he was going to invest in. Unless he foresaw the future, he couldn't have done that. He quietly reasoned, maybe he knew he was supporting Co. Aren. He silently concluded, "That's right, but even that alone isn't enough." He sneered, "Looks like you still don't believe me, so how about this?" He stopped eating and spoke seriously. "The hotel we are staying at is your property, isn't it, Chairman Ma Jionrak? As for your identity, you are the eldest son of the Osung conglomerate. The Devil Consulting Company was secretly established to seek your father's recognition. Am I correct?" Upon hearing this, An Sangxiao stood up and shouted in his face, "Hey you, who are you? How do you have access to information that only his relatives know?" Before he could finish, someone stopped him and said, "Calm down, Unit Chief An." He took a deep breath to calm himself and apologized. His face showed displeasure and his hands revealed anxiety. "That's right, everything you said is accurate." He was serious, yet he said, "However, if you claim to have learned these things by looking into the future, that alone is not enough to convince me. As Unit Chief Un said, anyone among my relatives knows this information." He looked directly at him and said, "Actually, I suspect you are a third party sent here to trap me. And in this situation, you still expect me to trust you and change my business." He spoke with a rather calm tone. "Even if I don't say it clearly, you know my answer, don't you? All of this seems utterly absurd." Ma Jionrak smiled lightly. "I also want to believe that your rune of looking into the future exists so it can help the company grow. Who wouldn't want to believe that?" He even used his hands to describe his words so I could understand better. "But what you're telling me sounds very hard to believe. Ryu Min, thank you for investing in our company, but I need to call a shareholders meeting to review this proposal." He said with a confident tone, "Of course, you will be the one to convince them." Then he stood up, bowed to me, apologizing that he couldn't help me, and said he would leave now. I frowned and said, "Wait a moment, Mr. Chairman." He sat down, looked at me, and asked, "Do you have anything else you want to say?" I lowered my head and thought, is this really the only way? Then I decided, how about this? I will tell you information about round 4. He asked curiously, round 4. I had successfully excited him. You even have information about round 4. I replied happily, yes, the rune that looks into the future has already helped me see everything. I know what tragedy will happen. This information should be enough to prove my capability, right? On Sangchial bowed his head to him, saying, I apologize, Mr. Chairman. Earlier I was too agitated and shouted in front of you. He was holding a phone, waved his hand, and said cheerfully, it's okay. You did that because you care about me. He stammered and said, then I just remembered something else. Can I tell you? He replied, whatever you want to say, just say it. He spoke all his thoughts honestly. I was quite skeptical about Ryu Min. He could see the future. If he truly had such an ability, he could just keep quiet and enjoy a comfortable life. Why would he want to help us? He began to show a displeased expression. Didn't he say he wanted to grow together with the company? It seems like he wants to earn even more money. He put his hand on his chin and said, what's his reason for doing that? If he had 28 billion, that would already be a huge sum. He could relax and wouldn't need to work for his entire life. An Sangchial was trying to convince him. Surely that still wasn't enough for him. Human greed is bottomless. Even so, it's still extremely dangerous. And whether such an unbelievable rune truly exists remains a suspicion. He replied slowly, I agree with that, but he placed his hand on his chest and said, if he really is a prophet who can foresee the future, then we need to make him an ally. He stood up and said, just think about it. If we always have information about the next round and can prepare in advance, how useful would that be? And if, during that time, it also helps the company develop, then it can be considered a benefit. He wanted to ask further, but whether he truly is a prophet. He asked back about that, huh? He smiled happily, we just need to wait and see, right? Ryu Min went outside. He walked while thinking about something. He looked around and thought to himself, after round 4 ends, he will surely know that I am the prophet. I tangled myself up, but I didn't reveal to him any important information, such as side quests or how to climb the leaderboard. He pictured the 3 of them sitting at the dining table earlier. The task of round 4 wasn't to kill monsters. Instead, there would be a massacre among the players. He couldn't let his guard down for even a moment. Ryu Min put his hands in his pockets and thought seriously. That should be enough to prove that he is the prophet. He reasoned smartly, then their attitude toward him would change. They would treat him well and try to protect him because he is the prophet. He thought while staring into the distance. Having the prophet on your side is always better than siding with others. Ryu Min picked up his phone. Now that I've played the role of the prophet, should I just perform it fully in the future? Then he started typing something on the keyboard. So first, who should I contact? On the pedestrian street, Julie was running desperately, thinking that at this rate she would be late. The traffic light turned red. She was afraid of being late for her appointment, so she said silently, come on, change to green. She wondered as she looked at the red car, what is that car doing? It's blocking the shop's frontage. What kind of careless person is that? The window of that car slowly rolled down. He called out loudly to Julie. She saw it and panicked. Ryu Min. The traffic light had already turned green. She quickly walked past him. She moved closer to the car. Is this your car? He cheerfully said. Sorry for stopping right in front of the store. Please go ahead inside. While you're in there, we'll take a quick drive around. Julie was still surprised, but agreed. The car started moving, looking really cool on the outside. She timidly said to him, this is my first time sitting in a car like this. He smiled in response. Oh really? Same here. I just bought this car recently, so you understand. So that's how it is. She looked at him and asked, how much does a car like this cost? He focused on driving and said, not too much, about 900 million. She was shocked and repeated, 900 million, not too much, please come on. Do you know how many convenience stores I could open with 900 million? He spoke as if it was nothing to him. Compared to the money I won from the lottery, this isn't really much. Then she thought to herself, that's true, Ryu Min has become rich. He has 6 billion after all. I just feel like we live in 2 different worlds. Suddenly she blushed, feeling like she was on a date, which made her quite shy. While she was thinking this, he said something that startled her. To be honest, I have something to confess to you. She blushed and started sweating, stammering, confess. He quickly explained, it's nothing strange, so please don't misunderstand. She forced a smile and said, it's a misunderstanding, no way I did that. She thought to herself that she just wanted to find a hole to hide in. She waved her hand and asked again, so what do you want to confess? He said absent-mindedly, earlier I mentioned that the lottery results appeared in my dream, right? She promptly replied, that's right. he explained. Actually, that's not the case, which surprised her. He looked at her and said, in fact, I obtained the information through runes that foresee the future, not from dreams. Those runes helped me learn about future events, which is why my profession is a seer. She asked him, a seer? She clapped excitedly. That's so cool, isn't that a special profession? He scratched his neck awkwardly. Probably so. She looked at him with satisfaction. That's great then. Runes that foresee the future sound amazing. Thank you for telling me the truth. Even among friends, it must be hard to share this kind of secret. Ryu Min smiled softly. It's nothing. You told me about your profession, so that's support, which makes it fair. She looked at him happily and said, fair? That's not possible. I never told you about my rune. By the way, should I tell you about my rune? He quickly replied, no need. But she didn't pay much attention to his words. She pointed and said, in the first round, I had rune protection. Within a radius of 10 meters around me for every person there would be that many thin protective layers covering me. Suppose there are 5 people, I would be covered by 5 layers of protection. Julie burst out laughing, saying she finally said it and felt so relieved, which made him happy too, right? She asked him, but why did you suddenly tell me about the rune? He honestly told her that keeping secrets made him feel a bit uneasy, and besides, he thought if he didn't confess the truth, she wouldn't believe what he was about to say. She didn't understand and immediately asked, what do you want to say? His red car continued driving along the road. She shouted in panic, that's a 4-star mission. He calmly said, so remember to be careful, Julie. Ryu Min seriously warned her, you must always stay alert because you never know what other players around you might do. She listened to him and said, okay, I remember. She happily looked out the car window and thought, anyway, I still feel very grateful because he cares about me enough to tell me, and he even called me first. She secretly glanced at him, blushing a little, and thought, could it be that he has a tiny bit of feeling for me? I hope so. The sky began to show sunset. He sat on the bed in the room thinking, can't believe Julie has liked me all that time and I had no idea. His face showed a bit of regret. No wonder she wanted to treat me well. He glanced and thought, although it's a bit awkward, this will probably be better. He put down the phone and pondered. It would also be easier to make her become an ally. His hands free, he cleaned his pillow. She would also trust his prophecies more. Then he neatly covered himself with the blanket, closed his eyes, and felt that one matter was settled. Just a bit of rest now. After all, he didn't have much to do this month. It was already night under the city's twinkling lights. On March 31st at 11:55 p.m., the simple clock hung in his house also indicated that time. He sat on the bed looking at the system. Before entering another world, he had bought an epic item from today's inventory. The system displayed a pair of shadow gloves of darkness, epic grade gloves. Effects: strength +5, agility +4, weapons become semi-transparent, only effective at night. Restriction: usable from normal grade and above. Description: these gloves are enveloped by darkness and can become invisible. The weapon in use will become semi-transparent. He carefully considered their stats were high. Moreover, the ability to make weapons semi-transparent was useful too. If combined with the Knight of Death skill, the effect would be even greater. Suddenly, Ryu Min heard a knock at the door. It turned out to be Ryu Won. It's time, he said. Ryu Won entered the room and asked, are you confident you'll conquer this round? Ryu Min glanced over and replied, you won't know until you try. Ryu Won showed some worry. Hey, are you a prophet? You said you have information about round 4. Ryu Min replied, having information is one thing, but how to act on it is another. Ryu Won anxiously said, how could you be like that? Ryu Won came closer. You have to survive and return, understand? Honestly, Ryu Min was angry. Pointing at my head, he said, don't open that black crow mouth of yours that just spells doom. He lay on the bed, his face somber as he thought. The 4th round could very well be the round of death, but elsewhere, Yongmin ruffled his hair, thinking his mother was at it again. The status window. The system panel appeared, showing that punishments had been applied. All stats will be permanently reduced by 50%. He angrily thought to himself, damn it, I can't believe this is the result of betrayal. I don't even have 10 command rights left. How am I supposed to get through the 4th round? His mind was very upset. He gritted his teeth, walking and thinking that those wanting to steal the regional representative spot might be targeting him, or some old friends might come back to take revenge. Suddenly, he looked up at the sky and then realized, besides, where exactly is this place? He fidgeted, looking around. What kind of mission starts in a damn place like this? All this white stuff around makes me feel like a lab rat. When he saw Ryu Min, he immediately thought, damn, that evil devil surely knew everything would turn out like this. Yongmin bitterly recalled how he manipulated others to destroy relics. Ryu Min said. Both the 10 command rights were wrong and the relics were ruined. Looking back at that, he had no qualms about killing the agent of Divine Punishment's avatar. It was just too suspicious. His face darkened. He stood behind Ryu Min, thinking that if he were strong enough, he would have smashed that bastard's face to pieces already. Although angry, he couldn't do anything. It was really frustrating to see, but he had no choice. If he at least wanted to save his own life, he had to team up with that devil. Calm down and walk over here. Black Scythe Ryu Min turned and said, what is it? His face was strained. Our previous deal should still be valid, right? He asked with doubt. Deal, didn't you say that if I became your subordinate, you would protect me? He gave a wry smile. I no longer need a subordinate like you. He didn't believe what he just said. What? He stood with arms crossed, saying, you have no more command rights to use. What's the point of holding onto being a regional representative without command rights? Not to mention most players already have professions now. Even if you have command rights, they don't really matter much. He spoke at length, leaving him stunned, but he smiled lightly. You have no value left, you're just a moving target practice. He was angry, silently thinking, moving target practice. Just as he was in a state of fear, he suddenly heard someone's voice and immediately turned around. Ryu Min crossed his arms with a confident look. Don't worry too much, you're only a moving target in name. There won't be many who actually want to kill you. He was flustered, walking over to you. Won't they target me? You then explained, as you know the fate of players who hold the role of regional representative, everyone already understands clearly that being a regional representative is no easy privilege. Ryu Min spoke seriously to him, and the more levels a person gains, the fewer people they can command with their authority. Compared to the risks, it's simply not worth it. Min hesitated in thought. The Black Scythe's words were correct. If possible, he too would want to give up this command right. Zioaran gently approached him. Seeing this, Min blushed, thinking, why are those people here? Zioaran cheerfully exclaimed, hello Black Scythe. Sangchpul's expression was similar to hers, greeting him. Do you still remember us? He replied, of course. Min froze for a moment. What's going on? His face looked somewhat mocking. You once saved us from the thug standing right here. We wanted to thank you once again. Min angrily said, what thug? Ryu Min timely stopped him. He wore an unhappy look. One thank you is enough. No need to look for me again. Sangchiel replied, we still feel grateful to you, and our company's president also wants to express thanks for saving us. He was about to say something more, then stopped abruptly, saying, as for our president, let's drop it. I don't care, so stop there. Zioaran saw him and quickly took the initiative to say, Black Scythe, this is a small token of my gratitude for saving us. She held up a beautiful, sparkling purple stone and said, please accept this. He thought to himself that it was the lowest rank purple magic stone, truly an unexpected bargain. She was flustered, thinking that just saying thank you wouldn't be enough, so Ryu Min took the stone from her hand, thinking that it was good of her, and thanked her. Looking at the stone, he thought, since she gave me such a magnificent item, I can't refuse. When I return, I must try to create a low-rank magic stone myself. She looked at his face anxiously, wondering if he liked it. She looked at him shyly, worried that he might think she gave him a worthless stone and get angry. He thought to himself, just as I thought, she doesn't know the value of magic stones. Well, if she did, she wouldn't have given it to me. Min looked at him and whispered that he also had something similar. Hearing that, he thought, so he has magic stones too. He put his hand on his cheek, thinking it might be called a black diamond. Ryu Min was a bit surprised. What's black diamond? Ryu Min analyzed it. A black diamond is an item that drops from monsters at a very low rate. It's even harder to obtain than a magic stone, and at this point, trying to actively acquire one is impossible. He thought smugly that now he knew this guy had such a valuable item. Is this luck or misfortune? Zioaran stammered, you're the Black Scythe, do you need a protective shield? He asked again. A shield? She hesitated slightly. I've been promoted to summoner. She explained to him with a cheerful face, I can summon a fairy spirit to create a shield for you if you need. Before she could finish speaking, he interrupted her. Thank you for your offer to help, but I must decline. I don't think it's necessary. Zioaran felt even more embarrassed. I understand. She bowed her head and politely greeted him. Well, we'll be going now. I wish you all the best in this round. He replied to her, good luck to you too. When he turned around, he saw Min was about to leave. Ryu Min immediately called out loudly to him, wait. Ryu Min looked at him and warned, at this rate, you're going to regret it. He asked confusedly, what do you mean? Ryu Min responded, I've already told you you're a moving target. Min turned away in disbelief, but he also said, no one will target me anyway. He explained, I said there wouldn't be many, not that there wouldn't be any. The benefits of being a regional representative haven't completely disappeared yet. Ryu Min walked away with an indifferent expression. Although most people have reached level 10 and have professions, there are still a few who haven't. That means there are still targets to exercise command over. Yang Min looked puzzled and Ryu Min posed a question. Think about it. Do you really believe that out of thousands of players, no one is targeting you? He asked Ryu Min, so what should I do? He cheerfully continued, I'll help you so that you won't become an easy target in danger. He was utterly astonished now, really? Before he could finish thanking me, I immediately interrupted. I never said I would do it for free. To compensate me for helping you, you saw the stone Sa-Urun gave me just now, right? If you have something like that, just give it to me. He was somewhat embarrassed. I also have a stone like that. He promptly handed that stone to Ryu Min. The information about it is that it is a black diamond, an item described as a solid black stone with a smooth surface and a shiny layer. He felt satisfied and said, all right, any other items? He refused bluntly, no, whatever I could give you, I've already given, please don't take my equipment. He sighed, don't worry, even if you want to give, I won't take it. He immediately countered, I have already given you the item, now can you help me? Ryu Min turned his back, I will keep my promise after all. The angel appeared cheerfully and said, O humans, today you have gathered here again, though the number has decreased. The people below wondered, the number has decreased, so someone must have fought in real life. He stood with arms crossed and thought to himself, after a whole month with no players caught in trouble, that would have been the real surprise. The angel excitedly announced, well, it seems everyone is here, so I declare the mission for round 4. This information is about round 4, the main task, mutual slaughter within 3 hours. Across all areas, the total number of participants is 181,906,418. The number of players who have completed it is 0 out of 90,953,209. The current area is Usk's Fuddy-Fuv-Fuv, with a total of 1,042 participants, and 0 out of 521 players have completed it. Everyone exclaimed, what the hell is this? Killing each other. The angel's tone shifted to disdain. You humans really are slow to understand, just as I said. She smiled cunningly. You just need to stab, slash, and kill the players next to you. Simple, right? Everyone was somewhat confused. Kill them, players killing each other. The angel confidently raised a finger to explain further. Let me clarify a bit more for you. The goal of this round is to reduce the number of players by making you kill each other. Unlike previous rounds, this time there will be no monsters at all. Everyone suspiciously raised questions. No monsters, but I need to level up and become stronger. A tall young man said, Sir Angel, if half of us survive, then each person only needs to kill one other, right? The angel put a finger to her lips with a smile. That's a secret. If I told you everything, where would the fun be? Ryu Min below thought irritably to himself. She only received orders not to reveal anything from her superiors. He was unhappy now, standing and observing while cursing. The angels are merely a means to convey information to us in this damned survival game. There is another game master, and the fact that she is hiding a specific rule means she has received orders from the overseer. The angel crossed its arms and warned, killing players alone is not enough for you to complete the mission. Only the top 521 ranks will survive, and the criteria of that ranking board is a secret. She put on a cunning expression, saying that even the first person to kill is not allowed to take first place. The angel manipulated everyone and said, all right, that concludes the explanation. Now start slaughtering each other. Time remaining until the round ends, 2 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Everyone was panicking, what should I do? So all I have to do is kill someone, kill them and the others too. Ryu Min had no conflicts with them at all. This crazy cycle. Yang Min stood smugly with his arms crossed and said with delight, kill other players, great, I want to kill a few bastards too. Ryu Min speculated, I guessed right, he's thinking about killing his friends. He smiled maliciously and slyly said, wait, now that I think about it, wouldn't it be better for me if the other players hesitate and don't strike? That way, I become the champion. Yang Min was furious, scheming intensely in his mind. Those dogs, I don't know where you all are, but I will kill every last one of you. He turned around and saw Ryu Min standing beside him, which startled him. You really scared me. He immediately felt uneasy. Black Scythe, what's going on? He spoke as he walked. I told you I would help you avoid becoming a target, didn't I? Well, now I'm fulfilling that promise. He immediately reached out and combined his power. Seeing this, Yang Min didn't have time to think about anything. He began to step backward, but it seemed too late when Ryu Min adjusted and did something. Ryu Min made a swift move that caused him to lose his balance and fall down. A sudden notification appeared, side mission. Round 4, side mission, eliminate the regional representative within a set time. Completing the mission rewards you with a lowest rank mana stone draw token. The system announced you have completed the side mission and have been awarded the lowest rank mana stone draw token. The lowest rank mana stone draw token is a rare grade item that randomly provides between 1 and 5 lowest rank mana stones. It is restricted for use until the next round for participants of apprentice rank or higher. Description: a limited time item that randomly grants you mana stones. When you reach the next round, this item will automatically disappear, and it is affected by your luck stat. He was quietly pleased. Good, I got the reward I wanted. I killed Ryu Min to get the side mission reward, although that wasn't the only reason. The blonde young man shouted, someone's dead. I saw it, Black Scythe killed him. He cast a displeased glance. Not long ago, they were the ones aiming for the regional representative position and wanted to kill him. Truly a bunch of hypocrites, and now they pretend to be decent. Everyone looked at him and shouted, hey Black Scythes, you can't just go around killing people like that. Don't you have any humanity at all? Murderer, you're a murderer. Ryu Min thought to himself, they're not wrong to call me a murderer. I killed Zhang Xiaokain. Not only that, I will continue killing countless others until round 20. He stood there silently for a moment. I've never killed anyone without reason, especially in this round. I have no choice but to kill to get through it, whether I like it or not. The announcement for round 4 came in. Main mission, kill each other within 3 hours. All regions combined, total participants 181,906,418. Players who completed 0909532209. Your region asks 45-5, total participants 1,042. Players who completed 0521. He silently speculated that even though they knew this would happen, they still criticized him. A young man with black hair said, if things go well, maybe I could urge everyone to kill Black Scythe. The hooded youth thought similarly, I have to use this chance to ruin Black Scythe's reputation. A tall man full of determination said, if we attack as a group, Black Scythe won't stand a chance. That young man thought, we can't let Ryu Min become the regional representative. We have to accuse him of something new. They think they've found a good opportunity. It really is a joke. The young man shouted, do you think this is funny? The girl beside him added, you're crazy. After what you did, how dare you? The system displayed a notification. Player Ryu Min has become the new district representative of the ESC's 45-5 area. The young man was shocked, so Ryu Min is now the district representative. The black-haired guy next to him was worried. At this rate, it's like a tiger growing wings. What should we do? Ryu Min spoke confidently. What's going on? Why aren't you yelling anymore? Or is it because I'm the district representative now that you're scared? He crossed his arms, looking even more arrogant. If you're afraid of command authority, then you probably haven't changed your profession yet. The blonde man exclaimed, what are you talking about? The tall young man shouted, look over there. He shouted loudly, the name of the Black Scythe has changed color. Everyone here was stirred up. He's right, the name really did change color. Why is he the only one whose name changed? And calmly thought, maybe it shifted from bright yellow to red. Ryu Min somewhat understood this. In these rounds, once you have killed someone, your nickname turns red. The more people you kill, the darker the red becomes. The man looked utterly savage. The changing color of the nickname is to distinguish those who have taken the lives of others. Everyone around gathered on one side to attack Ryu Min. The primitive hunting rifle has already killed. Murderer, die. He felt a bit of sympathy. Instead of targeting innocent players, people would choose to kill the murderers. In any case, that way their conscience would be much less troubled. To some extent, he also realized that those who had killed murderers had themselves become murderers. He was the person who understood that more than anyone else. And the result was that they encouraged each other to go on killing the people around them. Ryu Min thought to himself, right now they might still hesitate and not want to kill anyone, but this would be the reason behind many deaths. He seriously asked, what are you people doing? I'm sure you don't have time to stand there and dawdle. Two of them retorted, hey you, stop right there. That's right, you murderer. He raised his hand to explain, you act like I'm the only one who wants to kill the representative of that area, but what about those who rushed toward Josik in the previous round? Do you want to give him a kiss or something? The man stammered. Well, it's... He continued, kill or be killed. Don't tell me you survivors still don't know this simple rule. He asserted loudly to everyone around, stop being hypocrites and face the reality. If your life is in danger, there's no way you wouldn't point your spear at the one threatening you. He rolled his eyes fiercely. Now is not the time to just sit and do nothing. If you all are so worried, then argue it out just like we voted the last time. He told himself and left. Even if I don't say these things, they'll start fighting anyway. Ryu Min guessed that by then it would already be too late. If at least I didn't say this, they would keep wasting time. He turned around, looking at everyone while thinking, if that happens, the number of people who pass this round might not be 521. Even if it means making them fight, encouraging them to perform the mission is also a way for more people to survive. A woman with a strong appearance tried hard to persuade, I think now we shouldn't just stand here like Black Scythe said. Shouldn't we do something? The man beside her raised the issue, so do you have any suggestions on what we should do to talk about it? She retorted, what right do you have to mock me like that? I'm just discussing what we should do. That guy challenged her, how about a one-on-one duel to be fair? The platinum-haired boy, seeing that, immediately wanted to stop it. Fighting to kill each other, how is that fair? And a duel, do you think this is a game? He urged, we don't even have enough time now. The other man shouted angrily, what did you just say? And so, everyone kept arguing with each other nonstop. Aaron hesitated and asked, hey bodyguard, what should we do? Is it really true that we have to kill someone, as Black Scythe said? An Sangchiel looked at her and replied kindly, of course it is. Otherwise, we ourselves would be killed. Why would we care about the lives of strangers we don't even know? He silently advised, I completely agree with Black Scythe's words, Urun. You should also make up your mind because killing someone is not a pleasant experience. She looked at him and worriedly said, you talk as if you've killed someone before. He frowned, no, not at all, I'm just guessing. She looked around awkwardly and asked, so who should we kill? He replied, let's just see how things go. Right now everyone is arguing loudly, stop behaving like this. We need to decide who to kill and get it over with. Then tell me, who would you kill? Those who have already killed are perfect targets. Focus on those whose nicknames have turned red. Who gave you the right to decide that? The long-haired man expressed his opinion. You mean we should kill Black Scythe, huh? The black-haired man said smugly, Black Scythe is clearly crazy. How could you kill someone who's already reached level 30? The blonde young man pondered, I bet even if we all attacked him at once, we wouldn't be able to kill him. The brown-haired man was more cautious. Be quiet, what if he hears us? Ryu Min was extremely frustrated and powerless, thinking, I can hear everything. They were arguing when suddenly they froze. The gray-haired man shouted, what the hell are you talking about? Life is precious. Even if that person is a murderer, we shouldn't kill anyone. The man wearing a hat added, this guy is right. If we kill someone, we ourselves will become murderers just like him. The young man argued back, so what do you want us to do? Someone has to die before I can continue living, right? The nearby man stopped him, saying, stop arguing. Let's just agree to kill some criminals, okay? The strong-willed girl spoke up, how can we tell who is a criminal? Are you going to ask those with a criminal record to raise their hands? They won't resist voluntarily turning themselves in. The long-haired man shouted angrily, who the hell do you think you are, looking down on others like that? Why don't you offer your own opinion? She immediately insulted him, how dare you curse at me, you bastard? Should I just kill you right now? He was unafraid, replying, what, you bastard? If you're so good, try it, you bitch. A young man among them tried to fan the flames. You two, stop talking and just fight. He became increasingly irritated. Who the hell do you think you are, provoking us? She pointed directly at him. You guys hiding behind others and provoking people are the worst, you despicable bastard. He used his magic and you just said something. Damn it, these bastards. I will kill all of you, and she was also preparing an attack. Ryu Min shook his head in frustration. It was really chaotic. They kept talking endlessly but couldn't do anything yet. He calmly observed that there was nothing to worry about. Soon enough, they would just start killing each other. The young man, appearing mature, expressed his opinion. Hey everyone, stop shouting and start thinking realistically. Immediately his face showed panic. Yangmin was sitting there yawning repeatedly. He wondered to himself, isn't that damn impossible? Ryu Min stood with his arms crossed, having learned all the rules. This was the hidden rule of this round. After dying for 10 minutes, players would be resurrected. Yangmin was stunned to realize everyone was staring at him. Why was everyone staring so intently? And it wasn't just staring, it was as if they were seeing a corpse. He stood up and looked at everyone in confusion. This was strange. Clearly, he was talking to the Black Scythe. What was going on? The black-haired man shouted, he's alive again, like a god reincarnated. What are you saying? It's the resurrection system for him. The long-haired young man reasoned, so that means the dead in this round will be resurrected. The woman beside him had a resentful expression and said, then killing them doesn't really matter, does it? The young man held up a knife with a dangerous expression. If they were to come back to life, then surely it would be fine. The woman with her hair tied up high walked over to stop them, saying, everyone calm down. She tried to prevent it, saying that we're not even sure if they can be resurrected, so don't rush. Suddenly, she was unexpectedly attacked from behind by someone.